All right. I think I'm live. Let me refresh my YouTube. Good morning. How are we all doing this morning? I hope everyone got some sleep. There we go. All right. Oh, yeah. Did y'all get some sleep last night? It was a little rough falling asleep. My brain was tossing and turning over everything we heard. A lot of thoughts. A lot of thoughts about that. I'm not on camera again. It's too early. But I do plan on being on camera later in the day. I'm going to attempt that today. Hopefully during the hearing there'll be a boring part where I can do my hair and do some makeup or something. We'll see. We'll see. No promises on that. But yeah. Whew, I have so many thoughts about some of the things we heard yesterday. And I'm very eager to get back into that courtroom this morning to hear Melanie Gibb's cross-examination, because that's going to be very interesting. Remember, she was good friends with Chad and Lori, and now she's testifying for the state. What is John Pryor going to do with her on the stand? That is going to be interesting. So let's see who we got in chat. Good morning, Sam. Sam's doing some mod work from work, so don't get in trouble at work, Sam. Hi, Gulf Coast Girl. Hi, Maureen. Hi, Gray Hat Jen, Rosie, Lori, Kathleen Hensel. Welcome. Good morning, Jess. How are you doing? Hello, Stormy. Sue Bell, Boxer Girl, Curious Cat. Angel, thank you so much for the super chat. Look at that great sticker to start off our day. Thank you very, very much. Give that girl some s'mores and some donuts, because we all need s'mores and donuts to get a good sugar rush going. And my husband just got home. He went out to grab some breakfast. I haven't eaten yet, so I don't know. I can't eat while I'm on camera or on microphone anyway. So hopefully the hearing will start soon and I'll get to eat. Oh, it's going to be one of those days. Yeah, I've never done an 8-hour live stream before. That was challenging. It was interesting, but it's all good. It's all good. This is some big deal. You may hear talking in the background. That's the family. They don't know I'm live right now because husband just walked in with food. So, of course, the kids descend upon him like, food man is home. We must get food, because they think we never eat them. Or they think we never feed them anyway. Crazy kids. But yes, slow mode is enabled. We don't have too many in chat now, but we know it's going to get busy again. So I turn that on. So there's a 30-second delay between when you can send messages. So I know that's irritating, and I'm sorry for that, but I got to help out the mods because, boy, were they busy yesterday. They were very busy. So just a quick go over the chat rules again. No swearing, please. No calls for violence. No hate speech. No religion bashing. General terms of service type things, just to protect myself and the channel. So, that helps the mods a little bit when chat flows smoothly. Husband just came in. He looked at the screen to see that meme up there. I love that. There's a group on Facebook called Daybell Memes, and they have some of the best stuff. So as soon as the hearing was over yesterday, I was looking through Facebook, and of course I caught all the new Daybell memes from the hearing. They are hilarious. This one is my favorite. Certainly, as you know, me and my keto diet, this is perfect. So thank you, Nikki Grace. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. She says, thank you, Awen. And thank you for being here. Thanks for being a supporter. Thank you for supporting the channel, because it's growing into something really fantastic. I'm so excited about everything we're doing here. Thank you so much. I think she needs some donuts. Donuts and s'mores. Yay. I would really like to be munching on some donuts and s'mores right now, but I'm going to have some eggs, I'm okay. Some sausage, some eggs. It's all good. Marie says, good morning from Pennsylvania. We are hunkered down. Yep, tropical storm on the way. Please stay safe. And Kathy, my beautiful, wonderful mod. Did you really say that if the weather gets bad, you're going to go plug into your car and sit there and mod the chat? Please don't do that. If there's a tornado warning, do not worry about chat. It's really okay. I'll be very angry if I think you are sitting in a car trying to get through a tornado so you could mod chat. Yeah, go somewhere safe. We got this. It'll be fine. Paul is working today. Paul has a 12-hour shift today. He's currently at work. He's going to miss most of this. However, Paul has his Patreon-only live stream tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, and I'm going to be on there with him if I'm still awake, if I can handle that. If I have a voice left, we're going to have to see. Orlias, is the keto diet a version of it? It is a version. It's almost the same thing, except the ratios are a little bit different. So, but keto diet is what works for me, and it's something that I personally love. As much as I whine about not having donuts, it's all good. Court should start back up in about 20 minutes. Let's see. Yeah, about 20 minutes it should start. Maybe, yeah, about that. But I will bring it to you live as soon as it does. I just wanted to come on early so we can talk a little bit about what we heard yesterday. So, what did we hear yesterday? I'm not sure where to start. There's so many things in my head. I was too tired last night to make my lists and notes and all that good stuff, so we're just going to have to wing it. But first, what I'm doing, you may have seen on the channel, there's 3 up so far. I'm taking the hearing. Oh, Little Lady Di, thank you. She says, you are amazing. I love those stickers. Thank you so much, Little Lady Di. You have been such an amazing supporter. From the first day I put my Toxic Bliss podcast up, she has been right there behind me, cheering me on and supporting her. And thank you so much. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. So yeah, I've been putting up the hearing. I took the entire video from yesterday, and I've been editing out all of the recesses, all the sidebars, all the empty pauses, all of my commentary, just to get like a condensed version of the hearing so we can use that for reference, because we're going to be going back and listening to things over and over. So I'm getting that up. The first 3 segments are done already. I'll get a couple more done today. Hopefully by tomorrow I'll have the entire hearing both days up in like about hour-ish long chunks, and I'm going to go through and put timestamps. So if you're looking for anything specific from the hearing, you'll be able to check the description, find the timestamp, and go right to it. So a really good resource for us for research on this case. So I'm working on that. I can't do that while I'm live, obviously, but we'll get there. Manglia, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for doing these live streams. Love your voice. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. And good morning from Wales. Boreda Pengarth, how are you doing this morning? It's very good to see you. Of course, Wales is near and dear to my heart. The image on the screen, we do have some people in chat from Ireland. The image that's on the screen, which you can't see because of Chad's meme. If I take the meme down, you won't see the background. So, StreamYard has some things, but that is from Ring, Ireland. So, and that comes to us from Stormy with a Chance of Rainbows, one of the mods here. A beautiful picture. Later on, hopefully I'll get to show it to you full screen because it's gorgeous. Donna Williams, thank you for the super chat. When do you sleep? Thank you for hard work. I did actually get 7 hours of sleep last night. So, that's good. I don't tend to sleep a lot. It was about 11 o'clock, and my husband's kind of dragging me away from the computer. I was like, no, I got to put the condensed hearing up. Come on. He's like, you can sleep. It's okay. So, yeah, he convinced me to go to bed, and I slept really well. So I'm all ready for this. Yeah. Melanie Gibb looks very thin, scared, worn out from all the hate towards her. Why in the world does she do interviews when she was a key witness? Yeah, Kathy, I've asked that question a lot. Anyone who thinks that they're a star witness or a key witness should generally have a lawyer who should generally tell them not to do those things. So, sheesh. I don't get Melanie Gibb. And I get her better than I want to in some ways. Oh, and you hear my daughter blowing her nose in the background because that's what she does. I'm sorry for that. She doesn't know I'm live, so. Oh, goodness. Let's see what's going on in chat. Thank you for all the hard work. You're welcome, Sherilyn. Yeah, so the condensed hearing. I just want to be able to have a lot of people say like, well, I want to rehear this part or I want to rehear that testimony. And I like to do that too a lot, but I don't want to have to watch through an 8-hour long YouTube video to hunt for the part that I'm looking for. So I don't even like doing that. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to put it up in smaller pieces, get all the timestamps in, take out all of the nonsense, because why sit there and watch Chad staring at the wall when nobody's saying anything for 5 minutes? Just delete all that stuff. No actual words, that are spoken in the courtroom or anything like that is being deleted. So you'll see the entire thing just without all the waiting around for something to happen. So I thought that would be very, very useful. Oh, let's see what's going on. I don't even care. So it seems like those faces he makes is because he's starting to realize he was going to be Lori's next husband. It's quite possible. Yeah. Diana says, I know they only have 2 days booked for this hearing, but it looks like with all the interjections, they could use more time. I'm not sure if that's possible. I don't see why it isn't. I mean, depending on the court schedule, but I would hope that if they don't finish today, they'll just take it over to tomorrow. So we're going to see. We still have the 4 FBI witnesses, or the 3 FBI agents that have been subpoenaed, and the state forensic expert, and David Warwick. So we still have a bunch of witnesses, haven't even gotten on the stand yet. So Rosie, thank you so much for that super chat. Oh, that's a great sticker. I love that. Thank you so much, Rosie. I really appreciate you being here, as you know. I hope you know. You should know, because I appreciate you like crazy. Rosie and I have really had a great time getting to know each other in Discord. If you guys aren't on my Discord server, you might want to consider it. Discord is a standalone program, right? It's a separate program. You have to download it, but it's a chat platform. So like we have all kinds of text chat rooms available that you can change in and out of and talk about all kinds of things. It also offers voice chats, so you can sit and talk to anyone anywhere in the world for free all day long if you want. You can do video chats, you can do streaming, you can do all kinds of stuff in Discord, and it's completely free. That's the best part of it. We also have a document section there. Whenever I get documents in the case, like probable cause affidavits, anything like that, I put them up in the document section so we can read through them and have a good point of reference. So Discord is a really great addition to following some of these cases. So if you want to join us there, links in the description. I'm sure one of the mods can get a link up for you. It's really easy. We'll help you learn it. Not to worry. But give me 1 second here. All right, there we go. So, I hope we can hear prior better to the. Yeah, Angie, when I did the condensed videos that are on their way up, there's 3 of them up so far. I went through the audio, and I tried to boost all of the times when Pryor is talking, because it's very, very hard to hear him. So that may help a little bit if you want to rewatch that from yesterday. Hopefully today, the man will learn what a microphone is for and how to use them, or maybe get over his deathly fear of microphones, whatever. Yeah, he was very hard to hear. So, I tried to fix that as best as I could in the condensed version, because it's important to hear what he has to say, as much as I don't like him. Bonnie says, Melanie Gibb did well on the stand. The phone recording made her legit after what she told Nate. I don't think it made her legit. Not at all. I was proud of her that she held her own during that, and she kept her anger focus, but I don't think it made her legit, because what I heard was a couple of people throwing scripture back and forth at each other's heads to try and out scripture the other one, and it was all just a bunch of garbage. I heard Lori. We got to see Lori's narcissism on full display, which was interesting. Chad trying to be relevant, struggling very hard to be relevant in the conversation, but he was not. Chad's so silly. But yeah, I'm still not flipping on my opinions of Melanie Gibb. Not happening, especially learning that she did actually lie to law enforcement when she first talked to them and said JJ was with her. That we didn't know before, because she's contended all along that she didn't do that. But guess what? Yeah, she did. Yes, I am not a fan. Not even remotely. So, Mother Hen Protector, you're still in the hospital. Oh, no. But your stress test is done, so you won't miss this. Okay. The nurses and aides will be joining your channel. Awesome. That's great. Well, that's a great thing. They go on their rounds, come back and check in what's happening on the hearing. Yeah, but I'm sorry you're still in the hospital. I hope you feel better soon. Sending lots of healing love and light to you. Let's see. Gemcat says she needs to serve some time. I was guessing you're talking about Melanie Gibb, and I agree. I do agree. So, Melanie Gibb made a deal to prevent charges. Marge, we don't know that. We don't know that. It's quite possible. It would be stupid of her not to, but we don't know if she did or not. I don't think Pryor has much of a case because he's going after the detectives. Yeah, he was. Gulf Coast Girl. He was trying to impeach the detectives' memory and the veracity of their statements. It's just like that's not going to help you. It's really not. And yes, John Pryor does have a prior. He was had a sexual harassment or sexual assault charge against him years ago. Managed to keep his law license somehow. Whatever. Yeah, but yeah, I'm not a fan of him either. In fact, there's not too many people in this case I'm a fan of. Rob Wood, I like him. Although he didn't seem quite as forceful in the courtroom yesterday as I thought he was going to be. So we'll have to see how that goes. He was also really quiet too. What do these people not like microphones for? She rehearsed and made that call to save her own butt. Lori knew she was recording it because Melanie Phibb was completely different than the norm. Absolutely, I agree, Pengarth. Yeah, she did it. It was definitely rehearsed, and she was so proud of herself during her interview when she talks about, I called them a corridor. It's like, no. Whatever. Bless her heart. Misty Petrucci, thank you so much for joining. Welcome to the group. Welcome to Reese's Pieces. I'm not sure what we're calling the group yet. We still have not settled on a name, but for today we'll call it Reese's Pieces. So thank you for joining. Let's get her some donuts and s'mores, all kinds of snacks. Woohoo! Yeah, we had an issue earlier with Stormy with a Chance of Rainbows, one of the mods. I added a new emoticon to our custom emojis list. It's the poop emoji, but with a halo. So it means, holy crap. And Stormy thought that was a great emoji. That's so cute. Look at that. I love it. And someone joined the channel and she gave a bunch of those. I'm like, why are you thanking someone for joining the channel with a poop emoji? Oh, well, I thought it was cute. So yeah, that was a very funny start to my day. Thank you for that, Stormy. I laughed pretty darn hard at that. Oh, goodness. Edens' feed is up. Oh, yeah, maybe I should be checking that. Thank you. Oh, goodness. All right, I'm going to get this ready. Let's go back to StreamYard. Share the screen, share audio, because you all like to hear things too. Where is... Here we go. All right. I'll leave it like that for now. Wait. Oh my God, there's so many buttons. So many buttons. All right, I'll leave it like that for now. As soon as we hear noise, we will go live to the courtroom. But there we go. Getting ready. Almost court time. Tina, court should be starting any minute. It is technically going to start in 12 minutes. So they are getting ready. And we're going to begin our hearing today with the cross-examination of Melanie Gibb, assuming she shows up. So there you go. It should be fun. Lori didn't like Melanie calling her that name. She was like, are you kidding? Yeah. Melanie, as far as that, I don't know, group of people is concerned, calling her a core whore was a very bad thing to say, which I thought that was interesting. I mean, nobody would like being called the adversary, but, Lori reacted very badly to that. So interesting. Very interesting. Oh. So what do we think we're going to hear from the defense? What's John Pryor going to go at Melanie for? He's probably going to try and impeach her as far as her character and the fact that she's lied and all of this. I expect to hear quite a few questions about that because let's face it, knowing what we know now, she lied a lot in her interview with Nate Eaton, in her interview with Keith Morrison. Some overt lies, some lies by omission. So, that's not cool. That's not cool. As far as I'm concerned, Melanie Gibb's credibility is completely out the window. It's gone. It's gone, girl. So we're going to have to see what John Pryor makes of that. You think he's going to make her cry? Gina? Possibly. Very possibly. She certainly was not as cool and collected and calm as she was in the vineyard when she was smelling the grapes. So, is it legal to record a phone call? Shelley, first, it depends on where you are. Every state is different. But second, it depends on what you want to do with that phone call. You can record anything you want. You can record all the phone calls in the world if you want. But that does not mean that they will be admissible in court. I don't think it's illegal to record a phone call. It could be illegal to record the phone call and then play it for the public or sell it to the media or, something like that. So what you do with the phone call could be illegal, but recording it is fine. And certainly the big question is that recorded phone call admissible in court? In some places it's not, unless there is third-party recording laws and all that kind of stuff. It depends on how they're notified, on and on and on. In this case, obviously it was legal for her to do so because they're admitting it in court. So there you go. Do I think Gilbert police will charge you with obstruction because you lied to them at first? I hope so. I don't think they will. I think if any charges are coming for her, that we're going to see them from Rob Wood for being part of the conspiracy, because she was part of the conspiracy. Why has she not been charged yet? Either she does have an immunity agreement, or they're really just softballing her to get her testimony. But she knew everything. She knew about the kids being zombies. She knew about Charles's murder. She knew everything. She also knew that they wanted Tammy dead. She never called Tammy. She could have picked up the phone and say, hey, your husband wants you dead. You might want to run away or something. No, she didn't do any of that. So, But if she has a deal, she might not see charges, which makes me very angry. Good morning, Paramjit Dari. I hope you're doing well. Hi, Angel. How are you doing? Gina Marie, Vicky Hurd, Kelly Fitzgerald, Susan Lowe, Heather Thompson, Cami Smith, Kate Wiley. It's good to see everyone here this morning. The trial the hearing, rather, should be starting any minute. It should be starting any minute. So we are just waiting. The court stream is live, so those should be coming into view in about 8 minutes. So there we go. A lot of people saying in chat, Melanie Gibb should get charged. Melanie Gibb definitely won't get charged. Melanie Gibb has a deal. We don't know any of that, right? All of that speculation. Nobody here, not me, not anyone in chat, none of us know if she has a deal, if she's going to get charged. So all we can do is wait and see. I hope she gets charges personally because I am very unhappy with her. But, I don't know how the law is going to work in that situation. So Melanie Gibb also left that poor child with Lori, and she knew that Lori thought he was a zombie. Yep. Candy, exactly. She did. She did. Thou protest too much when Lori was asked simple question over JJ's whereabouts. Yep. I agree. Christy, you're going to be driving in a few minutes. Oh, well, drive safe. Please don't get distracted on the road. This will all be recorded, so you can always catch up on it later. Michelle says, I think you might be a little tough on Melanie. I know that's not popular to say, but she did help the case. Well, Michelle, that's great. That's your opinion. I just disagree with it. I think she could have saved anyone. She could have said, you think Tylee and JJ are zombies? Well, let me take them to my house and give you a little rest. And taken them home with her and call the police. And say, I got to save these kids. She thought her husband was a zombie and he's dead. Now she thinks the kids are zombies, so you need to do something. There's a lot she could have done. Absolutely. So, and she lied. She lied to the police. She just, no. I can't do that. I do understand that Melanie Gibb was the victim of pretty much a narcissist from Lori, and people fall prey to that all the time. They really do. I get that. I have an entire 25-part series on it. On my channel. You can go watch it. I get that. And I see that in Melanie Gibb very clearly. However, that does not absolve you of the responsibility for your actions or lack thereof. It does not. And that's one of the hardest things about coming out of a relationship like that is you have to take responsibility. You have to say, I messed up. I need to own it. and do the right thing. Is she doing the right thing? Not if she's lying to the police, and testifying now after the fact, after 5 people are dead. That's a little late. That's a little bit late. She could have talked to the police after Charles's death and say, hey, you know what? They wanted Charles dead. That could have backed up what Charles had told the police, and maybe they would have actually investigated that. Right there, if she had spoken up after Charles had died and they had actually investigated his death properly, maybe the kids would still be alive. Maybe Tammy would still be alive. Maybe even Alex would still be alive. But she did nothing. She went with it. So I'm not bashing Melanie Gibb. I'm giving you my opinion. And I'm sorry, Sarah, if you disagree with it, but that's my opinion. I have a lot of reason to think that. I'm not saying my opinion is the only right one or you have to follow my opinion, but when people keep telling me I'm wrong, I'm going to keep explaining why I don't think I am. She's doing the right thing now, then that's great. Now that 6 people are dead, yeah. I'm not the most forgiving person when children are dead, so that's just me. Oh. Yes, like OE says, I'm glad Melanie eventually said something, but she's still in the wrong. That's the perfect, concise way to say it. Yes, thank you. Anyway, let's see. So, court will be starting in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. We're going to start with the cross-examination of Melanie Gibb. So, there you go. It's going to be fun. Yeah, a lot of people seem very angry with me for being mad at Melanie, and I'm sorry, but we all have different opinions, and that's fine. It's perfectly fine. I'm not telling you you're wrong for your opinion. It's different. We're just different. That's all. My own personal history with narcissism and narcissistic abuse lead me to see some very different things possibly than other people might see. Not that they're, better, deeper, secret things. No, I'm not saying that at all. But my perspective on Melanie and Lori's relationship is very different. So the cross should be interesting. Yep, I do think it will be tough for her. I absolutely do. So, and plus John Pryor, he's not the gentlest of folk, so. Ooh, and here's my husband. You leaving for work?
Yep.
Okay, I love you.
See you
Have
later.
a good day. Bye, honey.
Keep it interesting.
And there goes Mr. Avon. He's off to work. Good morning, Paula Harris. How are you doing? Haven't talked to you in a while. Nice to see you here. Bipolar Princess. Oh, look, we have movement in the courtroom. Movement in the courtroom. See some people. All right, and there's John Pryor and Chad. Gonna get all comfy. He's got a different tie on today. There's Kay and Larry Woodcock in the gallery. Everyone's getting settled. That blonde woman is back in the courtroom with Kay and Larry. I really think that she's a victim or a court advocate. So that would make sense. Who else we got back there? Was that Melanie Gibb that just hugged Larry Woodcock? That's possible. I guess we're just waiting on Judge Edens now to call everything to order.
All right.
Here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning, Mr. Pryor. Good morning, Mr. Daybell. Good morning, Mr. Wood, Mr. Remmel.
Good morning, Greg.
We'll be on the record again here in CR 2220-755, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. This is the second day of the preliminary hearing set in this matter here in Fremont County, Idaho. My name is Judge Edens. Last night, at the end of the day we finished up with the direct examination of the witness Melanie Gibb, and it's my understanding we're going to start with the cross-examination of that witness. Is that correct, Mr. Wood?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Ms. Gibb, if you'll please come forward. Ms. Gibb, with the new day, will swear you in here again.
Swear or affirm the testimony you have given your house now pending in the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Ms. Gibb, you can be seated there in that witness chair. If you'll pull that microphone up to your chin and aim it at your chin again. Mr. Pryor, you may inquire on cross-examination when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Pryor, in looking at some of the recording last night, I noticed that the one audio that we couldn't hear very well was yours. So again, if you don't mind making your microphone look like this, it will record it a lot better if it's pointed at your chin. I know it looks weird. That's the way to do it.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Can you hear me now?
I can.
And Ms. Gibbs, can you hear me as well?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gibbs, Ms. Gibb, I apologize. When did you first meet Mr. Daybell?
About, I think 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay, if I reflect, the information I have is that you were at a preparedness camp in July of 2017 in Ogden, Utah. Is that correct?
In Morgan, Utah. Yes, that's
It was
correct.
Morgan, Utah?
Mhm.
Is Morgan close to Ogden?
Yes.
Okay, okay. And would you explain to me what a preparedness camp is?
It was a camp.
Relevance?
Mr. Pryor's been an objection as to relevance.
Well, Judge, there was testimony that they met. I think I can inquire as to the nature of that relationship and what they were both there for, and I don't think it's necessarily irrelevant. There's a discussion. It's much like we went to a concert or we went to a play. It's the same thing. I think I'm allowed to inquire about that. I don't see that that's necessarily irrelevant.
I'll overrule the objection. You may continue with that question, Mr. Pryor.
And again, ma'am, before Mr. Wood injected his objection, there was a question about what is a preparedness camp?
It's a camp where people get together, families and individuals, where they're learning about how to cook outside or how to filter water or different preparedness skills.
Preparedness for what?
For if there's times where you may not have those types of things readily available to you, that you could learn to do it if you didn't have electricity, things like that.
Okay, well, I noticed when I was listening to your tape, and obviously I've heard that before, there were some religious references on that tape between you and Miss Vallow. And I'm just curious as to whether this preparedness camp has any kind of a religious undertone as well.
Well,
relevance.
Overruled. I think there was a lot of religious undertones that were put forth yesterday. I'm going to allow Mr. Pryor to go down this road in a limited way here today. I'm going to allow that question.
And again, there was a religious undertone, and I don't want to go into complete detail about this, and it's not necessary. But I would like you to explain what is in your mind the religious nature of these preparedness camps.
your client was one of those people that spoke at that, and he was
Okay, well, I
expressing
didn't
his
ask-
visions
Judge,
and dreams.
I'm going to move to strike. The question is what's the religious undertone? It's not when my client participated, ma'am. It's what is the undertone of this? So I'd like you to answer my question as opposed to pushing some blame on my client. So would you answer the question?
Objection. This is argumentative.
Hold up, we're going to take a timeout here. Mr. Pryor, I want you to ask the question. Ms. Gibb, I want you to answer the question that Mr. Pryor is asking you. I'm not going to tell you how to answer that question, but I want you to listen carefully to the question that he asks. Understand, after Mr. Pryor asks you these questions, Mr. Wood will get a chance to offer any redirect if he deems that's necessary, which can often provide clarification. But I want you to listen carefully to the question that's being asked of you and answer only that question. Mr. Pryor, you can ask the question again.
So I noticed you just took a look at Mr. Wood. Is there a reason why you just did that?
I looked around.
Oh, you looked around?
Mhm.
Okay.
I didn't actually look at his face.
Okay. Just over in that direction. So why don't you tell me what the religious nature of this preparedness camp is, ma'am?
People sharing their spiritual experiences,
Okay.
scriptural based to personal dreams.
Does it have a specific religious affiliation in this religious preparedness camp?
People that belong to our church,
What church is that, ma'am?
the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
So you represent yourself as an LDS person, is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And the first opportunity for you to meet Mr. Daybell was in July of 2017. Did you have a face-to-face meeting with him?
Yes,
Okay, did you discuss anything in particular?
yes.
I'm sorry, Judge, I heard some voices in the corner and it distracted me, I apologize. And then did you have any contact with him prior to the July 18th organization that you went to in Mesa, Arizona?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so you don't have any recollection of whether you spoke to him again between July of 2017 and July of 2018, is that correct?
I'm not sure. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And then you were at some sort of an organization in July of 2018, is that right?
I'm sorry, 2018?
In Mesa, Arizona.
I'm just checking my mind with my dates. I believe so.
Is there anything that you have in terms of a medical condition that affects your ability to recollect anything, ma'am?
No,
Is there any condition such as an auditory disorder that you've been diagnosed with that affects your ability to understand and hear things?
no,
You've never been medically diagnosed with an auditory disorder?
no.
Okay. At some point you met Lori Vallow, is that correct?
Correct.
And when was that?
October 2018.
Did you meet Chad Daybell at the same time?
No,
That was a different occasion. And where did you meet Miss Vallow, ma'am?
in Mesa, Arizona at a church building.
Okay, and what was the nature of the proceeding that you were at? Was it a preparedness camp again?
No, it was a held by the church, inside the church, about preparedness type of classes that they asked me to speak on.
Okay, and this was the church that was supporting this preparedness situation was part of the LDS church, is that correct?
Yes, but these groups are separate.
I'm sorry, say that again?
These groups are not affiliated with each other.
Okay, okay, but it was at an LDS church and it was an LDS sponsored event, is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay, was Mr. Daybell there?
No,
Okay. And then on July of 18th, when you met him in Mesa, Arizona, when is the next time that you met him?
I met him. We saw each other in October 2018, probably a week or two after I met Lori.
Okay. And that was in St. George?
Yes,
And what was the nature of that meeting? Where was that taking place at? In a church as well?
no, I think it was in an elementary school.
Okay. And what was the nature of that meeting? What was
It was a variety of speakers.
okay. And what was the topics?
We had some talking about science.
Okay.
We had some talking about Book of Mormon evidence.
Okay.
We had some talking about their dreams of visions.
Okay. And were you a speaker at that as well?
No,
There's a gentleman's name who came up, and it's Mr. Warwick. You mentioned him a couple of times
Yes.
yesterday. What's your relationship with Mr. Warwick?
he's my boyfriend.
Okay. Are you two living together?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Do you know where Mr. Warwick lives?
Yes,
Where does he live?
he lives in Utah,
Where in Utah?
Pleasant Grove,
Okay, where do you live, ma'am?
Gilbert, Arizona.
And that's your permanent address in Gilbert, Arizona?
Correct.
And again, The October 26th at St. George, did that have religious overtones as well?
Yes,
And that was also somewhat sponsored by the LDS Church, is that correct?
not by the church, by individuals.
Okay. But the theme of that was consistent with what your religious faith is that correct?
Correct.
And are you telling me that on October 26th, Mr. Daybell was there as well?
Yes.
Okay.
If you could speak a little closer to your mic.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
telling me that.
Mhm.
And Mr. Daybell, do you recall what his topic was at that time on October of 2018?
Yes, he talked about the different visions he had of what he saw was going to happen in the last days.
Is that something that interested you?
Yes,
Is that something that's inconsistent with your religious beliefs?
no,
Okay. So it's something that's consistent with your religious beliefs, is that correct?
yes,
Okay, all right. And then at some point, do you have a recollection when Mr. Daybell and Lori Vallow met?
yes,
And you were present for that meeting, is that correct?
yes,
And was that in Arizona?
no. As you recall, I said St. George, Utah.
That was on the 26th of 2018 in St. George. That's correct. Okay. So you had known Miss Vallow at that point for how long?
A few weeks.
Okay. Did you form a friendship?
Yes,
Was it an immediate friendship?
yes,
Would you describe, obviously, I heard some of your testimony on that tape, but from that time in October until, maybe the beginning of last year, you had a very close friendship. Would that be fair?
yes,
Sisters?
possibly.
Well, possibly, or were you that close?
We were close.
Okay. You shared a number of things.
Yes,
You shared your belief about having visions about things that may happen in the future, correct?
not my visions, not her visions.
Okay. But you're not in disbelief about having visions about things, are you?
I'm not in disbelief.
Right. Okay. Can you tell me how many times you spoke with the Gilbert Police Department?
Oh, multiple times, maybe 5 or 6.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of the first time you spoke with the Gilbert Police Department?
I believe it was December. I'm sorry, in person or on phone?
On the phone?
On phone. I believe it was December 7th or 8th.
Is it possible that in November, Officer Pillar left you a phone message to get back to him and call him?
In November. Yes,
Okay. And then in November, you didn't call him back right away, is that correct?
correct.
And then at some point, you did have contact with him. Did you initiate the contact or did Officer Gilbert initiate the contact?
Well, he first initiated it and then I secondly initiated it.
So you called him back?
Correct.
Sometime after he had called you, correct?
That's correct.
How much time passed between when he left the message and when you got back to him?
I would say within an hour, possibly.
Okay. And then at some point, there was a question regarding the whereabouts of JJ, is that right?
Correct.
And at that point, you had advised him that you had JJ in your care, correct?
I told him that I had him and then I didn't have him.
Okay. So the initial time that you told him that you had JJ, that was not a truthful statement to Officer Pillar, was it?
Correct.
And when you tell a statement that's not accurate to a police officer, that's a lie, is it not?
Correct.
So you lied to a police officer, is that correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, how long between the time when you told that lie to the police officer regarding the whereabouts of JJ Vallow, did you correct your lie? How much time passed?
Till I spoke to him on December 6th, I believe. I could be off a day or two.
So, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I want an accurate reflection of the amount of time that we're talking about. The initial call from Officer Gilbert occurred sometime in late November. Would you have any reason to disagree with that, ma'am?
No,
And then the time when you decided to tell Officer Gilbert the truth, at least what you think the truth is, was sometime in December, the 6th of December.
correct.
So approximately 10 to 12 days passed from the time you told your first lie to when you decided to come up with a different story for Officer Gilbert later on, correct?
Correct.
So at least at that point, we have 2 phone calls with Officer Gilbert, correct?
Correct.
Officer Gilbert, Officer Pillar, I'm sorry, I apologize. Officer Pillar, I can't get Gilbert, Arizona out of my mind.
Mhm.
Officer Pillar.
Mhm.
When was the next time you spoke with Officer Pillar?
Maybe the next day. And
What was the purpose of that phone call?
we were just trying to make arrangements to get together.
To discuss the case?
Correct.
And where did you make arrangements to discuss the case?
In his office in Gilbert, Arizona.
Okay, and when did you have that office visit with him? Do you recall?
I know I have it written down. I cannot recall right now. It's on my phone though.
Was it a significant amount of time or was it a brief?
Well, I was in Utah at the time.
Where were
so
you,
he
where
was-
were
he-
you in Utah?
Oh, hold up. So, Mr. Pryor, you're interrupting the witness before she can answer
I
the question.
apologize, Your Honor.
We're making a record here, so it's crucial that nobody talk over each other. So, Mr. Pryor, I want you to make an effort here to let the witness finish the answer before you ask the next question. And Ms. Gibb, if you'll make sure he finishes the question before you start to answer.
Okay,
So the last thing I heard is that you were in Utah, and I did interrupt you. I apologize for that.
it's okay.
Where were you in Utah?
I was at David Warwick's home in Pleasant Grove, Utah.
How long had you been there?
A few days, I can't recall.
And do you recall the approximate date as when you were there?
I'm sorry.
The approximate date when you were there, ma'am?
I don't have those dates memorized right now.
Okay. But at some point, you then had an face-to-face conversation with Officer Pillar of the Gilbert Police
When I
Department.
arrived home from my trip to Utah, I immediately went there that day. I didn't even go home first.
Okay. And how long was the conversation with Officer Pillar?
I would say at least 2 hours.
Okay. Did he advise you whether or not that was a recorded conversation?
I believe he did.
He said it was a recorded conversation?
I believe so, but I can't exactly recall.
And then did you have another visit with him at a later time after that?
I did.
Okay, when was that, ma'am?
I can't recall the time, but it was probably a few weeks.
A few weeks later? Okay. And again, was that a recorded conversation was that a recorded conversation?
I don't know for sure, but it could have been.
Was it an in-person discussion?
Yes.
Who else was present for that meeting?
The second meeting, I believe it was just Officer Pryor or Pillar, sorry.
Pillar? Okay. And then at some point, were you interviewed by the Rexburg Police Department?
A little bit.
When you say a little bit, could you just tell me what that means?
I just had a brief conversation and then he told me to just contact Gilbert Police to tell the whole story.
Did you have any other visits with the Gilbert Police Department after that, the last one you spoke of?
Yes.
Okay, when was the next one?
Oh, could have been like a month or two later. I can't recall.
And at any time, did you have a face-to-face meeting with anybody from the Rexburg Police Department?
Not until just a few months ago when they came down to speak to me.
Okay, and who came down to speak with you?
Detective Ball and Detective Hermosillo and Rob Woods.
Right. So at that point, do you recall what that date of that meeting was?
I believe it was in June,
Okay.
but I can't recall the date.
Okay. And again, that meeting, Officer Hermosillo was present.
Correct.
Did Officer Hermosillo say that he was recording that conversation?
I do not know.
Did you recall whether he told you that?
I can't recall.
Did Lieutenant Ball say he was recording the conversation?
I cannot recall.
Okay. Mr. Wood was present for a discussion with you in June as well, because he was present for that meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the topic of discussion was Lori Vallow?
It was everybody.
Okay. And everybody meaning Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Chad Daybell,
Correct.
Alex Cox.
Correct.
Was there also a discussion about potential difficulties you might have as a result of lying to the Gilbert Police Department?
No,
There was never any reference or any offer of any deal to testify about anything, and they would forego going after you for lying to a police officer?
no,
And you've never been offered anything by anyone in regards to the fact that you lied about, or at least you.
Objection asked and answered.
Mr. Pryor,
I judge it's a different question. It's a
I-
slightly different question.
I'll allow you to ask the question.
So again, Mr. Wood has never specifically offered you any deal to testify in any manner in this case. Is that correct?
never.
And when you came into town, when did you arrive in town this week?
Saturday.
Okay. Did you have a meeting with Mr. Wood prior to testifying today?
Yes,
Did he tell you what to say on the stand?
no,
Did he coach you in any way?
no,
Did he ask you to testify in a certain manner or wear a certain amount of clothes, a certain way?
no.
He didn't tell you anything.
We talked about a lot of things.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get into. It wasn't the weather, was it, ma'am?
No,
It was about how and what you were going to say in this hearing today, correct?
he asked me questions and I gave him answers.
Do you know whether or not that recording, that conversation was recorded or not?
I have no idea.
So if what you're telling me is that when you arrived here on Saturday, you had a meeting with Mr. Wood. Who else was present for that meeting?
David Warwick and two of the women he works with.
Okay, two of the women Mr. Warwick works with?
No, Rob Woods.
Okay, so his staff was there as well?
Correct.
Okay, was any law enforcement officer there?
Probably, yes. I saw Detective Hermosillo and some of the detectives, I didn't know their name and I didn't know their titles, but I know they told me, I just can't recall the people.
And when you say probably, the answer is there were other officers there, correct?
Yes,
And how many other officers, and you don't need to give me their names, but how many in number were in this place where you were being interviewed?
I cannot recall. There was several people going in and out. It was a busy kind of
And
a
where did this-
movement.
I'm sorry again. And where did this interview take place?
In the Madison County Courthouse.
Okay. At the prosecutor's office?
Yes,
So if I understand this correctly, that you spoke to numerous law enforcement officers about your testimony. Mr. Wood and
Objection. He's misstating her testimony.
Mr. Pryor,
well, there've been at least 4 or 5 discussions with Officer Pillar. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Officer Pillar, how many times have you?
Your
spoken?
Honor, I misunderstood his question. Never mind.
Okay.
I'll withdraw my objection.
Mr. Pryor, please proceed.
You've had numerous discussions with law enforcement officers. Is that correct?
Yes, if you could speak a little closer to your mic.
Okay, I will. Other than Officer Hermosillo and Officer Ball and Officer Pillar from the Gilbert Police Department, have you spoken to anybody with the FBI?
Yes,
And how many times did you speak with the FBI?
maybe 2 or 3 times.
When were those, ma'am?
Oh. Sometime in 2020 and sometime in the beginning of the year. I cannot recall the dates.
All right, so sometime in 2020, that's a very broad range.
I know.
Are you having difficulty remembering when you spoke with an FBI agent?
Yes,
And is it your common practice to regularly speak with FBI agents? Is that why you can't remember that you spoke with one?
it
Objection
wasn't
compound
common.
I'm
and
sorry.
argumentative.
Sustained on the argumentative. Mr. Pryor, if you'll divide your questions so that we can get one answer per question.
You testified that sometime in 2020 you spoke with the FBI. Did you speak to him in August of 2020?
I can't recall.
Okay,
August, that would be this month.
that would be. So that's why I'm trying to wonder whether or not you can't recall because there's.
I didn't know. I didn't speak to anybody in August.
Okay, did you speak to anybody in July of 2020?
I don't think so.
June of 2020.
I'm sorry?
June of 2020, did you speak to the FBI?
Probably not, but I can't recall.
Okay. Did you speak to the FBI in May of 2020?
I can't recall.
Do you have any recollection of any month that you may have spoken to the FBI?
No.
Okay. So you don't remember even talking to them?
I remember talking to them.
You just don't know what month it was?
I want to be accurate, so I don't remember.
Okay. Okay. So in 2019, do you have a more distinct recollection of when you spoke with the FBI?
No.
Was it an uneventful discussion? Is that why you don't remember it?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Was it an uneventful discussion? Is that why you don't remember it?
I just can't recall the time because it didn't have any significance of it was on the phone, so I don't remember the date.
Oh, you've never had a face-to-face discussion with the FBI?
No,
It's always been on the phone?
correct.
Okay. Do you keep your phone records?
Mostly, yes.
Okay. And you have your phone records available for the last couple of years?
I don't think they date back that long.
I want to switch gears a little bit if we may, and I'd like to talk about Alex Cox. How would you describe your relationship with Alex Cox?
A friend, friendly with each other.
How many times did you meet Alex Cox?
Multiple times, I cannot recall.
When is the first time you met Alex Cox?
Shortly after meeting Lori, between October and November 2018.
Okay. How would you describe the relationship based on the knowledge that you have of between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow?
I'm sorry, the relationship I
Yeah.
have or they have?
They have, the two of them.
Oh, those two together. They were good friends and siblings to each other. They got along really well.
Well, they were very close with each other, were they not?
Yes,
In fact, isn't it true that when they moved from Arizona to Idaho, Alex moved as well? Isn't that true?
correct.
And in fact, he tried to get an apartment right next to Lori's. Isn't that correct?
I believe so.
Right. And he actually gave up a job so that he could be with Lori in Idaho. Is that correct?
I don't know if he gave it up.
Okay. Did he do that previously as well? In Texas or something like that? Do you have any recollection of that?
I don't know, but
So when you describe they have a close relationship, it was a little more than close. They were extremely close, weren't they?
Objection, speculative.
There's no speculation. It's a specific question.
Ms.
Were they
Gibb,
extremely close?
Ms. Gibb, I'm going to authorize the question to be answered if you know the answer to that question.
I would say yes.
Okay. Now you listened to the tape recording that you recorded. And that was in, what was that, November? Was that December of last year? Is that correct, that tape recording? The 21-minute record with
No,
Lori?
December 8th.
Okay. You remember the date?
I did.
Okay. Were you prompted by law enforcement to make that phone call?
Nope.
You did that on your own?
Yep.
And the questions you asked were questions that you planned ahead of time to ask Lori about what was going on, correct?
Correct.
And you planned this as a means of trying to gain some information to somehow either clarify things for you, correct?
Partially correct. I had many objectives in that, and that was
Okay.
one of them,
Okay.
to show my innocence.
Okay, and one of the other objectives, then we'll talk about that, is to impress upon the police that you did nothing wrong. Is that correct?
Correct?
And you needed to prove to the police that you were innocent of no wrongdoing. Is that correct?
That wasn't my full objective.
But it was one of the objectives, wasn't it?
Yes.
Now, I took the liberty of listening to that tape a number of times, and I found something quite interesting, is that Lori Vallow said on the tape that she would not tell anything to Al. When she said she would not tell anything to Al, who's the Al she's talking about?
Her brother.
That would be Alex Cox.
Correct.
And she also talked about not telling you anything as well, correct?
Correct.
And you two were more than close friends. You were almost sisters with Lori Vallow, weren't you?
We were really close.
Well, were you almost sisters? Would you describe it as that close?
Possibly.
Okay. Is there a reason why you're not saying yes?
Well, it's just a big word to say you're sisters with somebody. I haven't known her for very long, so it's only
Right.
been a few months.
Okay. But you knew her long enough to make that phone call to try to get her to help you clear your name, right?
Partially.
Okay. Now, would you describe Lori as someone who's a persuasive person?
Yes.
And she's got quite a dynamic personality, doesn't she?
Yes.
And she's very convincing, isn't she?
Yes.
And if she says that she would not discuss anything with any of her children or the whereabouts with anybody close to her, would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
So she would, no matter who it is, she would probably refrain from giving out any information if it served her purpose.
The
correct?
objection is speculative. Calls for facts, not in evidence.
Sustained.
I'd like to talk a little bit and switch gears a little bit. You went down to, You came to Rexburg around the 19th of September, is that right? Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
And part of your visit, you brought your boyfriend at the time, David Warwick, correct?
He met me there.
Okay, you guys met there.
Correct.
And then you were staying in, and I've had an opportunity to go through all of the police reports and all the evidence, but you were staying in Lori Vallow's apartment, is that correct?
Correct.
And you and David were staying in Tylee's room, from what I understand, the statements that were previously given, is that correct?
I was
Oh, where was David staying?
in JJ's room.
Okay. Now, and obviously correct me if I'm wrong, but you had a poor relationship with Tylee, and isn't that correct?
I would say I had pretty much a no relationship with Tyler.
Right. She didn't care. Well, all right, I want to strike this because I don't want to misrepresent. Both of you weren't particularly fond of each other. Is that correct?
Objection
just
asked
did
and
not.
answered.
That hasn't been asked and answered, Judge.
Overruled. I'll allow the question.
You and Tylee were not particularly fond of each other. Is that correct?
I don't know how she felt about me, but I did not have a relationship with her. I would not say that.
Okay. Okay. But it's no surprise that she didn't necessarily want to be around you, did she?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You could really care less whether you were around her as well. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Well, if it's not necessarily, does that mean yes, no, or you just don't want to answer?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
How would you describe your relationship with Tylee, other than not at all? Did you care to be around her or not?
Very
Objection
little.
asked and answered.
Okay. I'm fine,
Sustained.
Judge. I'm going to move on. How would you describe your relationship with JJ?
I tried to communicate, but he didn't reciprocate, so there was not a relationship.
Okay. He was autistic, obviously, right?
Correct.
And you're familiar with that as well. You share with Lori the job of caring for autistic children as well, do you not?
Objection
Correct.
relevance.
Repeat the question for me, Mr. Pryor.
You share the job and the obligation of caring for an autistic child as well, do you not, Ms. Gibb?
I'd also renew the objection on the grounds that it's beyond the scope of the direct.
I don't know how far you're gonna go along this road, Mr. Pryor. I'll allow that one question. But as far as relevance goes, I agree. You're bordering on the relevant.
All right. You share that with Ms. Vallow, as you have an autistic child as well, do you not, ma'am?
Correct.
Now, that child was also interviewed by the police about the whereabouts of J.J. Vallow. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were you present for that?
No.
You chose not to be?
I was in Utah. He was in Gilbert.
So the Gilbert police approached him and interviewed him about, to your knowledge, about the whereabouts of JJ?
They asked him questions.
Okay. Do you have any recollection as to whether or not he cooperated with the officers?
He says he had a short visit with them.
Okay. And when did he say that short visit was?
Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. To your recollection, were you ever present when your son and JJ Vallow had a short visit? At the time period that he was talking about, ma'am?
They never had a visit during that period.
Okay. So that was not a truthful statement that your son made to the Gilbert police?
My
Department?
son did not
Objection
understand the
calls for
question.
hearsay.
It's not calling for hearsay, that's just asking whether or not she believes it was a truthful statement to the police department about her son saying she had a visit with JJ Vallow when it didn't happen.
Your Honor, he's just trying to sneak in a statement of someone who's not here in the courtroom. It's calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, I'm going to move on, Judge.
Thank you.
You left on the 23rd of September, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, you didn't see Tylee at all, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, on the Sunday, the 22nd, did David and Chad go to deal with some real estate matters together?
I did as well. And so Alex was there too.
Oh, that was news to me. I wasn't aware you went as well. Where did you guys go?
We went to a lot that was close to Mr. Daybell's home.
And what time was that? Do you recall?
It was sometime in the afternoon. I don't recall exactly.
Okay, sometime meaning between 12 and 5 or 6?
I would say either late morning or early afternoon.
Okay. And the purpose of that was for what, ma'am?
Chad wanted to show this piece of land to David, and he encouraged him to consider building on that land.
Okay. It's your boyfriend. Is your boyfriend in the real estate business, ma'am?
General contractor.
General contractor, okay. Was Lori Vallow present for that?
No.
Was Alex present for that?
Yes.
Okay. And what time did that end?
I don't recall.
Was it a long visit?
I would say an hour-ish.
Okay. Now on the night of the 22nd, Alex Cox was babysitting JJ. Is that what I recall from your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to go through a brief timeline if I may.
Okay.
So you got back from a real estate event sometime late afternoon, something like that. Is that correct?
Something like that.
Then you and your boyfriend drove over to Lori's apartment?
After that meeting, yes.
Yeah. Did Alex go with you in the same car?
No, he had his own vehicle.
Okay. Did Alex go over to Lori's apartment as well that day afterwards?
I don't recall when he did. He was in and out often.
He was, I'm sorry, what?
He was in and out. He would come in and out of the house, so I don't recall exactly when he arrived or exactly when he did. I don't remember.
He had an ability to just visit Lori. They were very close in that he would just come in when he felt like it. Is that fair to
Yeah.
say?
I would say that's fair.
Okay. All right. And so at some point on the 22nd, he was coming in and out, correct?
Yes.
You talked a little bit about Alex carrying JJ back into Lori's apartment.
Correct.
Do you recall when that was approximately?
As I shared yesterday, it was sometime between the hours of 9 p.m. to midnight-ish,
Did Alex stay in the apartment that night?
and not to my knowledge.
Well, how big of an apartment is this?
There are 3 bedrooms upstairs and none downstairs.
So with you in one bedroom and your boyfriend in the other bedroom and Lori in a bedroom, where was JJ?
He had like a little bed in the corner of her room. And
Okay.
so that's where she would have him sleep.
Oh, okay. Was that a permanent structure in there, ma'am?
It was a
Permanent
bed
bed?
in a corner.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was JJ there at night between 9 and 12?
To my knowledge, he was.
And Alex put him to bed, is that correct?
I just remember him coming in the house holding him, and then I turned back to the recording that I was doing that evening.
Okay. And what was the nature of the recording then?
We were recording a podcast with Lori present, and we were interviewing David, and he was sharing a lot of his personal spiritual experiences and conversion to our church.
Okay, and that's the LDS religion?
Correct.
So Lori was actively involved as well in the LDS religion at that time during that meeting as well, correct?
Correct.
And she shared the same beliefs that you share in terms of the religion, is that correct?
Correct.
And Chad shared the same religious beliefs as part of the LDS church as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So all of you, David, yourself, Lori, and Chad all share the same and are consistent with your LDS beliefs. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You got up in the morning on the 23rd?
Sometime.
Do you recall about what time, ma'am?
I don't.
Okay. But you do recall that JJ wasn't there.
Correct.
Well, if you didn't know he slept there when you were doing your podcast, how did you know he was there? Wasn't there? in the
As I
morning?
said, I don't recall seeing him. I never recall seeing him.
Oh, so he may have been there.
I didn't see him.
Okay, but he may have been there or he may not have been there. Would that be a fair statement?
Sure.
Well, I don't need sure. Is that a fair statement or is it an unfair statement?
It could be fair.
Okay, thank you. Did Lori rely on Alex for babysitting?
Sometimes. I don't believe all the time. I wouldn't know all her babysitting moments.
And up until the time that Lori moved here around September 1st, Mr. Daybell wasn't a regular visitor with Lori Daybell prior to September 1st. Would that be fair?
Calls for facts outside of evidence.
Will you please repeat the question, Mr. Pryor?
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Daybell was not a regular visitor with Lori Vallow until she moved here on September 1st? Would that be fair?
Would it be fair that who is not a regular visitor?
Would it be fair that Mr. Daybell was not a regular visitor with Miss Vallow until after he moved here, until after she moved here on September 1st, ma'am?
Mr. Wood, your objection
I'll
is
withdraw the
spec-
objection.
Okay. Ms. Gibb, if you know the answer to that question, you can answer it.
I know according to knowledge from what Lori shared that they visited often.
Oh, they did. Was that prior to September 1st?
Yes.
Oh, so he would go to where was Lori living?
She lived multiple places.
Well, let's talk about that. Where was she living prior to September 1st?
She was living in Chandler, Arizona.
Okay, did she move somewhere else prior to Chandler?
Yes.
Where she lived?
She lived in Texas. I'm sorry. Yes, Texas.
Do you have a recollection of when she lived in Texas?
I'm not sure exactly the months, but I want to say somewhere between April or May or
Of what year, ma'am?
something, or June of 2019, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, 2019.
And about how long did she live in Texas, ma'am?
It seemed that it was around 2 months. It could have been a little bit more, a little bit less.
And then she moved to Chandler, Arizona, is that correct?
Correct.
Did she live any place after Chandler before she came to Rexburg?
I don't think so,
Well,
no.
you said multiple places. That's what I'm trying to get at. Was it just 2 places?
No. So she lived with Alex Cox for a period of time.
Oh, when did she live with Alex?
So the beginning of 2019, after she left Charles, and she also lived in Hawaii for a period of time, so.
Right.
Was
Was she in Hawaii? And I'm not talking about the time that she was with Chad. Was she in Hawaii with Alex as well?
I don't think he was there. I don't know for sure.
It's possible he was in Hawaii as well.
I don't recall it.
He had a habit of kind of following her, didn't he?
I don't know, following, but they were around each other a lot, and then she went to his house to live, so
Right.
she went over there.
So they were pretty strongly bonded with each other, weren't they?
Yes.
I'm, and I didn't hear what the name was, and I apologize for my ignorance. Talk to me a little bit about, I think you said King Noah. Was it King Noah? Is that what you mentioned on the tape when you were talking to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. And the date of that conversation with Lori was when, December 8th again?
Yes.
And I was having some difficulty kind of gathering what the reference to King Noah was about. Tell me about that.
She brought the reference up to the fact that a prophet named Alma, and she asked me about Alma, and so I explained to her, the people that were surrounded with that occurrence of Alma's
What's the
experience.
occurrence of Alma?
Mr. Pryor, you keep interrupting the witness, so it's extremely difficult for me to hear the last few words of her answer before you answer. So if you'll please allow her to finish before you interrupt.
Again, Your Honor, I apologize.
No problem.
So, ma'am, I'm sorry, and I'll try to do better. I'm just intrigued by this, and obviously, please excuse my ignorance. Tell me a little bit about Alma.
Alma was a prophet, but before he became that prophet, he was in a court as a high priest to a king called King Noah. But this King Noah was a very unrighteous king.
Okay.
And so Alma, being one of the judges or high priests that were listening to another prophet call them to repentance, named Abinadi, he started to feel that the actions of King Noah were evil, and he broke away from this group, and then he left.
Okay. And I got the sense that there was some sort of adultery undertone there. Am I misunderstanding that?
Yeah, King Noah and his group of people tend to be breaking the commandments, and he became an unrighteous prophet.
Okay, so adultery is obviously that's
Your
something.
Honor, I objection relevance.
Mr. Pryor, do you want to respond to that?
Well, Judge, there was some reference to Ms. Vallow's behavior and some reference to King Noah and Angel Maroney or something like that. And I think, quite honestly, I ought to be able to inquire if the tape was played, it was presented as evidence. And I think I at least ought to inquire what that reference and what she was referring to. So that's what I'm trying to get at is get an explanation of what that reference was, because I am terribly confused about what they were talking about.
Objection overruled. I'll allow the questioning.
Okay. So was adultery part of this, the dynamic of this issue with King Noah and the such?
It was multiple things that King Noah, I said riotous living.
Okay, what do you
and
mean by
other
right?
things.
Gotta stop. I'm sorry, Judge. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know everything that they were doing in the scriptural reference, other than they noted it. So whatever that meant in their day,
So in multiple things, adultery obviously was one of those, correct?
it was one of those.
Okay. And in the scripture that you're referring to, is there a biblical source of that information and that story that you're telling me?
Which scripture reference are you referring to?
The one about King Noah that you were discussing with Lori Vallow. What is the source? What is there a book or a document that story is told in?
Oh, it's in the Book of Mormon.
It's in the Book of Mormon. Okay.
Correct.
So your reference with Lori, obviously she understands that because she was actively and still participating in the LDS religion.
Correct.
And Mr. Daybell was actively participating in the LDS religion, correct?
That I know of.
Okay. And you are actively participating in the LDS religion.
Correct.
So all of you understood the references that you were
Yes.
talking about. That's what I was trying to get at. And thank you, ma'am, for explaining that. I didn't understand. Okay. And please excuse my ignorance. Oh, I think I asked you about the podcast and what the subject was. It was a religious subject, was it not?
Yes.
Oh, I did. And thank you. Mr. Daybell was an author, is that correct?
Is he an author?
Yes.
Correct.
And he writes fiction, is that correct?
I haven't read all his
Objection
books.
is beyond the scope, relevance.
Mr. Pryor?
Well, Judge, I think what she did is talk an awful lot about Mr. Daybell and her knowledge of Mr. Daybell. And I think quite honestly, if I'm using this as a way of trying to find out exactly how familiar she is with Mr. Daybell. She made a number of statements, and quite honestly, I think I ought to be able to inquire about, how much does she know about Mr. Daybell? I think that's perfectly relevant.
Mr. Wood?
Fail to see how it's relevant at all, Your Honor. This is turning into a fishing expedition. Preliminary hearing is not for the defense to engage in discovery. He's limited in what he's supposed to ask to what was presented on direct.
I agree with Mr. Wood. However, I think that there is some inquiry that can be made here. The question was about an author and what the substance of the books were, what genre they were. So I'll allow the questioning. You can continue to make your objection, Mr. Wood, if you'd like, if you feel it's going too far.
You haven't read all of his books, but the nature of it is that he's a fiction writer. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay, and you're I don't want to say fiance, you're not engaged to Mr. Warwick, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Warwick is a writer as well?
No.
Oh, I was under the impression he was an author as well. He wrote some things. That's incorrect?
And correct.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing further. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Gibb. I appreciate your patience with me.
You're welcome.
Mr. Wood, and you redirect.
Your Honor, the state would ask for a 5-minute recess.
We'll take 5.
All right.
All right. My God. What did we just see? What just happened? Holy cannoli, man. Phew, glad we have a break because I need to talk about this stuff. Wow. All right. Whew. My goodness. Oh, where do we start with this mess? First of all, John Pryor. I sound different? Do I sound okay? Maybe I should sit way over here like John Pryor because you're used to really quiet noise. No, let's not do that. Okay, where do we start? John Pryor and his phobia of microphones is annoying. There's nothing I can do about that. I can fix it in post-processing. Like when I upload the clips, I will boost his volume, but there's nothing I can do about it while it's live. I don't control the audio for this feed. I've got all of my stuff turned up as loud as it can possibly go, but that's all I can do. I'm really sorry about that. I cannot stand this guy. I can't. Now, y'all know I'm not a fan of Melanie Gibb, but I can still dislike someone and dislike what they've done and still feel really bad for them. I feel really bad for what he just did to Melanie Gibb. There was one point where she started shifting and almost bouncing in her seat, and it looked like she was tearing up and her eyes got really wide. I can empathize with how difficult that was for her, and I think that's terrible. Yeah, she does need an attorney. Man, she needs an attorney. Whew. So I feel bad for what he just put her through. I think it was unnecessary. I think Pryor was just trying to throw her off her game and get her off center a bit. And it was nasty. I felt very uncomfortable watching that. I don't like that guy at all. I really don't. Now, this is just a preliminary hearing. That didn't need to happen here. Okay, it shouldn't even happen in trial, but certainly for preliminary hearing, he's trying to play some kind of super defense attorney and play a game that does not need to be played in a preliminary hearing. That's not what this hearing is about. So, very angry at John Pryor. I also, the fact that he brought up Melanie's autistic son, that was an extremely low blow. I think that should have been out of bounds, off limits. I can talk to you about my personal opinion about her leaving an autistic child to go play religious gatherer or whatever she was doing. I hate that she did that. I do. But that has no bearing on this hearing. And for him to bring that up just to hurt her, man, no. So, yeah, very upset about him. It was disgusting. It was, Joji, you're right. What John Pryor just did was absolutely disgusting. So, also, his fake voice. You hear his tone of voice change, and it changes so much that he's obviously acting. Oh, but Judge, I'm just terribly confused. I just don't understand anything about this Maroney person. Nobody living there where they live does not know about the angel Moroni, and also know it's pronounced Moroni. So he did that on purpose. He's playing a game. You can hear his voice change. He'll get very angry with her, like, da 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 da. Oh, but Judge, I just don't understand. Oh, it's God, I can't stand people that do that. I can't stand that sort of lies. It's lies. It's games. It's manipulation. I hate it. Hate it. Pengar says it's his job. It's his job to be a defense attorney and to raise questions and to poke holes in stories. It's not his job to be a manipulative piece of garbage. He did not have to do that at all. Yeah. Ugh. Blech. Gross. Now remember, this is the guy with a does he have a misdemeanor charge for sexual assault, something like that, years ago? I forget when it was, 2011, I think it was. Yeah, he's not a nice guy, so I can't stop thinking about that while I'm listening to him talk, and that doesn't help me like him. Yuck. So, Carolyn Dillman, you are welcome. It is the angel Moroni, and I cannot believe for a second that John Pryor does not know that. His Chad Daybell is his client. Of course he knows how to pronounce that name. He did that on purpose to try to be like, oh, I really don't know what I'm talking about. I'll just say it wrong. Yeah. Ugh, gross. But let's talk about some of the things that Melanie said. I don't think we learned anything too new, except she seems to have changed her story from yesterday, and that's a big problem. Now, yesterday, when she was talking about the event that she was in Rexburg to go to. She said, I went to a Firm Foundation event. And Sam and I both fell out of our chairs. Like, you said what? We could not believe that she said that. Apparently, she could not believe that she said that too, because today she changed it to a real estate event. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's not what that was. A Firm Foundation event is not a real estate event. That was all right, Mel. I see what you did there. I see you, girl. Mm-hmm. That was kind of crazy. And we'll talk later on about why that's such a big deal. It's a very big deal. One thing we saw Melanie doing on the stand is really trying to weave around the ugly truths, right? He's talking about, what are these prepper events? Oh, well, we learned how to cook on a grill. Hee hee. What? No. She's trying to explain it in a way that's not exactly truthful. The prepper events are not to learn how to cook on the grill and camp outside and have family fun. No, it's teaching you how to survive the tribulations and the end times. Right? But she doesn't want to say that. She played it down. She twisted it around. She made it sound like they like camping. What's wrong with that? Where John Pryor was really trying to get her to come out and say, well, isn't there a religious reason? Isn't there? And she's like, oh, well, we just like camping. No, that's prepping for the end of the world and the end times. But here we go. We're back. I have to be quiet. We'll talk more later. Here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. We'll be back on the record. We will not be back on the record yet. No worries. We'll now go back on the record. The court took a brief recess at the request of the state before redirect was going to be started. Mr. Wood, do you wish to have redirect of the witness, Ms. Gibb?
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Ms. Gibb, you testified that you were there when Chad and Lori met, correct?
Correct.
Now, Lori had told you, or is it true that Lori had told you she had read Chad Daybell's books
Yes.
before they met?
Yes.
And you recently testified that Lori and Chad met up several times, correct?
Correct.
And Lori told you about these visits, correct?
Yes.
And they were infatuated with each other, weren't they?
Yes.
And Mr. Pryor asked you about your LDS beliefs,
Yes.
questioned you quite rigorously about it. And you're a member of the LDS faith. And
Yes.
and you testified that Chad, to your knowledge, is a member of the LDS faith, correct?
Correct.
And Lori was a member of the LDS faith, correct?
Correct.
And that you had some level of bonding over the LDS faith, correct?
Yes.
But did Lori believe things that you didn't believe?
Yes.
Who taught her those things?
She was taught through Chad
And how do you know that?
because she didn't seem to have knowledge of the things she shared with me until she met him.
Okay. And did she ever tell you that Chad taught her things?
Yes.
The weekend of the 19th to the 23rd of September 2019. You testified earlier, didn't you, that Chad Daybell was at Lori Vallow's residence several times?
Yes.
No further questions. Ms. Gibb, you may be excused from the witness stand. Mr. Pryor, Mr. Wood, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Gibb. Mr. Wood, next witness.
State would call David Warwick.
Did we clean that? Just stand at ease for a moment while we clean the witness stand. Mr. Warwick, if you'll come forward, stand in front of the plexiglass, raise your right arm and face the clerk.
We solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're asking in the constant opportunity will be the true, whole truth, and the best truth so help you God. Yes.
Mr. Warwick, you can be seated right here in this witness box. You can take off your mask when you're seated there. If you'll please put yourself close to that microphone, we're making an audio recording. Mr. Warwick, if you'll also make sure to wait for the question to be completed before you answer the question, and then try not to speak over an attorney if they're in the middle of a question, so that we don't have two different voices going at the same time. Mr. Wood, you may inquire when you're ready.
Will you state your name and spell for the record?
Couldn't hear the last part.
Okay, so Mr. Wood, if you'll speak closer to that microphone, it's difficult with this plexiglass.
Sure.
So Mr. Wood, if you'll speak loudly, we'll make sure that Mr. Warwick can hear you.
Mr. Warwick, could you state your name and spell it for the record?
David Dale Warwick.
Mr. Warwick, can you spell that name for the record? Spell it.
Warwick.
Thank you. Mr. Warwick, how long have you known Chad Daybell?
We crossed paths several times in the last 5 years.
So approximately 5 years.
What's that?
So you've known him approximately.
Approximately,
5 years.
yeah.
Okay. And are you familiar with Lori Vallow Daybell?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you familiar with Lori Vallow Daybell?
Yes.
When did you meet her?
I met her first week of August 2019
Where was that?
at her home,
Where was her home?
Gilbert, Arizona.
Okay. Was Chad Daybell there?
Yes.
Mr. Warwick, have you ever met Tylee Reiner?
No.
Have you met JJ Vallow?
Yes.
When did you meet JJ Vallow?
I met JJ Vallow on September 21st, 2019.
Where was that?
That was at her town, Lori's town home in Rexburg.
Okay. Why were you there?
I was invited, I was coming up for a conference, and I was invited to stay there instead of renting a hotel room. And so that's why I was there.
Okay. When did you arrive there?
I arrived Friday night about 7:30.
And you said you were there for a conference, correct?
Say that again?
You said you were there for a conference, correct?
Yeah, the conference was on Saturday. And so,
And you attended that conference, correct?
yes.
While you were there, how often did you see Chad Daybell?
At the condo or over the weekend?
Over the
Sorry.
weekend?
3 times that I can recall.
Okay. How many times did you see him in Lori's home?
Mr. Warwick, we have a listening device here. I can tell that
Yes.
maybe you're a little bit hard of hearing.
Yeah, I am.
We appreciate you being here. We want to accommodate you. Do you mind if we try this hearing device to see if it's a little bit easier for you to hear?
Yes, that'd be great.
Right there, keep that mic away from him.
Okay, is this like going like that? Okay.
Mr. Warwick, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Is that better?
About the same.
All right, well, let's experiment with it a little bit here. If it's not better, you're welcome to take it off. I want to do all that I can to make sure that you can hear me, hear Mr. Wood, and hear Mr. Pryor when those questions are happening. If there's anything you don't hear, please let us know. We'll speak louder and we'll speak slower. We want to make sure that the testimony and the record is very clear here today, okay?
Okay.
You may proceed, Mr. Wood.
Mr. Warwick, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay. I don't recall if you answered my last question. How many times over the weekend of September 20th through the 23rd, how many times did you see the defendant Chad Daybell at Lori's house?
Once.
Okay. So when was that?
That would be Sunday, the 22nd.
Okay. Did you have opportunity to visit with Mr. Daybell?
I did.
What did you speak about?
I asked him about his relationship with Tammy,
Who was Tammy?
his wife.
Okay. Mr. Warwick, did you see J.J. Vallow in Lori's apartment?
I did.
Did you interact with him at all?
I tried to a couple of times.
Okay. How did that go?
It was like I wasn't even there. He didn't acknowledge me at all.
Okay. And you're aware that he had autism, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the night of September 22nd, 2019?
Yes.
What did you do that night?
I was doing a podcast with Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow.
Was JJ there when you did your podcast?
No.
Did you see him at all that night?
Yes.
When was that?
When he was staying with Alex, and Alex brought him home and carried him to bed. So
Okay.
when the door opened, that's when
I think that's me.
Okay, you, is it the binder that's getting close to the,
Maybe it's not me. I don't know. I can't tell.
why don't we try those without that? I apologize, Mr. Warwick. No one should have to hear that annoying sound in their ears.
Are your ears okay?
yeah, I'll just focus more.
You were just talking about, I believe, Mr. Cox bringing JJ into Lori's house.
Yes.
Do you recall what time that was?
I don't recall it exactly.
Okay.
It was later in the night.
Okay. Was Chad Daybell there?
What's that?
Was Chad Daybell there at that same time?
No.
Let's talk about the morning of September 23rd, 2019. What did you do that morning?
I got up to get ready to go. Then I went downstairs to say goodbye to everybody.
Okay. And who was there?
Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow.
Okay. Did you see JJ there?
No,
Did you talk to Lori about JJ that morning?
I did.
What did she tell you about JJ that morning?
She said that he was being a zombie and climbed up on the cabinets, climbed up on top of the fridge, smashed her picture of Christ down, and then climbed up onto the upper cabinets and got between the top of the cabinet and the ceiling.
Okay. And then what did she tell you?
I asked to see him, and she just said that he was out of control, so she had Alex come and get him.
And who was Alex?
Lori's brother.
Okay. Is that Alex Cox?
Yes.
State has no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. Mr. Pryor, if you'll please speak as close as you possibly can to that microphone. I think it's going to be a lot easier to hear.
And Mr. Warwick, at any time you don't understand my question, would you please ask me to state it again, please, sir, would you?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Warwick, would it be a fair statement that Mr. Daybell only showed up the entire weekend from the 19th to the 23rd at Lori Vallow's apartment one time?
That's what I can remember.
Okay. So to suggest, or if anyone suggested that he was in and out of there multiple times, that's just not a true statement, would it? Is that correct?
I'm not sure about that either. I know I saw Chad throughout the weekend at least 3 times. I'm trying to remember if it was twice at Lori's or other places because we went to other properties.
But when someone suggests multiple times, that means more than 3 or 4 times. And that's
Objection.
It means more than once.
The foundation is testimonial.
Hold up. So Mr. Warwick, if there's an objection, if you'll make sure to stop testifying, I'm going to rule on the objection and then we'll ask you to continue forward. The question was multiple times insinuates 3 or 4 times, something to that effect.
More than 3 or 4 times, Judge.
More than 3 or 4 times. Mr. Wood, your objection?
That's testimonial.
Mr. Pryor, do you wish to respond to that?
Well, it's not testimonial, it's a question. And for us to clarify what the fact that there may have been a suggestion he was there multiple times, I get to clarify that.
He doesn't get to create new definitions for words, Your Honor.
I'm not trying to create new definitions for words. I'm trying to clarify what all of the testimony in this case is, and I'm entitled to do that.
Mr. Pryor, why don't you ask the witness what his definition of multiple times is, and then you can go from there.
Mr. Warwick, what is your definition of multiple times?
More than once.
Okay. So 2 times is multiple times.
Yeah, 2 times to be multiple times. And,
Okay.
you know, I'm just trying to be going off the best of my memory,
Okay.
to be honest.
And I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. There was one of those multiple times, the 2 or 3 times you saw Mr. Daybell was viewing a piece of property. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was at what time? That was on the Sunday, the 22nd?
It was a Sunday. It was Sunday. I can't remember if it was late morning or afternoon.
And who was present at that real estate discussion?
First, it was Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, Melanie Gibb, and then Chad showed up later with a realtor.
Okay. And where was that located, that discussion and that meeting?
It was.
May I offer a suggestion,
Well, I'm
Jane?
trying to.
May I offer a suggestion that it was at a piece of property close to Chad Daybell's?
Yes.
So at that point, Miss Vallow and your girlfriend at the time, Miss Gibb, were there. Then you showed up, and then Mr. Daybell showed up with a real estate agent and himself. So there were 5 of you there. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And how long of a meeting was that, sir?
I'd estimate 30 minutes.
Okay. And when did that meeting end approximately? And I don't need an exact idea, but a ballpark as to when you felt that meeting ended.
I really don't recall.
Okay. And then after that meeting was it late afternoon, early afternoon?
I really don't recall. I'm
Okay.
trying to.
Was it in the morning?
If it was morning, I would say it was late.
Okay. But at some point the meeting ended, and then did Mr. Daybell go back to Lori Vallow's apartment at that point?
No,
Did Miss Vallow and your girlfriend go back to Lori Vallow's apartment?
well, everybody had separate cars, so we all just kind of went our different directions.
Okay. At some point, did all of you meet back at Lori Vallow's apartment that evening?
Please repeat.
I'm sorry?
I couldn't understand the question.
At some point later that evening, did you, Miss Vallow, and your girlfriend, Miss Gibb, go back to Lori Vallow's apartment that night?
Yes,
And you did a podcast, is that correct?
yes.
And that was what day, sir?
Sunday night, the 22nd.
Okay, and on Sunday night, the 22nd, did you see JJ Vallow?
No,
Did you stay with your girlfriend the entire time during that podcast?
yes,
And she was with you the entire time, is that correct?
yes,
So if you didn't see JJ Vallow, the likelihood is that she wouldn't have seen JJ Vallow either. Would that be fair, sir?
Calls for speculation, objection.
can I ask a clarification? Oh, sorry.
Hold up there, Mr. Warwick. There's been an objection, calls for speculation. Mr. Pryor, I'll give you a chance to respond to that objection.
Judge, I'm asking what his perception is as to whether or not he was with her the whole time, and whether is it possible that she could have observed JJ Vallow on that night, being that he was with her the entire time during the podcast. I don't think that's inappropriate in any way, Your Honor.
I will allow the question. Why don't you please repeat it very clearly so Mr. Warwick understands it?
And Mr. Warwick, since you were with Melanie Gibb the entire time during that podcast, if she were to say that she saw JJ Vallow, you would have seen JJ Vallow as well. Would that be fair, sir?
Yes,
Speculation does not judge.
Overruled.
Now, at some point over the weekend, this is a 3-bedroom townhome, is that correct?
yes,
Well, Ms. Vallow was staying in one room, right?
yes,
And you were staying in another room, correct?
yes,
Was anybody else staying in any of the other rooms?
yes.
Who?
Melanie,
And whose room was she staying in?
Tylee's,
Okay, and you were staying in whose?
JJ's.
Okay. Are you aware of whether or not your girlfriend has any kind of an auditory disorder or been diagnosed with a hearing difficulty?
Please repeat.
Are you aware of whether or not your girlfriend has any kind of an auditory or hearing disorder of any kind?
Objection beyond the scope, relevance.
Mr. Pryor?
Judge, it goes to perception of whether or not either of them can hear properly. I think it's proper examination. Ms. Gibb had testified a certain way, and I want this witness to confirm that. And I think I'm I think I'm perfectly within my right to inquire about that.
With the objection beyond the scope, there was no direct examination of this witness about an auditory disorder of Ms. Gibbs, so I will sustain the objection.
You're aware of Mr. Daybell's writings, is that correct?
Please,
You're familiar with Mr. Daybell's writings, is that correct?
Objection beyond the scope. We never asked that or anything about that.
Sustained.
Judge, if I may, there was some inquiry about him having familiarity and knowing Mr. Daybell for 5 years. I think I ought to be able to inquire as to what is the extent and his understanding of that relationship that he claims he has had with Mr. Daybell for 5 years. So I would ask the court to, respectfully, I would ask the court to reconsider its ruling.
Mr. Wood, I'll let you respond to that. That is true. There was questioning about the relationship between Mr. Warwick and Mr. Daybell.
If he wants to ask about the relationship, I think that's fine. We did ask about that. We didn't ask anything about Mr. Daybell's books or his writings.
Mr. Pryor, I will allow you to ask questions about the relationship.
Okay, and Mr. Warwick, the nature of the relationship is that the two of you would go to preparedness camps, is that correct?
We've been to preparedness camps, but not together.
Okay, and both of you share a faith in the LDS religion, is that correct?
Yes,
As well as your girlfriend and Miss Vallow also are active and share the faith in the LDS religion, is that correct?
yes,
And you're familiar with Mr. Daybell because as part of these seminars and places you visit over the years, one of them is Mr. Daybell as being an author of fiction books, is that correct?
yes,
Okay, so you're familiar with Mr. Daybell's writings and his fiction writings, is that correct?
not the fiction. I did not read any fiction books.
Okay, but he did write fiction books.
Your Honor, I've already objected. This has been ruled on.
Judge, it goes back to his understanding of his relationship. I think it's perfectly permissible.
As far as the question, have the books been read? It's already been answered that he did not read any of the fiction books. Why don't we go from there? Mr. Pryor, you may proceed.
Judge, I think I'm going to move in a different direction, if I may.
You may.
How well did you know Alex Cox, sir?
What about Alex Cox?
How well did you know him, sir?
Not very well.
Okay. Would you clarify your answer a little bit for me in terms of what the nature of your relationship with Alex Cox was?
He was at Lori Vallow's home when I met him in August, and he was at her condo when I was there at the condo. And so Alex was, he was just a kind of just a fun guy, sense of humor, wasn't taking anything real serious. So we had light conversation,
Okay.
but nothing in depth.
Did you ever have any difficulty understanding what anybody was saying to you while you were having conversations with them while you were at the Vallow residence?
No, it was not.
So you've never had any difficulty in hearing or understanding what anybody is saying to you when you're having a normal conversation with them. Would that be fair, sir?
Objection
Say,
relevant.
please repeat.
Okay, I'm sorry you didn't hear me. Did you ever have any difficulty when you were having conversations, and I'll speak very loudly into this so you hear me. Did you ever have any difficulty having and understanding conversations when you were at the Vallow townhouse in September?
Sometimes there is, but I always ask for clarification.
Okay. Alex Cox, would it be fair to represent to you that your recollection from September 19th through the 23rd of September, that Alex Cox was a frequent visitor to Lori Vallow's townhome?
Yes,
Okay. And at one point, did you ever observe Alex Cox babysitting JJ?
he seemed to take care of JJ really well. They seemed to have a good relationship. And so
They were very close. Would that be fair?
they seemed close to me.
And anybody else, you know, and I don't want to misrepresent, but obviously JJ would have difficulty being with anybody else and would have some difficulty other than Alex. It was difficult for him to bond with other male people. Would that be a fair statement?
That's what I observed.
Okay. Now, I'd like to switch gears a little bit about Tylee. You never met Tylee, is that right?
Never did.
Did you ever discuss with Lori Vallow your girlfriend's relationship with Tylee?
Objection beyond the scope.
The question, Mr. Pryor, was, did you ever discuss with Lori Vallow Mr. Warwick's relationship?
Miss Gibbs' relationship with Tylee? Was that a topic of discussion?
And there's been an objection as to beyond the scope. I'll let you respond to that, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, there was some representation about that he didn't have any kind of a relationship with Tylee, and I think I ought to delve into that. If he didn't have a relationship, Miss Gibbs is claiming that she had, I'm not really sure how to define what she said as her relationship with Tylee, but I think I ought to be able to inquire in that a little bit.
I'd also renew my objection based on hearsay. It calls for hearsay.
Well, if Miss Vallow made some representations about her and Miss Gibbs' relationship with Tylee, I think that comes in, Judge.
Ask your question one more time, Mr. Pryor.
Were you familiar with any kind of relationship between Miss Gibb and Tylee?
No,
Were you aware of any difficulty with the relationship between Miss Gibb and Tylee?
Objection. Beyond the scope, we've never asked anything about that of this witness.
Mr. Pryor?
Judge, it goes back to any kind of a relationship with Tylee and what he's familiar with. He said he doesn't have a relationship, and he's in at least it appears to be a significant relationship with a partner, and I think I ought to be able to inquire into that.
I'll allow that question.
Were you familiar with any sort of difficulty with the relationship between Miss Gibb and Tylee?
yeah, Melanie just said that Tylee was, trying to remember how she said it.
Right, Your Honor, I'm going to object. This calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, I'm done. I've covered everything that I think I need to cover in this case. Thank you very much, Mr. Warwick. I appreciate it.
Any redirect, Mr. Wood?
Yes, just briefly. Mr. Gibb, or Mr. Warwick, I apologize. Just for a point of clarity, September 22nd, you did a podcast with Melanie and Lori, correct?
Correct,
And your testimony was that JJ was not there during the podcast, correct?
correct.
Did you see him later that night?
Yes,
When?
when Alex brought him home to put him to bed.
Okay. No further questions.
And Judge, may I follow up, because I did bring up an issue in terms of that, because that's inconsistent with what I recall him previously testifying that he didn't see JJ Vallow. So I think I ought to be given the leeway for at least one very simple question, Judge.
I'll allow that. Mr. Wood, if you want to follow up, if there's a new issue that's raised from the question, I'll allow that as well. Go ahead, Mr. Pryor.
When Alex Cox brought JJ home that evening, and we're not sure about what time that was, but where did he put JJ to bed?
Where did he put JJ to bed?
Where did he put JJ to go to sleep? Where did he
In
lay?
Lori's room.
In Lori's room. Okay. All right. Thank you, Judge. That's all I have.
Mr. Wood?
Nothing further.
Mr. Warwick, you may be excused from the witness stand. Thank you for being here. May this witness be excused.
Yes,
from
Your
the-
Honor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Warwick.
We'll take a moment and clean the witness cubicle. Mr. Wood, who do you wish to call next?
Judge Spencer Ramel for the state.
Mr. Remmel, who do you wish to call next?
Lieutenant Jared Wilmore.
Lieutenant Jared Wilmore.
Yes, Your Honor.
Lieutenant Wilmore, if you'll come forward, please stand here in front of the plexiglass, raise your right arm and face the clerk.
Yes.
Lieutenant Wilmore, you can have a seat here at this witness stand. You can take off your mask when you've been seated there. Please pull yourself up close to that microphone as we're making a record, and this plexiglass causes a little bit of issue with the sound being carried. Please wait for the question to be completed before you start your answer. Mr. Wood, you may inquire when you're ready.
Judge, again, Mr. Ramel for the state.
I'm sorry, Mr. Remmel.
Thank you. Can I have you state your full name and spell it for the record?
Jared Scott Wilmore, Jared Scott and Wilmore, Willmore.
Where are you employed?
Madison County Sheriff's Office.
Mr. Rama, will you pull that microphone a little
Yes,
closer to
Judge.
you?
And how long have you been employed for Madison County Sheriff's Office?
It'll be 17 years this year.
Okay, and how long in law enforcement overall?
17 years.
And are you post certified?
Yes.
Okay. What are your current assignments and responsibilities?
Currently, I'm the lieutenant over the Madison County Jail, and I'm in charge of managing that facility.
Lieutenant, as a part of your current responsibilities, do you oversee the jail tailmate system in Madison County?
Yes.
Can you explain what that system is and how it works?
The tailmate system is our inmate communication system. It's the phone system, so inmates can communicate with their friends and family. On the outs, we offer phones, and then we also offer video tablet visits.
And how long have you overseen tailmate in Madison County?
Since 2016.
Okay, what is involved with maintaining the jail call system?
A lot of it is self-maintained, but it's just following up on phone calls, visits, monitoring visits and phone calls, and making sure there aren't any violations of the program or anything like that, and also making sure that there aren't any safety concerns that come across that system.
Whenever an inmate places a call, is any information recorded or stored regarding that call?
Yes, everything that comes across tailmate is stored, with the exception of clergy visits and attorney visits and phone calls.
And how do you access the information?
I access it through it's a web-based program, and I have a username and password to log in.
Do you have the ability to edit or make changes to any of this information?
No.
For instance, you cannot edit or change the date and times of call.
No.
Can you explain the process of an inmate at Madison County Jail of making what they have to do to be able to make a call?
So when an inmate is booked into our facility, they're issued a PIN number specific to them, and they use that PIN number to access the phone system or the tablet, whichever they are going to use. And it's also a voice verification process. So they enter their PIN number, go through a voice prompt, and then once that's completed, they are allowed access into that system.
And they are provided their own PIN number.
Correct. Yeah.
And how do you ensure that inmates do not place calls on behalf of other inmates?
We monitor that. Our staff monitors that daily, and we can see who uses what PIN number. And so if an inmate uses another inmate's PIN number via phone call or tablet, we can confirm that and show that the wrong PIN number has been used.
And I'm going to talk for a second about, they make a call to the outside world, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to talk about that outside individual that they attempt to call. Is that person required to set up an account or have the option to set up an account?
If they make a phone call to the outside, not necessarily if it's a phone call.
But if two individuals are regularly communicating with each other, can that person set up an account, put money on the account?
Yes.
And will there be a name attached on that account?
Yes.
Lieutenant, at the prosecutor's office request, did you access calls made by an inmate named Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And did you listen to those calls?
Yes.
Judge, if I could have defense provided an opportunity to look at what has been marked as State's Exhibit 20 and then have the witness handed State's Exhibit 20.
Exhibit 20 will be handed to the witness.
Lieutenant, do you recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize it to be?
it's a CD with the digital phone call that I burned on the 31st of July. That's the phone call that was placed on June 9th, 2020.
And is there a timestamp that you put on it, a time that was made?
Time of day, it was at 11:03 a.m.
And you created that disc yourself?
Yes,
And your initials and its time to date when you did that?
yes,
And is it a true and accurate representation of the call that you listened to and recorded to that disc made by inmate Lori Fallow on June 9th, 2020?
yes,
And to your knowledge, Lieutenant, that call, was it made, did the outside number that call was made to have a name attached?
yes.
And what was that name?
Chad Daybell.
Judge, I would move to admit what has been marked as states 20.
Mr. Pryor?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank
And
you.
Judge, I would move to publish.
Exhibit 20 will be admitted. We'll also have it published. Madam Bailiff, if you can please put that in the machine.
Your Honor, can I approach that?
You may.
From and paid for by an alien at United County Jail. This class is subject to recording and monitoring. If you don't wish to help, hang up on. Thank you for your silence.
No.
Are you okay?
They're searching the property.
The house right now?
Yeah. Yeah. And so Mark Means will be talking to you.
Okay. What, are they in the house?
No, they're out in the property.
Are they seizing stuff again?
They're searching. There's a search warrant, and so one of them just sit in with kids.
Okay.
Yeah. So I tried to set up a call. Glad you called.
Yeah.
Judge, we have an officer
Sure.
Judge just inquiring if that's as loud as it gets. I'm not sure if the court would be able to hear that.
I'm not able to hear it very well. I don't know if there's an IT person that can look at the settings to see if there's another volume feature beyond just the one that you're looking at there.
Judge, would it be appropriate to take a short break to see if we can resolve that issue?
Why don't we do that? We'll take a short recess, have IT resolve that issue, and then if we want to start from the beginning or where we're at, we'll do so. All right.
Oh, goodness gracious me. Goodness gracious me. All right, we are about to hear audio of Chad calling Lori in prison while they were searching his flippin' house. Is this the call the day when they found the children? Is it that search? I would think so. And I cannot wait to hear this. However, they're having some IT problems. I could barely make out anything that was said. All I could hear was Chad going, oh, mama, and Lori going, oh, no. Oh, no. You know, so yeah, they need to fix the audio. But holy cow, I want to hear this so bad. So bad. Aussie Gardner, yes, he is an idiot. He also looks like he's about to vomit. I don't know if he knew that this phone call was coming, but woo, man, I hope they fix that. I really want to hear that. I am keeping an eye on the courtroom. Now we can see the television that they're showing these things on, but we don't get to see that while it's live because the judge has ordered we can't see any of the evidence or videos. We can just hear them. So I'm hoping they're going to get that fixed pretty quick. Yeah, Chad's face definitely looked a little different. Brooks channel. Oh my goodness, you're okay. I have been so worried about you. How are you? I'm glad you're here and thank you for joining the channel. Give her some s'mores. Brooke, I really hope you're okay. Please let me know. I have been very, very worried about you. So it's good to hear from you. I'm glad you're here. All right, so we're going to hear this audio recording. Before we do that, let's talk about David Warwick. All right, man, it's a testament to how bad John Pryor is of a person that he's made me feel this sort of motherly, nurturing, protector feeling about Melanie and David. I feel so bad for what he did to them on the stand today, for both of them, that I just want to hug them, you know? So yeah, that's how bad this guy is. But David Warwick, let's make sure that we have a clear image in our head of who this guy is. David Warwick is a member of a vow, or was at least. He is part of the Preparing a People family. He is part of that whole doomsday, end of the world prophecy thing. He has a lot of prophecies and visions that he talks about all the time. He talks about them extensively at the Preparing a People events. His visions aren't as mystical as Chad's are, but they're very politically oriented, but they're just as crazy. They are just as crazy. He has a whole list of dreams and visions that he's had about political figures being assassinated or being kidnapped or all this other stuff, right, that he talks about all over the place, especially on a vow. And none of this has happened, of course. Of course, let's remember that all of these big prophets, Julie Rowe, Chad, Hector, all of them have all these prophecies. None of them have come true. Not a single flippin' one. So that's David Warwick. She's trying to promote, oh, well, he's a real estate developer. Yeah, at his day job. But can we not talk about this other stuff he does? So he is a false prophet. He is a false prophet. He very much believes in the crazy offshoot theology of these groups. I don't even have the right verbiage here to discuss who these people are. Some want to call it a cult. I don't think he was part of Chad's cult per se, but he was knee deep in all the Preparing a People stuff. He's out there with Julie Rowe, and he's on stage with Jason Mao and Hector Sosa and Chad Daybell and all these people. So he's not some, I'm the sane person that walked into this group of crazy. No, he's just as big a part of the group of crazy as the rest of them. So there you go. Oh, Brooke, I'm so glad to hear that. Yay. I'm glad you're doing better. Whew, that is excellent to hear. So Yeah, ears too. Their ideology. It's crazy. Crazy. Eschatological ideology and crazy making stuff. Uh, why do you have a delay in the transmission? Scott Reich is a good 5 minutes. Well, I don't know. I'm streaming it live from the judge's YouTube, so there shouldn't be a delay, but whatever. But you're also here because of my delightful commentary, more than just the hearing, I would hope. Anyway, so now we know who David Warwick is. The conversation that Pryor had with Warwick about the 22nd, the night that they were there doing their podcast and all this stuff, there were a lot of interesting points that he raised. As much as I dislike Pryor's demeanor, he did raise some interesting points. He wanted to talk about Melanie Gibb's hearing, because is it possible that all of this stuff that may have happened with JJ happened and they didn't hear it while they're in the next room? Is that possible? Right? So maybe he was trying to set that up. So we'll say, no, Melanie doesn't have any hearing trouble. Okay, then why didn't you hear anything? So who knows what Pryor's exact motive, but he's raising a lot of things that we may see him use later in his defense at trial. The real estate thing, we got a little bit more clarity on that. They were there for the event, or David calls it a conference. Melanie calls it either a Preparing a People event or a Firm Foundation event. They're kind of interchangeable to a degree, so there's that. But then on Sunday, they went to look at properties. Lori, Chad, Alex, Melanie, and David went to look at properties. For what? What property? A property near Chad's home. Interesting. Were they trying to do that to find one of their camps? Oh, Sam, thank you so much. Look at that. Thank you for the super chat. Let's give Sam some donuts and s'mores. Thank you, Sam. Oh, that's excellent. So, excuse me. Sorry. In Chad's 7 missions that he outlines about what his group needs to do, one of the things he talks about is scouting out locations to set up their white camps. All right. Now, the exact definition of white camps, we can debate that all day, but we're going to go with the definition of it as their prepper camp, the camps where people are going to come to ride out the tribulations together in safety. Right. We're not going to go into the other possible definition of that just because let's not go there today. So the camps, let's call them tent cities. They're tent cities. Chad says in his 7 missions that they have to scout locations and find places for their tent cities. Is that what they were doing? Quite possibly. Or is this possibly David and them coming up with their plausible explanation of why their phones might have all pinged near Chad's house on Sunday? Very, very curious. We didn't get enough information about that, unfortunately. I think Pryor's questioning, he could, if he had done it better, he might have gotten to the actual information we wanted, but he didn't. He kind of blew it in his questioning. He irritated the judge, clearly. He was pushing David a little too hard and tripping over his own tongue. So there, we didn't get the answer to that. But we do know that they were all out as a group looking at properties near Chad's house on Sunday after JJ was murdered. Tammy was still alive at that point. Yes, on September 22nd, 23rd, Tammy was still alive. So, yeah. And David Warwick asked about Chad's relationship with Tammy. That's curious. That's very curious. So he raised a lot of curious questions, but without really fleshing out the answers so we could get at what he was going for. So that kind of. JJ was murdered on the 22nd. Michelle, and he said that they went on Sunday to look at properties on the 23rd, I believe. Saturday, Sunday. They went to look at property on Saturday with JJ. Now I need to look at the calendar. Let's see, November. What that would be September. September 2019 calendar. All right, in September of 2019. Here we go. Okay. Friday was the 20th. Saturday was the 21st. Sunday was the 22nd, and Monday was the 23rd. I had those days wrong in my head. So if they went on Saturday, the 21st, to look at property, where was JJ? He didn't say JJ was with them. And if they went Sunday the 22nd, where was JJ? Because he says Alex, Chad, Lori, Melanie, and David. So who on earth had the kids? Well, at least JJ. We already know Tidely was deceased at that point. So, man. All right, I'm going to go, when I go back through to put up the condensed version of the hearing, I'll be able to listen to it a little more closely. But that's really weird. That's really weird. The only thing is that JJ was with them and he just didn't mention it, but yes, he was murdered on the 22nd, the night they recorded their podcast. It was not Saturday, it was Sunday. All right, well, either day, whether they went for properties on Saturday or Sunday, the 21st or the 2nd, during the day, JJ should have been with them. Okay, because the last known sighting of JJ, at least by their accounts, was late at night on the 22nd after they recorded their podcast. And Melanie says sometime between 9 and midnight. That's a pretty big spread, so whatever. We don't know exactly when that happened. Plus, we only have their word about it, which doesn't mean a whole lot. All right, so we have to look at that. We're going to look into this property thing. Were they looking for a tent city settlement? Were they at Chad's house? And this is their explanation of why their phones might have pinged there. What really was going on? Since David shared a room with JJ, would not realize JJ never came back. Well, they said that JJ was sleeping in Lori's room in a mattress on the floor. And he was using what would have been JJ's room, but maybe JJ didn't actually sleep in there. So, there's a lot of unanswered question in this. But, they said it was a lot by Chad's house. So if they're looking at an empty lot by Chad's house, were they really looking at the lot? Or was Chad trying to get maybe David to buy it? Maybe that's why David got wrapped into this, because he could afford to buy property. So they could have their tent city right there in the lot next to Chad's house. Or were they at Chad's yard doing something else? Dan Vegas, how do we know JJ was murdered on the 22nd? You know what? We don't. We kind of do. We know that we can go between his last sighting at school, which would have been Friday, and when we know that Alex was at Chad's yard and he was buried. But that's it. Sometime between those days. So sometime between the 21st and the 23rd. That's all we really know. The only statement we have that JJ was alive the night of the 22nd comes from Melanie Gibb and David Warwick. How can we trust that? We can't trust that entirely. That's not, actual hard evidence. That's their statement. So, there's a photo from Lori's cloud account of him on the 22nd. Right, was the 22nd. Oh, that's right. The picture on the couch. That's right. Leslie. Michelle Barefoot Belanger. Thank you very much. They did testify to that yesterday. There's a photo of JJ sitting on the couch on the 22nd from Lori's iCloud account. So there you go. We know he was alive at least at that point. So he must have been killed between that photo and the next morning when we know there was activity in Chad's yard. So, yeah, that narrows that down. Whew. Phones pinged on Chad's home property, not the land on the street. They will try to say what? Yeah, Tina, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking if they know that they were all at Chad's home or Chad's yard that day, oh, let's come up with a reason. Oh, yeah, we were looking at this property over here. Yeah, that makes sense to explain why their phones were there. So we're gonna have to see what they say. We might not get any more information about that until trial. Then again, we do have some more FBI people coming up. They could be talking about some more cell phone pings and things like that. So I think Pryor's questioning of all of this really raised more questions than gave us answers. So, JJ was murdered on the 23rd. He could have been murdered anytime between the evening of the 22nd and the morning of the 23rd. So, I don't know if forensics is going to be able to pin that down to the delay of them finding his remains, but we're just going to have to go by what they say, and hopefully a true story will emerge. But if they can't account for the whereabouts, then that is depraved indifference, neglect, etc. The transcript on all of this will be available if there are conspiracy to murder charges. Definitely. Oh, yeah, let's not fight amongst ourselves. We're all here for the same purpose. We want justice for JJ and Tylee and Joseph and Charles and Tammy. We want justice for all of them. So we may disagree on the finer points and the little details here and there, motivation, stuff like that. But the bottom line, remember, we all agree on the same thing. We're all here to find justice for the kids. So let's all work together to that. And you're not always going to agree with me. I'm not always going to agree with you. That's perfectly fine. We can still disagree and still work towards the same goal. So let's keep that in mind. Google pinging to make an excuse as to why they were near Chad's property in the ping from Alex's phone. In St. Anthony, yep. Maureen, good point. Chad's phone data has not... Oh, I think we're coming back to court. Yeah, we haven't heard anything about Chad's phone yet. Why not? I want to know. I think we may be coming back now. Let's see. We're going to get some audio. The attorneys are sitting at their desks. The defendant is there. Kay and Larry are still in the courtroom. There's some other people in the courtroom today. I don't know who any of them are. The same woman from yesterday is sitting a couple rows behind the Woodcocks. Not sure who she is. There's a couple other women on that side. A couple people behind the state's table. They could be witnesses. I'm just going to have to guess. I think we're just waiting on Judge Edens to come back. Oh, here's our audio, so here we go.
All rise. Thank you. Please be seated. We'll be back on the record. It is just after 11 on the 4th of August, 2020 in State v. Daybell. The court took a brief recess so that we could try to work out some of the technology concerns of publishing this exhibit. I note that the witness has left the witness stand. It's my understanding there's been a stipulation that excused this witness at this juncture. There's been admission of the exhibit. And there's also been a stipulation that the exhibit can be published, Exhibit 20. It is my understanding the state is desiring to restart Exhibit 20 from the beginning and to republish. Is that correct, Mr. Rammel?
That's correct, Your Honor.
You may do so.
Thank you, Judge.
A call from and code for an evening at Madison County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. If you don't wish to help, hang up now. Thank you for your time.
No.
Are you okay?
They're searching the property.
The house right now?
Yeah. Yeah. So, Mark means we'll be talking to you.
Okay. Why are they in the house?
No, they're out in the property.
Are they seizing stuff again?
They're searching. There's a search warrant and so. Just get on those kids.
Okay.
Yeah. So you tried to set up a call. Glad you called.
Yeah.
So you'll see what transpires.
Okay.
Yeah, don't
What do we do? Okay.
What?
What do you want me
Yeah,
to
of
do?
course. Well, yeah.
What can I do for you?
I'm feeling pretty calm. I would call Marco, maybe. Just talk with him.
Have you talked to him already?
I did call him, yes.
So he knows what they're doing?
Yeah. It's okay. Call from somebody else I need to talk to. I love you so much.
Okay, I love you. Should I try to call you later?
I don't know. I don't know. You can try, yeah. I'll answer if I can.
Okay.
I love you and we'll talk soon.
Okay, baby. I love you.
Okay, love you. Good night.
Court notes that the sound quality was not great on that, but that has been admitted into evidence. The court is going to take the liberty to listen to that outside of the courtroom in preparation of making its ruling. And I may do so on a different device to try and get the sound quality to be better. Any objection to me using that disc to try and get sound quality on a better device, Mr. Pryor?
No objection whatsoever from the defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Rammel?
Nothing from the state judge, thank you.
That concludes the witness, the jailer that just testified. Mr. Rammel or Mr. Wood, are you going to call the next witness?
Yes, the state calls Steve Daniels.
Mr. Daniels, does he have a title, Mr. Wood?
Special agent.
Thank you. Special Agent Daniels, if you'll wait right there for just a moment while we clean this witness table. If you'll stand and raise your right arm and face the clerk.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in cause and identity will be the truth, all the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
You can be seated here at the witness stand, Special Agent Daniels. You can take off your mask once you've entered that witness cubicle. Special Agent, if you'll make sure to listen to the questions that are being asked, wait for the person inquiring to finish their question before you begin answering, as we're making a record. Mr. Wood, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you. Can you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Steve Daniels, SteveDaniels.
Thank you. What is your occupation?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation out of Salt Lake City, Utah.
Okay, and do you have any special responsibilities with the FBI?
I'm the senior team leader for the evidence response team out of Salt Lake City, Utah, and we cover the states of Utah, Idaho, and Montana.
Okay, how long have you been in that position?
I've been the senior team leader for approximately 8 years.
And how long have you worked for the FBI?
For approximately 23 years.
Did you receive any additional training to work on the evidence response team?
Evidence response team members are provided 80 hours of basic training where we learn kind of our general policies, procedures, guidance, guidelines as to how we would handle crime scenes, how we'd process crime scenes, how we would process, execute search warrants, things of that nature. After we receive the basic training, we're then offered advanced trainings. One of those advanced trainings is the human remains recovery course that's pertinent to this, what we're going to talk about today. That training is currently offered at the University of Tennessee. I've had that training.
Thank you. Agent, what involvement, if any, did you have with the search on the Chad Daybell residence on June 9th and 10th of 2020?
I was the senior team leader, so the team leader was my role at that search of Chad Daybell's property on those dates.
Okay. What did you and your team do in preparation for the search of that property?
Approximately 1 week prior to that search, the local case agent contacted me and let me know that there was going to be a search on the Daybell property. And at that point, we helped develop the search strategy to search the property. And that strategy involved working with the local law enforcement, the local FBI agents, working with our evidence response team unit, who oversees all of the evidence response teams throughout the nation, and then working with our FBI laboratory to develop a search strategy prior to hitting boots on the ground, prior to executing that search warrant.
Okay. And do you and your team have protocols that you follow in a search such as this?
Yes, like I previously mentioned, we do have an 80-hour training that we receive. Currently, that training is received at Fredericksburg, Virginia, and all of our team members take that training, and that's where we learn the different policies, procedures, guidelines that we would incorporate at any of our crime scenes, or if we execute a search warrant, that's where we'd learn those policies and procedures.
Okay. What was the first thing, when did you arrive on the Daybell property?
So on June 9th of 2020, early in the morning is when we would have arrived.
What was the first thing you instructed your team to do?
So in this case, we had a week of preparation, approximately, and I had already assigned roles to all of my team members. We had about 8 ERT team members who responded, and all of my team members already had preliminary roles assigned. Some of those initial steps or roles would have been ensuring that this scene was secure, ensuring that our team was safe, and then starting crime scene sign-in log to document who was entering the scene, who was exiting the scene. We had a photographer already established. The photographer would have started creating entry photos. For this scene, we'd already established priority areas. So our photographer was already going to start initiating entry photos, starting with the eastern part of the property. And then as my role, the team leader, I have an administrative log or worksheet that I would have started to fill out. And then as the team leader, one of my initial roles that I would do is start conducting a preliminary survey of this crime scene.
You spoke about areas of interest. How many areas of interest did you have when you arrived on the property?
So as part of our preparation, working with the local law enforcement, case agents up here, the FBI laboratory, we had already established, and I'll speak to kind of the priority things that we did. We had satellite imagery, we had telephone ping information, we had text message, one text message in particular, that already allowed us to establish some priority areas of interest on the property.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask if the state could have State's Exhibit 10 shown to the witness, and if we could put it up on the easel. And it is demonstrative exhibit.
Exhibit 10 will be put on the easel.
Agent, they're going to hand you a laser pointer. Based on what you just testified, can you point out the areas of interest on that exhibit?
So before we even set foot on the property, this is the fire pit area. So from satellite imagery, similar to what this image is, this wasn't satellite imagery, I don't think, but similar to this image, we could tell that there was a fire pit on the property. Based on my experience, we knew before we even set foot on the property that we could potentially find evidence in the fire pit. So prior to even arriving, I had already assigned 2 of my ERT members, once we arrived, to go to that fire pit and assess what we needed to do to process this fire pit. Some of those assessments, once we got there, would be, is today, June 9th, 2020, is the fire pit we see today going to be the same fire pit as we had back in September of 2019? We don't know that, but we need to make an assessment by looking at what type of fire pit are we seeing. Do we see ash outside of today's known fire pit, that ring? Do we see ash around that? We already know going in that we need to process this fire pit because something could have happened here.
Okay.
So that was our priority number 1 area going in without even setting foot on the property.
And what were the other priority areas?
So based on a text message we were already aware of through the investigation, we knew that there was discussion of a pet cemetery. Before arriving, we didn't know where this pet cemetery was. So one of the assessments we had to make once we arrived was, where is the pet cemetery? That was something we knew from a text message. So our job was to try to locate this pet cemetery.
Okay. And were there any other priority areas?
And then we knew from telephone ping information, we had a ping that was on the east side of this pond, somewhere in here, I'd say.
Judge, can I get some foundation on which specific ping information he's referring to, please?
Mr. Wood?
Agent Daniels, were you familiar with the ping information that you were provided? Do you know where it came from?
I would say I'm not familiar with the telephone ping information. So an analyst provided me, told me about the pings. On my evidence response team, I happen to have an FBI analyst who is familiar with the case. And so one of my initial duties was I assigned my analyst who's on my evidence response team, who is familiar with the case. I made her my sketcher. And I basically said, hey, you're the sketcher for this case because you're already involved. Please create essentially a sketch, but it was using some satellite imagery. And please pinpoint for me on this sketch the telephone pings that will be of interest to us as the team. So I can't give you any more detail about those pings. I just assigned the person that I knew was the most knowledgeable about it to give me the pings that we knew would be of interest to us.
Okay, thank you. So you talked about arriving on the property and your first steps and your priority areas. What happened after you identified those areas? What did your team do?
So essentially the photographer went to those priority areas first, so we could quickly get those entry photos taken of those areas before we did these assessments. Once the photographer covered the fire pit area, we sent the 2 team members I had already assigned to that area because we knew that was a known. We knew we had to search the fire pit. We knew there was a fire pit. So those 2 ERT members automatically went over there after the photography was taken and started assessing that scene. And like already.
Could I inquire a native objection? There's some things that I find are a little confusing to me.
You may.
May I? Officer, you keep making reference to a fire pit and a cemetery. Is the suggestion?
Mr. Pryor, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Can you pull that microphone a little bit closer to you?
Officer, you're making reference to a fire pit and a cemetery. Are they at the same location?
The fire pit we could see from satellite imagery.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you whether the cemetery and the fire pit are in the same location.
We don't know where the cemetery is located at this point. We're not boots on the ground. We don't know where the cemetery is.
Okay. But you could see a circular area where there's a fire pit.
Correct, from the satellite imagery.
And that's a circular brick area where there's a fire pit. Is that correct?
So once we arrived on scene, we could tell that there were circular bricks ringing a fire pit. So once we were on scene, we could tell what the fire pit consisted of. We were still trying to assess, and I haven't gotten to the pet cemetery, trying to find where the pet cemetery is.
Okay.
So we'll get to that in a minute.
And Judge, he covered it. I think I'm gonna have to clarify this on cross, and I think that's more appropriate. I just wanted a clarification that we're talking about two distinct areas, correct?
Correct, eventually, yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. Mr. Wood, you may continue to inquire.
Okay. So you arrive on scene and you send out your photographer, correct?
Correct.
And so what did your team do next?
So the photographer starts with the known fire pit area.
Okay.
Once she's taken the entry photos of the fire pit, our two members that we assigned to the fire pit start their assessment of the fire pit to determine how we need to process that. The photographer then moves kind of towards that pond. And about that time, we make the determination based on seeing a statue of a dog. And then in front of the statue of the dog, there's what appears to be a grave. And I base that off my training that I've received, my experience of what a grave could look like, a clandestine grave,
Okay.
in front of this dog statue.
And after you and your team make that determination, what do you do next?
So that area where this dog statue is becomes what I call the pet cemetery. And I make that determination based on this dog statue, the possible graves that I identify in front of this dog statue, based on my experience. And then I determined a square, essentially 10 foot by 10 foot approximately, in that area. And that's what I determined was going to be our pet cemetery area.
Okay. And what did you instruct your team to do at that point?
The photographer continues her entry photos over towards the pond. And these are just entry photos, so just overall photos of this property. And then she continues kind of in a counterclockwise motion around the whole property. Meanwhile, I'm conducting a preliminary survey, trying to assess where this pet cemetery is, trying to locate that. And then the other team members are coming out. 2 team members are going to the fire pit, making assessments on how we're going to process that. Other team members are doing other rules. Eventually, we have, and when I say team members at this point, now we're probably starting to incorporate, it's starting to get beyond the evidence response team. So now we're starting to incorporate other law enforcement officers from Fremont County Sheriff's Office, from Rexford PD. So now law enforcement officers are starting to make assessments, starting to inquire around the pond for potential clandestine graves.
Okay. I'm going to call your attention to the pond. Did you and your team discover anything there in that area?
Yes. So eventually what happens is on the northeast side of this pond, near this tree, a clandestine grave is found.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this exhibit that's been marked as State's Exhibit 21 be shown to the defense and handed to the witness.
Exhibit 21 will be handed to the witness.
Agent, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, that's what I'm going to refer to as the clandestine grave.
Okay. Have you seen that exhibit before?
Yes.
And you're familiar with it?
Yes.
Is it a photograph?
It's a photograph that
Did you take that photograph?
I did not.
Did a member of your team take that photograph?
Yes.
Did you incorporate it into your report?
Yes,
And is that photograph a true and accurate representation of what you observed on the ground in that area?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move for Exhibit 21 to be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 21 will be admitted.
Can you describe what you see in that photograph?
So this is what I would call an overall photograph of what this clandestine grave looked like before we touched it or processed it. What I would describe as a raised berm. So it's a little bit raised in the center of this photograph. And surrounding this raised berm is a thicker vegetation. And then on this raised berm, the vegetation is a lot thinner and shorter. And that's essentially our grave site, what becomes our grave site, and what eventually we're going to call burial site number 1 on a lot of our paperwork.
And so is it all right with you if we just refer to that as burial site 1?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, well, what did you instruct your team to do at burial site 1 once that site was located?
So once we established the good possibility that this is a grave site, we moved to process this appropriately. And part of that is one of the first processes we want to do is we obviously took photographs, and then we have some special equipment. We have a Faro scanner, and the Faro scanner is what we used for this scene to take measurements. And then we also have a total station, and we use that to take measurements. So the way we want to process this grave site is we want to layer by layer. We want to process this as we excavate down the grave site. And that allows us to kind of tell the story of how these human remains, how they were buried.
Okay.
And go ahead.
Did you then excavate that site?
And then we started excavating the site layer by layer.
Okay. You say layer by layer. Can you just briefly describe how that process goes?
So for burial site 1, we started by removing this upper vegetation off to get a better picture without the vegetation of what it looked like. And then, I don't know if you want me to keep going, but once we removed the vegetation, you could kind of see that raised berm. And then eventually you could see what looks like stones protruding through the ground.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 22 be shown to the defense and then handed to the witness.
Exhibit 22 will be shown to the witness.
Agent, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 22?
I am.
What is it?
So once we've gone down,
Well, don't describe what's in it. Just tell us what it is.
it's a photograph that our photographer took.
Okay. And that was part of a photographer on your team, correct?
Correct.
And is this picture incorporated into your report?
It is.
And is it a true and accurate representation of what you saw on the ground that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move for State's Exhibit 22 to be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 22 will be admitted.
Can you describe what you see in State's Exhibit 22?
So once we've removed the vegetation layer, and as we're starting to go down through the layers of this grave, it's important to start noting these layers for this reason. So now we're starting to see the placement of stones on this grave. So someone's placed stones over this. And so now we're seeing how precise or how these stones are laid. And then you're also seeing roots from the surrounding tree that are cut, showing the effort or showing how this was done. So that's what this picture is really showing.
Okay. And once that was found, did you excavate further?
Yes, and then so once the pictures, the photographs, and the scans are done of this layer, then we would remove those and then continue down.
Okay. And what did you find further down?
And then once these stones are removed, we then come across some thin boards that are underneath this level.
Your Honor, the state's going to ask that this exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 23 be shown to the defense and handed to the witness.
Exhibit 23 is now being shown to the witness.
Agent, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 23?
Yes,
What is it? And were you, you're a photographer, was this as a part of your investigation and excavation?
yes,
And is it incorporated in your report?
it is.
And is it a true and accurate representation of what you saw that day on that site?
Yes,
Your Honor, the state would move for Exhibit 23 to be entered into evidence.
And there would be no objection to that.
Exhibit 23 will be admitted.
Agent, can you describe what you see on State's Exhibit 23?
yes. So again, part of that process is once we remove those stones, kind of the next significant item is the boards that were underneath the stone. So again, someone's placed these boards over this grave site. And so this is telling that story, the effort somebody went through for some reason to put these boards there. And so that's what we want to capture. So again, photographs, scans are taken, and this is what that next layer or level is. And this is part of that story.
Okay. Do you see tree branches?
And I can
Oh, I'm
see,
sorry. Let me rephrase that. Do you see tree roots?
yes, you can see from this photo, you can still see the surrounding area of the grave and the textures and the roots.
Did you remove those boards
Yes,
and excavate further?
yes.
What did you find as you excavated further?
So as we continue to excavate, the next significant piece, one of the next significant thing that starts to be uncovered is a black plastic bag, a portion of a black plastic bag that appears to be like a black garbage bag, possible black garbage bag.
And what did you do once you found that?
Once we saw what appeared to be the black garbage bag, we needed to kind of verify, do we have human remains here? And so it kind of fell upon me to get in there, and I took a razor blade and I made a cut to this garbage bag. Prior to making the cut on the garbage bag, I got in there with my hands and I just kind of removed the dirt around the object. And the object was just a, oval shaped object. And the plastic bag was just tightly wrapped, tightly against this oval shape. And to me, it just felt like the shape of a skull.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this exhibit is in North States Exhibit 24 be shown to the defense and handed to the witness. Agent, do you recognize States Exhibit 24?
Yes.
What is it?
So that was the black.
Well,
yes,
please don't describe what's in it. Can you just tell us what?
It was the photo.
Okay. And is that a photograph a part of your excavation
Yes,
with your team? And is that incorporated into your report?
it is.
And is it a true and accurate representation of what you saw at burial site 1?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would move for Exhibit 24 to be entered into evidence.
And there's no objection, Judge.
Exhibit 24 will be admitted.
Can you describe what you see on State's Exhibit 24?
That was the part of that black plastic that we initially saw. That was what I got, as close as I could inside this burial. And with my hands, I uncovered that dirt that you can see in this photo. And that was what I was scraping off around that oval shape that just felt like a skull. And that was the plastic black bag that was tightly, up against whatever object was inside.
Okay.
And then I took that razor blade, and then even in order to even cut through it, I had to pull that plastic bag off of whatever was inside to make a cut. And then obviously I tried to make my cut as gentle as I could, not to disturb any forensic evidence. And then once I made the cut through the black plastic bag, a white plastic bag was underneath. And the white plastic bag, appeared to me to be a possible white garbage bag with diamond-shaped texture to it.
Okay. And what did you do once you found that?
So when then on the diamond or on the white plastic bag underneath, I pulled that one up and I made a similar cut with the razor blade. And then as I cut through the white plastic, that's when the, possible human hair started coming out onto my hands. And that was the point where we determined this is human remains.
Okay. And what did you do after that?
And then after that, the rest of the team continued the excavation of the grave. And then eventually we uncovered the entire body that was wrapped in this black plastic bag with a lot of duct tape, intermingled.
Okay. Once that was, did you remove that black plastic bag and its contents from the ground?
Yeah, once the complete excavation was done, where you could see the human remains wrapped in the black plastic, we can take photographs and scans. The coroner was called in, and a body bag was placed, and then the team removed the body, which was given to the coroner.
Okay. All right. I'd like to call your attention to the area that you've described as the pet cemetery. Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 25 be shown to the defense and handed to the witness.
Exhibit 25 is being shown to the witness.
Agent, do you recognize State's Exhibit 25?
I do.
What is it?
It's a photograph that our photographer took.
Okay, and that was, is that incorporated in your report?
It is.
And is that a true and accurate representation of what you observed in the area you called the pet cemetery?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would ask that or move for Exhibit 25 to be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 25 will be admitted.
Can you describe for the court what you see in State's Exhibit 25?
This is kind of the overall photo of what came to be known for us as the pet cemetery. And in this photo, you can see that statue of the dog. And then right in front of that statue, there was what I would call an area that looked like it was a grave. And then near that grave, there was what I would say were maybe two or three, maybe besides that one, maybe two other areas that looked like they could have been graves to me. I imagined these graves, since it was a pet cemetery, or we thought pets were buried here based off a text message. We, logically figured there could be animals here. We did have an anthropologist with us. And when we started our processing of this scene, I had a team start processing this scene, and we put the anthropologist with that team so that the anthropologist could help them determine the difference between animal or human bones if they found any.
Okay. And how did you then begin processing that site?
So we started with just kind of our assessment of possible graves that we could see there. And then based off that, I created, an area, kind of a square area, 10 foot by 10 foot around those potential grave sites. And that was what we called our pet cemetery area. And then that was the area we initially started excavating. The team that started processing that, kind of similar to burial site number 1, we removed the vegetation, that first layer, to see what we were dealing with. Can we see any, these graves? Can we see, get a better picture of them once that vegetation's moved? And then we started having them using hand tools, try to figure out if they could find animal remains, is what we thought we would find. And they did end up finding 2 sets of animal remains.
Okay,
And that was kind of the first step.
okay. And then what did you do after that?
After the animal remains were found and moved to the side, we used a backhoe to come in, and the backhoe then excavated that initial, what I'm estimating to be 10-foot by 10-foot area. And the backhoe went approximately 2 feet down after that in that approximately 10-foot by 10-foot area. And we also took, for this area and all areas, we have measurements, that we shot in. So we know exactly on this property where that area was. So we know this approximately 10-foot by 10-foot area. We know where that is on the property. We know where burial site 1 was on the property. We know where burial site 2 is on the property, eventually when we get there. So the backhoe started excavating this area.
And what happened as the backhoe started? What happened after that?
So once the backhoe had kind of processed this 10-foot by 10-foot area, gone approximately 2 feet down, the backhoe started to expand from the 10-foot by 10-foot area, going a little bit north. And as that backhoe was expanding from our original 10-foot by 10-foot area, the backhoe uncovers 2 potential vertebrae. And we stop and we have our anthropologist make an assessment on those bones. Are they animal? Are they human? Our anthropologist couldn't make the determination with those 2 bones at that time. As I'm standing there waiting for the assessment to be made from the anthropologist, I caught an odor that I can associate with my experience with possibly being decomposing, human remains.
Okay.
And between waiting for the anthropologist to make an assessment that she can't make yet, and then smelling the possible, odor that I'm familiar with of possibly being decomposing flesh, I made the decision, okay, we're going to stop using the tractor. Let's get the tractor out of the way, and then let's have the team focus on hand tools, and let's see what we come up with right here.
Okay.
This is interesting.
So when you recovered the 2 animals you talked about, did you experience that same smell?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you said you moved on to hand tools. Tell us what happened then.
So as the team was using, excavating this area, just a little bit north, kind of at the right of, I'd say, I'm estimating right now, kind of at the north side of our 10-foot by 10-foot original pet cemetery area. We eventually, the next significant thing is we hit a bone, sticking out of the ground, and it kind of leads into some flesh. And at the time, our anthropologist still can't make a determination if that's animal or human. And so the team starts trying to excavate whatever this is. And then eventually we're able to excavate a few pieces. The major piece ends up being a pelvic piece.
And is that something you recognize as being a pelvic piece?
I'll say possible pelvic piece,
Okay.
but I mean, a pelvic piece is pretty familiar to me. So I would say I could recognize it, but I'll say possible pelvic piece.
And what else did you find that day?
So that was significant. These pieces at that time was significant. Once the team, recovered those pieces, based on those pieces that were recovered, the anthropologist.
I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
Without testifying as to what the anthropologist told you,
Okay.
did you ask the anthropologist to make an assessment?
Yes.
And what happened in your search after that?
So that was essentially, that was where we stopped processing for the day.
Okay.
So that became we knew at that point we had found human remains. So that was where we stopped processing for the day. That became then burial site number 2. I then made a new perimeter, a new outline of where our new excavation site would be for burial site number 2, based off those remains we just found. And that's all going to be mapped in. So we have the data for this new area. And that's burial site number 2 now. And then that's essentially where we ended for day 1.
Okay.
And then the pieces that were recovered, and those pieces appeared to be burned. Some of them were pink still. So there's a lot of tissue still involved. And then again, it was pieces, so dismembered. And then those pieces were put in a body bag. The coroner was there, sealed up by the coroner, and then removed from the scene. So all human remains from day 1 were taken,
Okay. And to your knowledge, was the scene secured at that point?
Yeah, and then so all general evidence, so besides the human remains, which is what we've been focused on, there was a lot of other searching going on, taking place. All general evidence from the day was sealed up, documented, through our paperwork. And then that was all provided to the Rexburg Police Department. And that was handed off to them at the end of day 1. And then the scene was secured, the local police, Fremont County Sheriff's Office, Rexburg Police Department secured the scene overnight. And then ERT departed late in the afternoon on day 1.
Okay. Your Honor, I've asked that this exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 26 be shown to the defense and handed to the witness.
Exhibit 26 will be shown to the witness.
Agent, do you recognize Exhibit 26?
I do.
What is it?
It's another photograph that our photographer would have taken.
Okay, and is that incorporated in your report?
It is.
And is that a true and accurate representation of what you observed at what we call burial site number 2?
Yes, burial site number 2 in the pet cemetery.
Okay. Your Honor, I've asked that State's Exhibit 26 be entered into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Exhibit 26 will be admitted.
And then I'd ask that this exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 27 be shown to the defense and handed to the witness.
Exhibit 27 is being shown to the witness.
Agent, do you recognize Exhibit 27?
I do.
What is it?
That shows burial site number 2. And those are the stakes that I put up to mark the perimeter of burial site number 2, once we had identified the human remains.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate representation of what you observed at burial site number 2?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for State's Exhibit 27 to be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 27 will be admitted.
Agent, you talked about, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, how you started excavating, or at some point you were excavating burial site number 2 with the backhoe, correct?
Correct.
And then you expanded your search northward.
Correct.
Is State's Exhibit 27, did you compare that with State's Exhibit 26? Is that spot in 27, is that northward of where you originally started excavating the site with the backhoe?
It's kind of right on that border.
Okay.
And so it's kind of hard to tell without looking at the final data from our Faro scanner and our total station, it's kind of hard for me from these photos to say if they overlap
Okay,
or not.
that's,
So we kind of need to wait till we see that final data.
okay. Exhibit 27, is that the area where you discovered the bones that you talked about on day one?
Yes, the bones that were eventually for burial site number 2.
Okay. Now, yes, thank you for burial site number 2. Thank you. And did you resume your search or your excavation on June 10th?
Yes, so June 10th, in the morning, we arrived back on scene, and we would have started a similar process, crime scene sign-in log, entry photos again to show how that scene is at that time. I would have started another, for the team leader, I would have started another admin log that I would have filled out, and then another preliminary survey. And then our primary, we had a lot of objectives, but the primary objectives were obviously to finish the excavation of burial site number 2. And I think we were still finishing the processing of the fire pit area. And we haven't really talked about that, but finishing the fire pit area.
Can you tell the court what you found on day 2 at burial site number 2?
So burial site number 2, it was a little bit more complex for us, I think, but it was the same process. There's a story to be told here at this grave. So we want to do the same thing, layer by layer, noting any significance. The difficulty, I think, for us for this one was the way these human remains were found. So it was kind of this, for lack of a better term, it was kind of a mass of dismembered human remains. Burnt, partially burnt. And so we did the best we could. It was kind of hard to recognize, like, what are we looking at here initially? You know, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
We know there's tissue here, there's organic matter here, and we just couldn't recognize what we were dealing with. But layer by layer, we ended up just excavating all around this mass of human remains. And we ended up excavating all the way around it. And at the very bottom of this mass, we find, this melted green bucket. And then to the bottom, the side of that green bucket, we eventually find a skull. And then to the side of that skull, we find a mandible with some teeth. Those are the significant things that you could finally see and recognize out of this mass. And so we did the team did the best they could to kind of excavate around this and kind of tell that story. And again, we'd stop every so often, take photos, take scans, and document that excavation process, just like we did at the burial site 1, layer by layer. And then eventually it came the decision point of, okay, now we need to try to lift these remains out of burial site 2.
What happened when you tried to do that?
So when the team tried to lift the remains, this mass out of burial site 2, it fell apart. So what ends up happening is just a, removal of pieces into the coroner's body bag. And then once we get the pieces into the body bag, our anthropologist and the coroner essentially do, as best they can, an inventory of what pieces we have, so that I know, as a team leader, how much more do we need to look for in this grave? Because I don't want to leave at the end of the day with only partial remains and there's something else in there. And so even after the bigger parts of the mass and pieces are removed, the team, we still need to continue, digging out this grave, going further than what the pieces we saw were, sifting And the sifting operation, we didn't talk about that. The sifting operation happened in burial one also. A sifting operation continues in burial site number 2. And we're looking for any other pieces of evidence. We're looking for small pieces of bone, small teeth. So we continue those operations until we think we've got all the human remains, so that we can give the, get everything out of there. And then one thing that we also did was, even once we finished that process, we used the backhoe to go even deeper and wider at each of these burial locations, just to ensure, we got everything.
Mhm. And did you find anything else at either site 1 or 2 when you did that expansion search?
We did not.
Okay. Thank you. And once all those remains were, you may have already answered this, I apologize if you did. Once those remains were all removed from the ground, what did you do with them?
The coroner would have sealed the body bags, and then the coroner would have removed them from the scene.
Okay. All right, thank you. Agent, was this the first time you had been at the Daybell residence?
It was not.
Okay. When had you been there before?
It was January 3rd of 2020.
What were you doing there that day?
We were assisting the Fremont County Sheriff's Office in a search warrant execution.
And so just to be clear, the same property in Fremont County, Idaho?
Correct.
What was your role during that search?
Same role. I was the team leader for that search warrant.
Okay. As the team leader, did you take possession and document any items that you found and seized?
We did.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would ask that State's Exhibit 28 be shown to the defense and the witness, along with State's Exhibit 29.
Exhibits 28 and 29 will be shown to the witness.
I'm going to call your attention to State's Exhibit 28. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 28?
I do.
What is it?
It's an LG cell phone.
Instead of describing the contents of it, just in general, what is?
It's a photograph that our photographer would have taken.
Okay, and have you had a chance to review that photograph before?
I have.
And is it a part of a report that you prepared in your role as a team leader in a search?
It is.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate representation of what you saw on January 3rd, 2020?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves for Exhibit 28 to be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge. Thank you.
Exhibit 28 will be admitted.
Call your attention to State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 29?
I do.
What is it?
It's another photograph that our ERT photographer would have taken.
Okay, and is that photograph a part of your report as the team leader?
It is.
And is that a true and accurate representation of what you saw in the Daybell residence on January 3rd, 2020?
It is.
Your Honor, the state moves for Exhibit 29 to be entered into evidence.
And there would be no objection, Judge.
Exhibit 29 will be admitted.
So State's Exhibit 28, can you describe what you see in that picture?
It's an LG cell phone.
Okay, and do you recall where that cell phone was found?
It was in a bedroom of the residence, and it was, I believe we call it bedroom L, which was a southeast bedroom of the residence.
Okay. Is there anything distinct about that photograph?
Of 28, Exhibit 28 specifically?
Yes.
Not really.
Okay. Can you describe what you see in State's Exhibit 29?
It's the backside of the LG cell phone.
Okay. And is it the same cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And is there anything distinctive that you see in State's Exhibit 29?
Yeah, at the residence, this one was distinctive just because this picture shows the clear bubble case that it had with the heart shapes that were inside of it. And then the cell phone on the back, this one was blue in color.
Okay. And what did you do with the evidence found in State's Exhibits 28 and 29?
This evidence item for us was item 21. So it was packaged by the ERT team. And at the end of the day, I seized the evidence. And then I gave all of the evidence to Lieutenant Joe Powell with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office. And then he took the evidence. And that was at the Daybell residence.
Okay. Your Honor, the state has no further questions at this time.
Court notes that it is 12 o'clock straight up. Mr. Pryor, would you like to proceed with cross-examination after lunch?
Judge, that's acceptable to court. That would be my preference, Your Honor.
We'll do that. We'll take a recess for lunch. We'll reconvene at 20 after 1, and we'll proceed with cross-examination of this witness.
All right.
All right, we are at recess. Phew, I needed a break from that. I don't know about you guys. That was rough. So let's kind of ground ourselves a little bit. Let's take a minute for some self-care, some nice deep breaths. If you are struggling through this, all right, if this is emotionally triggering for you and traumatic, please take a minute for some self-care. That's very important, okay? Let's stay focused. Let's stay grounded. We're here to get justice for the kids, and this has to happen. So this process has to happen. It's very hard. You don't have to listen to it, all right? Remind yourself that, okay? If you need to step away, take a break from that kind of testimony, please do so. Also, if you want a quick little emotionally grounding experience, I have a series of videos on my channel called 3-Minute Mindfulness. There's some quick meditative type balancing, refocusing kind of, meditations. 3 minutes long, nice and short. Do it, feel yourself getting a little more stable, and then come back when you're ready. So it's just a resource there that can help you get through something difficult like this. So go ahead and take your 3 minutes and some nice deep breaths, because we're all okay. All right, let's remember that. That was very hard to listen to. I did change the overlay so that we have a picture of Tylee and JJ up in the corner instead of my logo, because I needed to see that picture. That is my favorite picture of the two of them together. I really wanted to see Tylee's beautiful face. Look at JJ. I needed to see that to get that image in my head instead of what they were talking about. So that's why that's up there, because that's what we're here for. We're here for them. So we are here to witness their lives and their importance and how much they meant to all of us who never even met them. So deep breath. Ooh, we got this. All right. So one thing that came up in the conversation while we were watching that is the text from Chad about the raccoon. I'm going to put that on the screen. No, I'm not. I don't want to stop sharing the hearing to put it on the screen. So sorry, I'm so afraid that's going to get messed up somehow. So I won't put it on the screen right now. I can't share two things, I don't think. No, I can't. All right. So anyway, the probable cause affidavit for both Lori and Chad, they do mention a text that Chad sent to Tammy, all right, on September 9th, 2019, which is the day after the last known sighting of Tylee in Yellowstone. There was a text that Chad sent to Tammy's phone at 11:53 a.m. And the text reads, "Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all of the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times." Chad also texted Tammy at 11:56 a.m. "Gonna shower now and then go right for a while at BYU. Love you." Tammy responded to Chad at 2:47 p.m. Good for you. And Chad texted Tammy at 2:48 saying, I'm back home now. All right, so that was sent about 11 minutes after Alex Cox's phone left Chad's property. That right there shows Chad at least knew what was happening, because he had to explain some things to Tammy. He had to explain why there was a fire, right? He says limb debris, which I don't know if he was trying to be funny or punny or what, but I'm sure he kind of inferred tree limbs, but limb debris, God, knowing what we know now. So he had to explain why there was a fire. So he says it was limb debris. He has to explain why something was buried in the pet cemetery, because you might have noticed the disturbed earth. So he says he shot a raccoon in the yard. The question that I have is, did he actually shoot something? Was that text partly to cover why someone might have heard a gunshot, or was that just a story to explain why he might have had to kill a raccoon? We don't know that yet. No one has come forward and said they heard a gunshot on that day. So, we'll have to figure that out as the trial progresses. But that was sent to Tammy the day that Tylee's remains were buried in Chad's yard. So there you go. That's pretty disgusting. Right. The FBI did not find any raccoons. They dug up the pet cemetery. They said they found a cat and a dog. They did not find a raccoon. Now, that was part of what Pryor was asking yesterday when he kept pestering the detective. Did they dig up the whole pet cemetery? Did they? Did they dig up the whole thing? Because I think Pryor might have been asserting that, well, if they had dug up the whole thing, they would have found a raccoon. Yeah. But that's just part of the crazy defense that Pryor's going to try and throw out later. But they didn't find a raccoon. So, But, so... why was the ground dug up? Thank God it was texted to her, not verbal. Yeah, Sophie, exactly. That text right there puts Chad at the scene, gives him knowledge of what happened, and he's trying to spin a story to create some plausible deniability there. That makes him look as guilty as anyone else. And just with that text alone, could we not just show that to the judge and be like, okay, we're done, let's go to trial? So, Yep, clearly from this testimony, there is no raccoon. Exactly, Stephen. They did have an anthropologist on site sorting through the stuff that they found and trying to use careful language. So, but they did not find any raccoon. So, did they use some kind of ground penetrating radar to determine? I don't know. I don't think they did. He didn't say that they did. At least yet. Maybe they have, but he didn't. He said that they identified where to dig by disturbed earth. The grass was shorter. There was sod placed over where JJ was buried, and that's how they determined where to dig. So it doesn't sound like they used ground penetrating radar for this. Janine says, I smell a deal on the way. If Chad had any brains about him, he would have already made a deal, but I don't know how he can sit there and think any jury, even the most impartial, archetypal jury that you could find, would find him innocent of this. So, and we're only talking about the conspiracy and the destruction and concealment of evidence charges. We're not even talking murder yet. And even that, it's like, geez Louise. Yeah, Chad is not a smart man. I agree, Manuela, 100%. Amy, this does feel like a trial. It does. And I said that to my husband last night. We were going through it, and I'm like, it's Pryor's cross-examinations that make it feel like a trial. He's trying to introduce more evidence and testimony in his cross than is normally allowed. It really feels like a trial to me. Certainly our emotional response to it feels like we're knee deep in the middle of a trial. This is supposed to be kind of a lightweight pre-trial. Hey, judge, here's our evidence. Can we go to trial? Yeah, sure. It's not supposed to be quite this big of a deal, but yeah. Oh, man. This is some stuff. Sorry, I was checking. I got a bunch of messages going in Discord, all kinds of stuff happening. Ooh. Just got to check up with everyone. So, how are you all doing in chat? How are you doing? Are you okay through this? Mommy, this is just a lunch break. All right, so I'm not sure. I didn't even listen to how long it was, but we'll just chit chat until they get back. Brooks Jones says, I can't understand why Pryor keeps bringing up the pet cemetery, or does he aggressively when they did find children's remains? I think what Pryor's trying to do is to say, first, he wants to assert that there was a raccoon and they didn't dig the whole thing up, so how could they know? I think he's going to use that as some kind of great defense. I think that's a terrible defense, but whatever. The pet cemetery, they also haven't mentioned this here today yet, but we do know that the pet cemetery was corroborated by Tammy's own sister, who told them where it was and told them, yes, they've always had pet cemeteries growing up. Of course, her sister had a pet cemetery. So there's corroboration for that. And I don't know what Pryor thinks he's going to get out of that. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. It really doesn't. But yeah, Maureen, if Pryor can prove somehow that there is a raccoon in that pet cemetery, then that kind of negates some of the power of Chad's text, although not really, because we know Alex was there a few minutes before. We know they found Tylee's remains there. Doesn't matter if there's a darn raccoon. Tylee was there, so he can try to do whatever he wants. He really can. Yeah, also, Danielle, you're right. Even in the probable cause affidavit, Lieutenant Ball states he was suspicious about that text because raccoons are nocturnal. Sure, you can have them out in the day if they have rabies or something's really wrong, but generally you don't see them running around during the day. So that's a thing. That's a thing. Oh, give me 1 second. All right, so we know about the text. I don't really think we need to go through all of the graphic details that we just heard about Tylee's remains. We know that the scenario that they're explaining for us is so much worse than anything a normal, rational person can imagine. And that's what I'm taking away from this, is these people did something so horrific. Wood called it particularly egregious. That's an understatement. It's so horrific and evil that I have a hard time thinking it's real. It doesn't seem real. I mean, even like the worst episodes of Criminal Minds don't seem that bad, So, whew, this is rough stuff, guys. Now give me 1 second. I need to grab a drink. Hang on. Man, watching these things makes me super thirsty. I don't know why. All right, what else do we need to talk about during recess? Yep, Emily, I was going to show the text from Chad in the probable cause affidavit that shows the date and everything, but I don't want to change what I'm screen capturing because I don't want to accidentally somehow mess up the hearing or mess up my stream of the hearing. So I'm just going to leave it for now. I'm too nervous to have anything go wrong on the tech side of things, because that happens. You know how tech stuff works. I mean, even the courtroom can't get their text together. That's the phone call, the jail phone call of Chad calling Lori while she's in jail. That was impossible to hear. I got a few words out of it here and there. Nisi in chat says she's going to try and transcribe it. She's a transcriptionist by trade. So there you go. I'm going to grab the audio out of the stream later, run it through my audio editing software, see if I can clean it up, see if I can hear it better. If I can, I'll get a transcript of that too while Nisi's working on it. We'll work together and we'll get that decoded for you, because that was really impossible to hear. But we could hear the tone of voice. We could, and Chad just sounded like, "Oh no, they're doing the yard. Oh," and Lori's like, "Oh no." I mean, the tone of voice just made me just want to rage at both of them. How crazy, Diet Coke is worse for you than regular. Maybe for some people, but not for me. For me, sugar is worse for me than anything else. So I will take my chances with aspartame and be happy. I thought I heard Chad say they're searching for the kids. That's what I thought. I heard the word kids. And I heard it both times because they stopped right after he said it the first time. So it does sound like he said they're searching for the kids or something about the kids. He said they were out in the yard looking, not in the house. And Lori's just like, oh no. It's just, oh, it's terrible, terrible. So we will have to see if we can decode that. To me, more important than the words that were said were the tone of voices, because it shows Chad just sounds utterly defeated. Doesn't he? He just sounds completely like, it's over. We're done. No. That really kind of tone of voice where he's like, we're done. And Lori's like, oh, it'll be okay. La, la, la. That fake high tone. Oh, yeah. Ugh. I'm getting nauseous listening to this trial, having to listen to these people. My goodness. Yeah, they kept saying it will be okay. No, it won't be. No, it will not be distraught. Stormy says, he said, I don't know what they're trying to find, then a break, then the kids. That's what I heard there. Yeah, we're definitely going to try and clean that up. Chad's voice fits his face and personality. It does. He is a putz. Absolutely, Kathleen. Chad Daybell is a putz. There, I said it. Come for me. Lori thinks the world is going to end. Chad knows it's not. That's the difference. Well, Chad was the first one to say the world was ending, and Lori didn't like his date, so she made up her own. And I don't think either of them believe it. I think they're just using that as part of their big scam thing. Amy Gibbs, that's what I was thinking of. Oh, no. The Mr. Bill show. Chad is going to trial for first-degree murder. I hope so. I hope so. So, back to our earlier witnesses, Melanie and David. What do you all think of David after seeing that? Now, I haven't talked about David Warwick a lot and his connections to all of this, mainly because he hasn't been formally named a lot as far as court documents and stuff. His name is in the PCA. He was in the Dateline interview. But now that he's been in court, now I'm like, all right, now it's time to download the David Warwick file into a video. So I think I'm going to work on that. If the hearing ends today, then I'll get that up tomorrow. Or I think we may have the hearing again tomorrow too. So I may have to wait till Thursday. But I do have a lot of information on David Warwick. He does feeding it, doesn't he? When we saw him in the Dateline interview, he seemed kind of strong and well-spoken and put together. Today, he seems like he aged 20 years since then. He does seem a little frail, a little, nervous. Faux feeble? You think it was faux? That's possible. He did look like he was extremely uncomfortable on that stand. But he sounded like suddenly he sounded like a very old man. Whereas just a couple weeks ago in Dateline, he sounded just fine. So is it a play act? I don't know. Hold on one second. All right. Husband's going back to work. Had to say goodbye. He comes home for lunch every day, which is fantastic. I love that. Some women might get annoyed by that, but I like my husband. I like that he still works, because if he didn't, I might have a different tune to sing. I'm kidding. I love him. He's a great guy. But yeah, had to say goodbye because he's going to work. So yeah, David Warwick. I think, yeah, like Feeding It says, I think he was affected, but I don't think it's that bad. It's possible he was playing up on that for sure. But yeah, he definitely looked a little unhappy. Yeah. All right. So David Warwick, he didn't really tell us much. Why are none of these attorneys asking them what JJ was wearing when Alex was bringing him back in the apartment? I really want to know that answer. I do. I do. I want to know. And it could be that they're not bringing it up because they're going to save that for trial. Certainly that's going to get asked at trial. So they're probably just trying to keep some of that stuff under wraps for now, which makes sense. David is probably sorry he ever met these crazy. I would think so, Bev, but David is crazy with them. He was involved in all the same groups and all the same conferences and all that stuff. So it's not like he's an external energy, an external force. He was in the groups that all of them were too. So he was probably afraid because he doesn't want to cross the foundation. Yeah. Can someone tell you where the red pajamas comes from? That was brought up yesterday by one of the detectives in the case, describing the autopsy procedure for JJ and that he was buried wearing red pajamas. So that led all of us to be like, what did Melanie and David see JJ wearing when Alex brought him home that night? Was it the red pajamas? So, yeah. That's something they did not elaborate on. Yes, David Warwick used the word zombie. That was the first time anyone has used that word in this entire hearing. Very interesting. I don't think Rob Wood was too happy about that, but, you know, it's true. They called them zombies. Man. Now, the information between David and Melanie. Melanie even suggests that David was the one who sort of made her see reason a little bit more. Lori seems to assert that in that phone call. Lori was yelling at Melanie that David was turning her dark and leading her astray and all of this. It's possible that David was like, Melanie, who are these people? This is crazy. There's no such thing as zombies. What are you doing? You got to tell the police. It's possible that David was doing that. And good on him if he was. But, I don't know how to say this without sounding completely mean and horrible. I think a lot of people are not looking at the fact, and I mean the people involved in this, are not understanding that their own behavior, their own promulgation of these extremist, crazy, eschatological ideologies are the cause for this happening. Right? When people come out with their crazy ideas and suddenly they're giving a forum through like preparing a people and they're making money by writing books and it snowballs bigger and bigger and bigger, the crazy gets out of hand. And that's what we're seeing here, at least in part, you know, and none of them are standing up and saying, you know what, maybe we shouldn't do this. Maybe the church has a fixed doctrine for a reason. Maybe the church is telling us we shouldn't go talking about our own prophecies and visions and dreams for a reason. Maybe this is the reason the church says, don't do that crap, man. Quit it. You know, and even Melanie Gibb, once Pryor got Melanie talking about scripture, oh, she was happy as a clam. She loves to talk scripture. Well, does she ever talk to herself and say, you know what? If this doesn't come directly from the church that I believe in, then I shouldn't be talking about it. I shouldn't have gone down that path. She kind of says that, but she's still going down the path. You know, it's like, that's what gets me. It gets me just makes me crazy. Anyone can be a prophet. Sherry, the church says no. The church says the only visions and prophecies like that should be listened to come from the actual prophet of the church. Nobody else should be doing that. But yet all these yahoos are out there. I had a prophecy too. I had a dream too. Listen to my dream. I'm going to write books. You know, and David Warwick is right up there with him. He has so many prophetic dreams about all of these crazy things, and he pushes them. He promotes them. He was a speaker at a Preparing a People event. He wasn't just there to witness it. He was there as a speaker. So, yeah. You know, they're pushing non-church sanctioned ideologies and doctrines and their own visions, and none of them are taking accountability for that. So, I'm a very forgiving person. I am a very empathetic person. I can forgive the worst of us if and only if they stand up and take some personal responsibility for it. That's the key, is you can't ever have true forgiveness from self, from the divine, or from others unless you can first accept the responsibility. That's it. And none of these people can do that. If any of you saw my live stream where I'm going a little crazy about preparing a people, Michael and Nancy James, that was my biggest argument with them, is they refuse to take responsibility for promoting this garbage, and they're still doing it to this day. They are still doing it. They're still promoting this wackadoodle stuff. So there's no such thing as personal responsibility or accountability with any of these people. And 6 people are dead. And they're all like, well, sorry, we were just deceived. Ugh, that makes me crazy. So what's going on in chat? Here I've just been ranting. I haven't looked at chat. Wonder if David has already turned into a zombie. I'm sure Lori and Chad think he's a zombie. Thomas Randall, hey, Awen, how are you doing today? I'm doing great. Thomas, how are you doing? I got a good night's sleep, hearing some very interesting testimony in this case. It's a good day. Trying to insist a whole community take responsibility for some. I'm not suggesting that, Josie, at all. I'm talking about the people who were involved, the people who promoted the crazy ideology, the people who didn't call Chad and Lori and all these people to task for saying, hey, you can't do that. That's against the doctrine of this church you claim to be a part of. Stop it. No, the people who pushed it, the people who promoted it, the people who sold it and made money off it, that's who I'm calling to stand up for responsibility. The people who say, hey, we shouldn't be pushing extremist ideology because it leads people to do crazy things. Looking at you, Christopher Parrott, looking at you, members of Avow, looking at you, Michael and Nancy James, that's who I'm talking about. Those kinds of people. I'm not talking about your standard, average, mainstream Mormon who goes to church and tries to live their life by the church doctrine and does good. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the people that go outside the church and go to these crazy conferences and do all this stuff and talk about the end of the world is coming next week. So here, buy my $150 food kits and all that garbage. That's what I'm talking about. And there is a lot of this garbage. There really is. Sorry, I am crazy thirsty. Preppers are kind of, all right. We talked about preppers a little bit before. Now we heard about the preparedness groups today from Melanie and David. And Melanie certainly tried to portray them as just, oh, they just like to go have fun camping and learn how to cook outside. That's not what the preparedness groups are. It is not. Now, there's a difference between prepping for a natural disaster. If you live in an earthquake zone or like I do in Tornado Alley, you have some preparations on hand. You've got some batteries, you've got a radio, you've got a closet full of toilet paper or something. You've got some basic rations and things on hand in the event you're without services for an extended period of time. That's normal. That's logical. But preparing to be able to exist in a self-sufficient way for several years because the end time tribulations are coming, because the second coming is going to happen any day now, that's really different. That's really different. And what Chad and Lori pushed, and the whole call out idea from Avow, what they're pushing is Christ is coming back any day. The tribulations are going to be terrible. You have to sell all your stuff. You have to buy these giant tents. You have to have 2 years worth of charcoal and food and dry goods and be ready to go at a moment's notice. The call out is going to happen any day. We got to get to the tent cities. That's what they're promoting. If you don't believe me, go sign up on Avow and read it yourself. All right. Any day now, they're all going to have to up and leave when the prophet calls the big call out, and go live in tents for years till they overcome the tribulations and they get their new Zion. That's what they believe, right? I'm not making this up. And that's where the crazy comes into it. Oh, he says there's a difference between logical prepping and irrational, excessive paranoia prepping. Exactly. Exactly. I do this. All right. The people who have died, Shirley says, who is the sixth person? We have Joseph Ryan, Charles Vallow, JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Alex Cox, Tammy Daybell. We also have Stacy Cope and one of the Cox children that died as an infant, which I don't think is related to this, but it's another death in this orbit. We have a couple of lawyers, Lori's previous lawyer, at least one that I'm sure of, that died of a heart attack that she thinks comes to visit her in his ghosty form and chit chat with her. So there's 6 directly connected. There's 4 or 5 indirectly connected. So, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's not okay. So, yeah. So when I talk about the preppers and I talk about the crazy version, I'm not talking about people who have normal like food stores. Like my grandmother was a daughter of the Great Depression era. Her basement looked like, a Walmart grocery store. She had shelves and shelves of food, of dry goods. Whenever any of us got hungry, we just go over there and grab some food, go shopping in her basement. But because of the Depression, she was terrified that it would happen for a while again, so she would just always have it on hand. And that was kind of cool. She would do a lot of canning. She was not a Mormon. My grandmother was not Mormon at all. But for her, it was the psychological impact of surviving the Depression. So she had a great garden. She grew the best tomatoes I've ever had in my life. And she would can them and she would make giant vats of sauce and get it all frozen. And oh, it was just cool. I seem to be buffering a lot. Why am I buffering? I don't know. I don't know why. I may have to restart the stream. I hope not, because then we will lose a lot of people. My computer is having some moments. I'm going to close all my extra stuff here. Give me a second. A lot of things open that don't need to be opened. That might help if we close all that. I hear my hard drive whining in the background. So, yeah. There's probably something running in the back of my computer. Anyway, I'll get that sorted. Oh. So, that's my stance on preppers. I don't think prepping is always a bad thing. I think in some cases it can be good. It can be useful. It can give you a sense of security, which is good. But, my family left Mass and moved to Southington. I am definitely from near Southington. I'm from Farmington. So, Julie, yeah, a couple towns over. We used to, we played football against Southington. Yeah, marched, went to the Apple Harvest Festival in Southington every year. Very familiar with Southington, Connecticut. Yeah, that's cool. Small world. Should you start now before we run out of YouTube time? MJ DeBella, that's a really good idea. The problem is, if we switch over to the new stream, we're going to lose about half the viewers, people who are just listening and not watching, and I don't want to lose them. So we'll stay here for now. It should be all right. It should be okay. Oops, hold on, I have to type. 1 second. Saying hi to Paul. Paul is at work, so he can't be here watching this with us, so I'm trying to make sure he's got updates and stuff. Your cousin was the VP for Stop and Shop. Oh, nice. I've been there to the Southington Stop and Shop. South Africa, Scotland, Australia, in the house. Where are you all from? There are people from all over the world in this chat. It's really kind of interesting. As far as the live stream goes, someone said YouTube will only save up to 8 hours of a live stream. Somebody said 12 hours. If we get close to 8 hours, I will launch a second stream just to keep the recording going. So when I upload the video, I won't miss a minute of it, but we won't really have to change over because we can still going whether YouTube saves it or not. That's not a big deal. So we'll just stay here for now. It's okay. I think having extra things on hand to survive is important for emergencies, but I was not fully prepared for COVID. Yeah, Gail, that's a really good example. When I think it was mid-January, late January, when we started hearing the talk about COVID, I remember talking to Denise. Her and I were having a talk about this. And I said, this sounds to me, Denise, like it's going to get bad. She said, yeah, me too. I said, I'm going to go shopping and I'm going to lay in a month worth of food and all that kind of stuff. And she's like, you know what? So will I, right? So Denise and I make our list. We come up with everything. I actually work with Jess too. Jess gave me a lot of great ideas of things I need to have on hand. And I took a week or two and I just got everything. I spent a lot of money, right? But I wanted to know that I could close my door and not have to open it for an entire month and be perfectly fine. Oh, Sam, thank you so much. Hey, you. How's it going at work, Sam? I hope everything's going all right over there. Paul's checking in from work too. How you doing, Paul? You having an okay day? You're missing some stuff, man. Woo. We got to catch up later tonight. I will be going live with Paul later for his Patreon stream tonight and get him all caught up on the excitement of the day. So far, so good. Excellent. I see the storm kind of missed Paul, which is good. We were all worried about him. And Paul is perfectly safe. Everyone, it's okay. But yeah, so about the COVID stuff, Denise and I and Jess, we got together, we made our list, and I bought a month's worth of everything: toothpaste, shampoo, food, all the condiments you could possibly need, toilet paper, everything that you could need for a solid month. I don't regret it. I don't, because it's been very useful. It was a big outlay of cash, but that's all right. So I can see that there are times when it's okay to do that, What does Paul do as a job? Can I make up something funny? Like he's a game warden and he hunts bears at the lake or something? I don't know. That's Paul's business. I don't want to reveal what he does for work. That's up to him if he wants to answer that. But let's pretend I picture him as a game warden wearing like a safari hat and carrying some kind of like pellet rifle or something, hunting bears in the woods. I think that'd be a cool job for Paul. Oh. Paul's in the United States. Yes. He is here in the U.S. Mommy is a lion says, as a single mom with no transport, I stocked up too. Yeah, that's a very good idea. Yeah, so prepping isn't a bad, it's not a bad thing when done in context. Prepping for the end of the world because you think Jesus is about to come back and, all the tribulations are going to happen. You have to live in a camp for 2 years. That's different, I think. That's just my opinion. Don't come for me. I know other people disagree. That's fine. Oh, Jess says, no, Paul doesn't work killing bears. He's out looking for killer owls. That's right. He's in owl land. Mm-hmm. Jessica says, my God, Awen, I wish everyone did what you did. I work at Walmart and I swear people were there every damn day. It became the new club hangout. Yeah. See, Jessica, when I started talking about this, people were actually making fun of me. They're like, Awen, you're so silly. You don't need to do that. And yeah, 2 weeks later, they're like, Awen, you got any TP? Yeah, I told you. I remember the first time that I went to my Walmart after our big stock up, which was about 2 weeks later. I just wanted some fresh meat or something. It was empty. All the bleach and household cleaners were gone. The fresh meat cases were completely empty. There were some hot dogs and like some processed stuff and some fish, but all the regular fresh meat was gone. It was crazy. It blew my mind. I've never seen a Walmart like that in my adult lifetime. So that was kind of crazy. So yeah, I'm glad I stocked up. Plus I was doing keto, and doing keto, you need a lot of meat. That's primarily what I eat. So I wanted to make sure that I had at least a solid month's worth of meat in the freezer, which is not easy to do. I don't have a big chest freezer. I just smush it all in my fridge. That took some doing. Oh. Awen, will you announce when you have that call figured out? Oh, yeah, absolutely. After the hearing, I'm not sure I'm going to have time to do it tonight because after the hearing, I'm going to have some dinner and then I'm going to be live with Paul later this evening. So I might not have time to get to it tonight. Nisi is also going to be working on it. She said she would email me a text transcript if she gets that done. But when I have time, probably tomorrow morning, I'll pull the audio out, see what I can do, see how much I can clean it up in my audio program. And if I can get that with a text transcript, I will get that up ASAP. like first thing in the morning as soon as I can get it done. So yeah, I'll definitely let y'all know. I'll put it in Discord, I'll put it on Twitter, all that good stuff. So check your messenger, printed phone call, Chad and Lori. Oh, my messenger. You mean Facebook Messenger? Let me go check. Facebook Messenger. Here we go. Let's see. Beverly Dim. Oh, yes. Excellent. Somebody has got it. All right. Is this the whole thing? Let me see. Let me see. Okay. All right, I'm going to read it out to you. I will get it on screen and stuff. This is what the phone call said. I would put it on screen, but I don't want to lose my feed. So Chad says, they're searching the property. Lori, the house right now? I'm going to do it in their voices. Sorry. Chad, yes, Mark Means will be talking to you. They're out on the property. Lori says, are they seizing stuff? Chad says, they're searching and have a search warrant. We'll see what transpires. Lori says, what can I do for you? Chad says, I'm feeling pretty calm. I would call Mark, though, and talk with him. I spoke with Mark. I love you so much. Lori says, should I try and call you later? Chad says, I don't know. I love you and we'll talk soon. Lori says, I love you, baby. Phone call ends. All right. Thank you so much for that, Beverly. Excellent. I will get that up with the audio. And there you go. That's what was said. So I thought I heard him say something about you should call Harvey or Harley or something. It looks like he said Mark Means. Now, remember, Mark Means and that conflict of interest information. I'm assuming Rob Wood had this information when he went to the hearing about the conflict of interest. Apparently, Judge Edens, or was that Judge Mallard? One of the judges did not think that was a good enough reason to remove Mark Means for the case for conflict of interest. I kind of think it would be, because clearly Chad was talking to Mark Means about the search of his property. To me, that does seem a little conflict of interesty. But the judge made his ruling, and we stand by that. So there you go. Very interesting. But thank you for sending me that. I will definitely get that up to everyone. My goodness. Yeah, Monique, it did seem like there was more of the conversation, but remember that it was really slow. Like Chad was saying, I think they're searching the property in the Eeyore voice. So I just read it fast, but I believe that's all that was said. So I will run that against the audio and get that up in its own video just so we can listen to it real quick. Gio, it was all right. It was Judge Edens that heard the conflict of interest. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Because it was about the Fremont County charges. Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, Judge Edens did rule that Mark Means, that he ruled that Lori and Chad waived the conflict of interest. All right, and so Mark Means could continue as Lori's representation, which doesn't say there isn't a conflict of interest, just that they waived it and it was okay with them. Now, we saw that happen in the Rosenbaum trial, right, where Jennifer and Joseph had the same attorney and they had a conflict of interest, and the prosecution didn't like that, but they took it all the way to the state Supreme Court to try to force them to have separate trials and attorneys. But the Supreme Court ruled that if they waived it, they could do that. So, that's probably what might happen here too. We'll see what Rob Wood wants to do with that. Sorry, I have this irritating cough that won't go away. My goodness. No, it's not COVID, I promise. It's okay. Thomas Randall says, this is a revelation period. A lot is being revealed about a lot of things. Okay. I'm going to leave that alone. Let's see. Still want to hold out possibility that someone's going to flip. Monique, so do I. So do I. Someone back here saw an interview with Melanie Gibb yesterday. I don't know. An interview with who? Who interviewed Melanie Gibb? I don't know. We did see her on the stand yesterday. even though we thought she had taken a portal and gotten out of there. Nisi, have you been doing a transcript of the phone call during recess? That would be cool. Is there a Facebook group that you have for discussion? I have a Facebook group for my narcissist podcasting that I never really worked on because as soon as I started putting it up, then COVID hit and then I didn't have internet for a bit and yada, yada, yada. So not really. Nikki, we tend to use Discord. Discord is a standalone chat platform where you have text chat, voice, video, document sharing, file sharing, all that kind of stuff. So we all tend to gather over there in Discord. There should be a link to that in the description. One of the mods can drop that, I'm sure. You've emailed me. Oh, Nietzsche, thank you. Is it Nikki? Nietzsche? I see the ICC thing and I want to say Nietzsche. I realize that probably only applies in singing. We'll say Nikki. I'm sorry. However, let me know how you would prefer me to pronounce that. Check my emails. All right, here is the transcript. Oh, this is perfect. Perfect. All right, let me download this. I'm going to put it up in Discord right now. Download. In the Valo folder. Lori and Chad call. Excellent. Thank you so much. All right, this is going up in Discord. I will put it up on screen later on after the hearing. Where's my documents folder? Here it is. Excellent. Lori and Chad call document. Oops. That's the wrong one. All right, that is uploaded to Discord. Anyone that wants to grab it, go grab it. It's there waiting for you. Thank you to Nikki for that. That is absolutely fantastic. You saved me 2 hours of trying to be like, what did they say? What did I say? And it's Nikki. Okay. Got it. Excellent. Oh, that's going to be perfect. I'm sorry. I'm silly. Want me to read it? It is, yeah, let me read it for you since we're still sitting here. It's going to open it. Open. Well, it's got to launch Microsoft Word. Okay, here we go. This transcript, Chad says, hello, Lori, are you okay? Chad, no, they're searching the property. Lori, the house right now? Chad, yes, looking for evidence. So Mark Means will be talking to you. Lori, okay, are they in their house? Chad, no, they're out on the property. Lori, are they seizing stuff again? Chad, they're searching on it too. So there's digging and there's tents. Lori, okay. Chad, yeah, I tried to fill up the call. I'm glad you called. Lori, yeah. Chad, we'll see what happens. Or we'll see what transpires. Lori, okay. Chad says, I don't. Lori, what do you want me to do? Pray? Chad says, what? Lori, what do you want me to? Chad says, you're not praying? Well, you can. Yeah. Lori, okay, what can I do for you? Chad, we need to look pretty calm. I would call Mark, though. You can just talk with him. Lori, have you talked to him already? Chad, I did call and he answered. Lori, so he knows what they're doing? Chad, yeah, just like I do. Lori says, Chad says, it's hard, or he heard from somebody else. I need some time to. I love you so much. Lori says, okay, I love you. Should I try to call you later? Chad says, well, I don't know. You can try. Yeah, I'll reach it if I can. Lori says, okay. Chad says, I love you. We'll talk soon. Lori says, okay, baby, I love you. And Chad says, okay, love you. So yeah, there was a little bit more of that conversation than the other thing that we saw. So excellent. Nikki, thank you so much for that. I'll get that up in the update video, hopefully tomorrow morning, with the audio going with it. My goodness. Oh, they're back now? I don't see them back now. My stream is still playing. I guess I'll refresh that. I don't see them back now. Who's back where? You hang up first. No, you hang up first. Yeah, exactly. I'm just double checking to make sure that they're not back somewhere that I can't see. That would be terrible. Yeah, I don't see it back yet. So let me check the judge's YouTube, make sure he's not running a second stream. Is it this one? Did he start a new stream? No. Nope, they're not back yet. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're not missing anything. Gail, what I'll do is the document is up in Discord, so you can go there and grab it if you want. So, all right, Emily, have a great day. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. I love you. I hope you're doing well. My thoughts are with you, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Thank you, Emily. They said back at 1:20. Yeah, that was a 1:20 meeting their time. So we still got a ways to go then. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I am watching the feed in the other window, so they are not back yet. Oh. All right, so since we do have time and they're not back, I guess I'll read that document for you again. Somebody asked to hear more about this call. So there were a few lines that Nikki got that the other person had missed. So here we go. All right, I'm going to read it kind of quick. Chad says, hello. Lori says, are you okay? Chad says, no, they're searching the property. Lori says, the house right now? Chad says, yes, looking for evidence. So Mark Means will be talking to you. Lori says, okay, are they in the house? Chad says, no, they're out on the property. Lori says, are they seizing stuff again? Chad says, they're searching. They're searching on it too. So there's digging and there's tents. Lori says, okay. Chad says, yeah, I tried to fill up the call. I'm glad you called. Lori says, yeah. Chad says, we'll see what transpires. Lori says, okay. Chad says, I don't. Lori says, what do you want me to do? Pray? Chad says, what? I'm sorry, that's funny. Lori says, what do you want me to do? Chad says, you're not praying. Well, you can, yeah. Lori says, okay, what can I do for you? Chad says, we need to look pretty calm. I would call Mark, though. We need you. You can just talk with him. Lori says, have you talked to him already? Chad says, I did call and he answered. Lori says, so he knows what you're doing? Chad says, yeah, just like I do. Lori says, Chad says, it's hard, or he heard, from somebody else. I need some time to... I love you so much. Lori says, okay, I love you. Should I try to call you later? Chad says, well, I don't know. You can try. Yeah, I'll reach it if I can. Which means I think Chad knows he's about to get in deep trouble. Lori says, okay. Chad says, love you, and we'll talk soon. Okay, baby, I love you. Okay, bye. So that is the document. There you go. Conspired to look calm. Yes, it did. Yes, let's give a big shout out to Nikki Grace for that. She took the call and transcribed it, so now we can know what was said. And starting to hear, like, it does sound like the teacher from Charlie Brown, doesn't it? In that recording. Hopefully the judge was able to hear it a little better than we were. Let's see what's going on in chat. Let me say hello to everyone there. Yep, thank you, Nikki. That was great. Lori and Chad know the call is not private. Call to her attorney would be private. Yep, they should have known that. Oh, Nikki, you're using Audacity. That's what I still use. I still use that to this day for my audio because I thought about getting the big, expensive Adobe Premiere stuff, but Audacity works just fine. It really does. And it's totally free. So there you go. Shout out for Audacity. Let's see. Naturally Beautiful said, she said, are they ceasing stuff? I think she meant seizing as in taking stuff. She paused and added again, like last time. Oh, interesting. I repeat that because it sounded like more like she realized she was being recorded and to sound so innocent. Yep. Had to go out for 2 hours. Gonna have to play catch up. Oh no, Miss Wee Lassie. Oh no. That's why Chad was mumbling. Yeah, Audacity is awesome. I agree. I thought I hear kids. He didn't stay calm when he seen them digging in the grave and tried to get away. Yeah, he did do that. The report in the probable cause affidavit stated that he was watching them digging from his truck that he had moved across the street in front of his daughter's house. And when he saw them digging, either near the tree, I believe he said, that he got in his truck and took off. And then they chased him down and arrested him. So, yeah. Yeah. That's Chad. Audacity is a free audio editing software. Like when I do my podcasts, I use that. Whenever I do the pre-recorded videos, I do that to edit out breaths, so you don't hear me going in between words. So I edit out all that stuff in Audacity. It's my favorite program. All right, I'm gonna check up. There are some posts over in Discord. Got all kinds of stuff going on today. Let's see. I'm just checking up on all the sources, see if there's anything that I need to bring to you right away. And if they aren't coming back till 1:20, we do have some time. All right, lots of new people in Discord. Thank all of you for joining. Discord, don't think that I push Discord because it's like a money thing. It's not. I don't make any money from Discord. I don't want to. And Discord might try to sell you something called Nitro, which is like a paid version of Discord. Don't buy it unless you're a big gamer and you're in all the gaming Discords and all that stuff. It is not worth it. Okay, all it does will basically just give you some. You can use animated emojis and an animated icon. That's not worth $13 a month. It's really not. They're crazy for that. But it used to come with a lot of free games you could play, but they don't do that anymore. So don't pay for Discord. But if you have any questions using it, please just ask. There are all mods around. They'll help you out any way they can, as will I. And as soon as I get a chance, when I get all this hearing stuff done, I will make a video on how to use Discord, just to show you the basics for how to navigate around and how to chat and all that good stuff. So that will be on the way as soon as I get a free minute. Praying Scotty would get the transporter fixed. Yeah. Oh, man. I bet Paul, the look of a man wishing that portal would open right under his chair and suck him away. That was Chad today. That was him. If there ever was time for a portal, that would have been it. Thank you so much for your time and efforts. Oh, you're welcome, Gulf Coast Girl. I'm actually having a blast doing this. I am. Especially now with my fancy internet. And the uploads last night, parts 1, 2, 3 of the condensed hearings so far, they're almost an hour long. It took me like 5 minutes to upload each one. 5 minutes. Before I got this internet, that would have been an overnight project. I would set it off before bed, and it might be done in the morning when I woke up. So, yeah. Yes. My fancy internet is really helping me get more content to you. I'm very excited. So, yeah. The problem is I have more ideas for content than there are hours in the day. That is really my trouble. I have a bunch of deep dives I want to do for Patreon. I want to get the hearing all condensed and uploaded. I want to get my weight loss series back. I want to do Toxic Bliss. Of course, I want to stay on the daily news updates of this case. It's like I need 48-hour long days, please. Or just something so I never have to sleep again. Oh, goodness. See, they were really hoping that the world would end on July 22nd. Well, understand the end of the world, as far as they were concerned, wasn't like the world was going to explode and we'd all be gone. It was the beginning of the tribulations, right? Which is a period of time which all sorts of horrible things is going to happen to humanity, and only the righteous will survive, and they will get to rebuild a paradise. Okay. The paradisiacal glory of Zion when it comes to their personal beliefs. So that's what they were hoping for. Chad, I think, said the 22nd of July. Lori, I think, changed it to somewhere in August. They could not agree on a date. But then again, nobody throughout history has been able to agree on the date of the second coming. So no surprise there. Oh. Lucy says she's exhausted just hearing all I want to do. Yeah, so is my husband. My husband and I, every night we have what we call a powwow, where we just sit, we turn off all of our devices, and we just talk to each other. We talk about our day, we talk about the kids, we talk about anything that comes up. We have a lot of shared common interests between us. We're both very much into physics and astronomy and chemistry and a lot of the science things. So we talk about that a lot. We just have really great discussions. And sometimes I'll keep him up till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning talking about stuff. And he's like, honey, we need to sleep. I was like, sleeping is such a waste of time. Do you know how much more I could get done if I didn't have to sleep every night? Or we'll be just about falling asleep and I'll poke him. I'll be like, wait a minute. Can you explain to me how Bernoulli's principle and blah, blah, blah? And he'll be like, will you stop? No. Yep. Quantum physics is definitely something that I pay a lot of attention to. I am currently pursuing a PhD in astrophysics, although I'm doing it a course or two a year, maybe at this rate. I've stopped a lot since getting into YouTube. So it's probably going to take me the rest of my life, but that is my goal, is to get that PhD. So when? I don't know. Could take a very long time. Oh, how did my husband and I meet? We met through an AOL chat room back in 1999. We were friends for a very long time until our lives changed in a way when we were both single and able to become a couple. And that happened 16 years ago now. 16 years. 2004 was when we met in person for the first time, and we got married not far after that. So we've been married for 15 years now. So yeah, you can meet good people on the internet. You can also meet some jackwagons, and believe me, I've met a few. I don't recommend it, but yeah, I got very, very lucky with my husband. So if you want to hear my story about all of that in my series Toxic Bliss, which is available here on YouTube and on Anchor and all big podcasting platforms like Stitcher and all that stuff, Toxic Bliss tells the story of my time with a malignant narcissist and how I escaped from that and met my new husband, and it's all been wonderful since then, thank goodness. So yeah, the story is out there. Can't get my head around time changing as we reach closer to the speed of light. Yeah, one of the hardest things that I wrestled with was the whole Einstein's theory of time dilation. It's very hard to get in your head. It is very hard. Did I hear right? You're pursuing PhD in quantum physics? No, astrophysics, which of course quantum mechanics is part of. But yeah, I want to be the next Neil deGrasse Tyson. I want to be a theoretical astrophysicist. So that is my goal. Someday I'll get there. But yeah, the internet is a great place. You can study anything. So that's what I'm doing. But all of that's been on hold. Last year when I met Paul through reporting live from my sofa, started getting into YouTube, I've cut down on a lot of the study time that I have. So I don't think my next course will be probably in September. So yeah, I'm behind. Oh, this case got to wrap itself up so I can go back to school. My goodness. But it's fun. I'm really enjoying this. All right, so deep breath. Deep breath. We're going to be back in trial in a few minutes. And we're going to have, who do we have on the stand? Was that Gerard Wilmore? I think he's going to be back on the stand. We still haven't seen the 3 FBI agents that were subpoenaed or the state forensic expert that was subpoenaed. So there's still at least 4 more witnesses. Wilmore was not one of the subpoenas as far, oh wait, maybe he was, because he was Salt Lake City FBI. He might have been one of them. So there are at least 3 more that I know of. There could be more that we don't know of yet. So Watts case versus Daybell, which do you think was the worst? It's hard to say. Certainly there are more deaths in the Daybell case. Certainly the deaths of these children is just as horrific as that. Again, we have parents involved, murdering children. It doesn't get more nightmarish than that. So I can't say which one's worse. They're both miserable. So should we wrap today? Stephen, I hope so. I hope so. It depends on how much information Rob Wood wants to get out of these witnesses, and of course what Pryor does on cross. So he has a way of stringing this out a lot longer than it needs to be. But yeah, we do have at least 3 more. They could wrap it up by tonight, but if not, maybe they'll go again tomorrow. We're gonna have to wait and see. I'm not sure how that works. They booked 2 days. They might need another day. So any new Tox report about Tammy's death? Not that I've seen yet, Siggy. They have really kept Tammy's autopsy results under wrap. And I think there's a big reason for that. I think we're going to see charges pretty soon for that. But then again, I keep saying pretty soon, but they're also looking at Joseph. They're looking at Charles. They're probably looking at Alex's death. They have a lot to look at. So you see Pryor pulling out of the defense team, Stephen? Really? Huh. That would be very interesting. It would be, because I don't know. I mean, Chad would have to get a public defender. He really would, which might actually be the best thing for him, to be honest. But will Lori trial be the same witnesses? Trisha, I would think so, because the probable cause affidavits for both Chad and Lori are almost identical. They pretty much just copy and pasted the entire thing. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see all the same witnesses. We're going to hear the same evidence. We're going to hear the same questioning. The only difference is we'll have Mark Means doing cross instead of John Pryor, which that's going to be something to see. That is going to be an event. So we'll be watching that on the 10th and the 11th. We'll do the same format as we're doing this. It will also be before Judge Edens. So it'll look just like it does now. Just we'll have Mark Means up there. So we'll see what happens. I can't imagine Pryor pulling out. This is a chance to be famous. Yeah, Crystal, I think Pryor is arrogant enough to think, oh, this case is going to make me famous. It's like it's going to make you famously bad. You know, we'll see. Oh, man. Yeah, Brooke, I know how you feel about Mark Means. And I'm with you there. I'm with you there. So, oh, goodness. Marlene, what we know from the testimony on the stand is that Melanie Gibb does not have an immunity agreement with the prosecution. So there you go. She said it on the stand under oath in front of Rob Wood. So if she doesn't have an immunity agreement and she is running all over yapping on TV interviews and, oh, goodness gracious, that's a bad idea. I'm pretty sure that law enforcement is playing her. You know, it's okay as long as you tell us the truth. You're gonna be fine. We're on your side. We're helping you. You know, they're really feeding her that, and she's buying it because she is as naive as a naive thing with naive written all over it. You know, and then after they get what they need out of her, she's going to be named a co-conspirator. Then what? There's nothing she can do about it. She does not have an immunity agreement. That is crazy. That is crazy. So now we all know this from watching true crime. We know that you don't sit down with a law enforcement officer for a jaywalking ticket without a lawyer sitting next to you. Your lips do not move unless you're saying the words lawyer until you have a lawyer sitting next to you. You don't do it. As innocent as you may be, you cannot talk to law enforcement without representation. All right? You cannot do it. Apparently, Melanie Gibb doesn't believe that. She does not believe that. So, you know, there you go. Cal says she won't be a co-conspirator. Well, we don't know that, Cal. Given the amount of information she knows so far, I could see her being a co-conspirator. I really do. She might legitimately think that she's telling the truth and think she's innocent, so nothing bad. Yeah, Kailara, I believe she believes that. I really do. I think that she thinks as long as I'm being truth, God is on my side, Jesus will protect me, everything's fine. I'm telling the truth now, even though her story changes every time we see her face on TV. You know, the stuff that she told to Nate, there were some whoppers of lies in there in her Dateline interview compared to what she said on the stand. And she admitted that she lied to the police. It's like, the truth is clearly not your best friend here, Melanie. You know? So, yeah, that's a problem. But Melanie Gibb, if you are listening, girl, you need a lawyer. That's it. And it's kind of late now. So, who do we have left to testify? At least 3 people. We're going to see the cross-examination of Jared Wilmore, who is an FBI agent, special agent with the FBI, forensic specialist. And we have a couple more people coming. So, Paul was in the Chupacabra crew this week. He's hunting killer owl bears. Yeah, that's Paul. That's what he does. Killer owl bears. Yep. She said in the interview with Nate Eaton, when asked about the kids, she said they weren't on this planet anymore. And yesterday she never mentioned, Lori said JJ turned into a zombie. Yeah, her testimony, she definitely skirted around things. Like when they were talking about the preparedness camp, she didn't come out and say what it really was. She didn't mention the word zombie. You know, she skirted around a lot of things. So, yeah, you know, that doesn't make her look forthcoming and honest and trustworthy to me. So, however, I will say I really disliked how Pryor handled her on the stand. I thought he was nasty. I thought he was just well out of bounds with some of his questions. And, that was just gross. You know, I did not appreciate that from him at all. I think if she used the term zombie, she knows that she's going to look like an idiot. Yeah, absolutely. She's the non-recollection master. I wonder if she was asked to keep her answers basic. I think so. That's the smartest thing that someone could have told her, is just yes or no, or I don't recall. Those are your only answers. Even if she did, a judge could throw it out due to any circumstances found, or throw another charge at her. Yep, that's true. Pryor is so rude. I do not like him at all. I've been following this case since day one. Yeah, I don't like Pryor either. Generally, I don't like defense attorneys. Sometimes I do. It's very rare, but I don't like when they play that sort of moral superiority and really have an unnecessarily nasty go at witnesses. I think that's terrible. There's no reason he had to do that. He could have asked his questions. He could have gotten his point across without doing things like bringing up her autistic child. That pissed me off. So yeah, I don't like Pryor. I don't like Melanie Gibb, but I don't like Pryor more, and I do feel very bad by what he did to her on the stand. I don't think that was fair. So, deliberately rude and intimidating. Yep. Yeah, and I saw something move. Something moved in the courtroom. What could it be? What could it be? We could be getting ready to come back. We should have 7 minutes. So court should be back any second now. Makes Juan Martinez look like a pussycat. Well, he makes Juan Martinez look smart. Oh. Marcy, I don't think we're going to see the other Melanie in this hearing. I don't think Melanie Pulowski will be called to this. I don't think there'd be any reason for her to be here for this hearing. She wasn't mentioned at all in the PCA, so she probably won't be here. So I don't expect to see her at all. Let's see. I know firsthand they say answer as few words as you can. Yeah. All right, Kathy's having some wind and rain picking up. Please be safe, Kathy. Please don't risk sitting in your car so you can mod chat. I want you to be safe in a storm cellar or something. We need you. Stay safe. And Sam is back. Welcome back, Sam. How's work going? I hope you're having an okay day over there. Pryor wants people to hate him and not Chad. Rosie, that's a really good point. Marlene says she also never said David asked Lori where JJ was. He wanted to say goodbye, but that JJ had been acting like a zombie, so Alex came and got him, to the best of my memory. Yeah. Pryor is rude and disrespectful. D, I agree with you. Yep, let's all tell Kathy to stay safe. We need her to come back in one piece. All right, the kids and families need justice. Yes, they do, Lisa. They absolutely do. If I was a juror, Pryor would offend me. I can't respect someone who behaves like that. I would tune him out. Kathleen, exactly. And that's my issue with a lot of defense attorneys, like Corinne Mull from the Rosenbaum trial. Herself, her demeanor, her language, her behavior, and her attitude were so off-putting to me that if I were a juror, I would be like, nope, they're guilty, just because I disliked her that much. Now, that's a human reaction. You can't always overcome that with logic. So defense attorney demeanor, to me, is a really big deal. You know, I think a defense attorney has to come over likable in order to win over the jury. Certainly with the Mullinator, that was not a likable person. You know, they can be tough and they can be direct and things, but when you just put people off and they think you're a nasty piece of work, that's not going to help your case. It's really not. So, Brooks channel. Yep, you're fine. She's tired of hearing about the Daybell case. I get it. I really do. No mention of seeing JJ on Alex's shoulder after the podcast on September 22nd. I think David talked about that, didn't he? Or Melanie did. One of them did. What did you think as a mom and an autistic child of how Lori had his bed? All right, Carolyn, withholding his meds, that's just evil. You know, if a child is prescribed a medication, they need to have it. My son is not on any autism type medications at all, but if he were, I certainly withhold them. But having the bed in the room, that I can understand. Remember, JJ was only 6 years old. All right. And an autistic child, some of them at 6 can be very, very young, much younger than their years. My son is 19, and that's how things. Hi, honey. Just walked in the room. What's up, babe? Go ahead. Didn't want him to hear that. My son is 19 and is probably the equivalent of a 6 or 7 year old. All right. So at 6, there were times when my son would still crawl in bed in the middle of the night and curl up with me and my husband because he had a bad dream or was lonely or something. So I can get having his bed in her room, right? If that was very soothing to him, I would get that if Lori was a normal parent. But because Lori's not a normal parent, and we already know at that point when they were living there, the child said she wanted no part of JJ. So I don't think she was doing it for a comforting, nurturing reason. You know, if it was anybody else, I'd say, oh, well, you know, there you go. It's a comforting thing. They want to be close. You know, a lot of autistic children have that need to be close a lot. I would get that. But with Lori, that doesn't feel right. So it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. Michelle says, I like Melanie, but Pryor destroyed her. He did a good job. He certainly brought up a lot of problems with some of her statements. He did. I don't like her, though. I still don't like her. Pryor is purposefully not talking into the microphone to intimidate the witnesses. Yeah, he could be, but it's really annoying. JJ apparently had a bed in Lori's room, but it seems to be that it was a mattress on the floor of Lori's room. So, you know, I don't know. Not something I would do with my own children. If my son, for whatever reason, need to sleep in my room, I would make sure he had a bed. or at least a nice cot or day bed or something. I would not stick him on the floor. So I don't know. That's just me. Die Hard says, try this again. I finally get to pull over and tune in, and nothing is going on in court. The floods and trees everywhere in PA made driving horrendous. Oh no. Oh, Die Hard, please be safe while you're driving out there. I didn't realize it was that bad with the storm. Oh my goodness. Stay safe. Kathleen says, I have an autistic grandson, and sometimes for their own safety and effective parenting, sleeping arrangement may be. Yeah, absolutely. Kathleen, my son, it was maybe, I don't know, it was about maybe 10 or 12, where he would just wake up and come crawling to bed with us. You know, because at that age, at 10, 12 for him, he's still like 4 or 5, you know, and that was just normal. And with autistic children, you have to kind of adapt that way. So, you know, I don't think the bed on the floor is the weirdest thing, but given who Lori was, then I'm like, ugh, what is that all about? Yep, they are on lunch break right now, Sophie. They should be back any second now. So they should be back in a minute and we'll get going. Gina says, my son is 6-year-old and I know all kids are different, but he needed to be close to me. He would get legit bed or at least decent mattress. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Did David say what JJ was wearing? He did not. He did not, Pam. We were all hoping, like, please ask him. But nope, they did not ask. So we still don't know that. Connecticut has tornado warnings. Whew. All right, it looks like we're about to get ready for the hearing. As soon as we get some sound, we'll bring it back to you live. And make it all big and full screen like. There we go. That's a good picture. So thirsty. Right, there's no audio yet from the courtroom, but there should be any second. Tornado warnings also in Massachusetts. Oof, be safe out there, everyone in New England. My goodness. And Sam, you stay safe too. Yes, Steve, we're talking about the red jammies he was wearing when he was found. Still no audio yet. They're waiting for the judge to come in. Should be here any second. I see Larry Woodcock. Kay must be outside. The other woman back in the rows back behind, the one who just stood up. Don't know who she is, but she's been here both days. Not sure who she is. Yep, Kay is not in the room. Chad smirking and smiling. Yeah. Ugh. My goodness. Sam is safely ensconced in her beauty portal. Good. I would think she might be a reporter, but she doesn't seem to be taking notes. All right, here we go. I guess we are live. I'll be quiet.
All right. Thank you. Please be seated. We'll be back on the record. The court just returned back from lunch. The state had finished their direct examination of Special Agent Daniels. We're moving on to cross. Is that correct, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Special Agent Daniels, if you want to come forward again, you can have a seat at the witness table. You're still under oath. You can remove your mask once you get there. Mr. Pryor, you may inquire when you're ready.
I guess I want a clarification as to how I address you. Is it as special agent or is it as agent, or how would you prefer that I address you, sir?
Agent is fine.
Agent is acceptable to you?
Yes, sir.
All right, I will try to make a point of referring you as Agent Daniels.
Thank you.
Okay. Agent Daniels, can you give me an idea of how many people were at the scene on the June 9th warrant in terms of law enforcement?
We have a crime scene sign-in log, so I would ultimately refer to that to make that assessment. Just to give an estimation, I would estimate we probably had about 50 law enforcement personnel, maybe up to 100 people.
Was anybody at the FBI designated as the person to watch family members and the residents of the home?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question.
Were you the chief officer in charge of all operations at that scene at the time?
No, sir, I wasn't.
Okay, who was?
I was the senior team leader responsible for the processing of the crime scene,
Okay.
not over all operations that day.
Okay. Do you have any idea who was the chief officer in charge of all operations that day?
I guess I probably wouldn't be able to tell you that, no.
Okay. Okay. What's an administrative log?
The administrative worksheet or administrative log is the evidence response team paperwork that I, as the team leader, would be responsible for filling out.
And that's something that you maintain in your possession, is that correct?
Yes, throughout the day, that would be something that I would be filling out.
And ultimately,
There's a chance that I could have another team member or somebody else fill out that log. It doesn't have to be just me, but that would be my responsibility.
and then the safekeeping of that log would be in your responsibility? Would be your responsibility?
Again, that could be me. I'd be the primary person responsible for that log, but I could designate another team member to fill out that log. For example, that log is also on there's a digital format for that log, which is on a laptop. So if one of my team members was working that laptop, they could be filling out that information on the laptop.
And ultimately, at the conclusion and when the reports are written, that administrative log is something that you refer to and you provided it to the prosecutor, correct?
Yes, at the very end of the day, I would review those logs, and then I would submit that with my report as an attachment to my final report.
Okay, thank you, officer. Thank you, Agent Daniels. I'm sorry. You talked about surveying of the crime scene. There were a number of pictures, a number of photos, significant number of exhibits, and you described what you called the pet cemetery. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, now, you described that your dig area was approximately a 10 by 10. Is that what you were saying? Is that the
Mr.
way I
Pryor,
understand?
I'm having difficulty hearing you again. Can you pull that right in front of you? Thank you.
The crime scene that you described as the pet cemetery, you had noted that there was like a 10 by 10 area. Is that correct?
the area that I described as the pet cemetery, once we were there, my estimation of its size was 10 feet by 10 feet square.
Okay, would it surprise you that that area is almost 20 by 20?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
I'm not offering facts. I'm asking if it would surprise him whether or not the pet cemetery is twice as large as what he's suggesting.
Overruled.
Would it surprise you to learn that that pet cemetery is over 20 by 20?
I designated my own pet cemetery area, so it wouldn't surprise me if somebody else had their own pet cemetery area, no.
And that's what I guess I want to clarify, officer, and I'm not trying to imply that you're being in any way suggesting anything otherwise. You designated an area that you felt was the pet cemetery based on where you thought they should start excavation, correct?
Correct.
But if you're viewing the pet cemetery from the aerial, it would not surprise you that it was a much larger area where the soil had been overturned. Would you disagree with that?
I didn't assess where the pet cemetery was based on any aerial imagery.
Okay. But did you base the pet cemetery of the 10 by 10 as the actual area that was all dug up and where the ground had been at least disturbed?
So I made my assessment as to where the pet cemetery was based on my visual observation from the ground, and I determined a approximate 10 foot by 10 foot area. That was my designation.
And that designation was an area within the ground area that you felt was of potential significance, correct?
Correct.
So in reality, the area, there could be ground that expands beyond what your designation is. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, so it could, so in simple terms, the pet cemetery you described could be much smaller than the pet cemetery that's visualized from the air, or in reality, what the actual size of it really is. Would that be fair?
Yes, somebody else's pet cemetery could be
Okay.
larger.
Okay. So when you designated the pet cemetery and you decided to do the dig, you uncovered 2 animals, correct?
That's what I observed, yes.
Okay. And the 2 animals were never identified, is that fair?
I observed the animals to be a dog and a cat.
Okay. And then you mentioned, and you're basing that on your experience of what you think a dog and a cat look like?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you didn't dig up the entire ground around that area, did you?
Not the entire ground, no.
Right. And you mentioned that there were 2 or 3 other areas that could potentially be cemetery areas, close proximity to that property, correct?
Close proximities to what property?
To the pet cemetery.
Within what I called the pet cemetery, there were 2 or 3 potential graves.
Okay. Did you dig all of those up?
Yes, sir. That area was excavated.
Okay. But within the area outside of the pet cemetery where the ground was still disturbed and loose soil was evident, you didn't dig up that entire area, did you?
So the area that I assessed to be visually where I could see what I thought could be graves, that was excavated. With our data, our total station data and our Faro scanning data, we will know what areas we excavated and what areas we didn't.
Okay. And the area that you determined, and that's what's really important about what you're saying, because there's a distinction. The area that you designated as potential graves doesn't necessarily encompass the entire area where the soil in that 20 by 20 is located, is it?
I don't know what 20 by 20 area you're referring to.
Well, I made a representation that is it possible that the area that you explored, that you're describing as the pet cemetery, you designated how big that area was, but there's a possibility that the area that you're talking about is much bigger than 10 by 10 in terms of the soil that's disturbed in that area. Is that fair?
Objection, he's misstating the witness's testimony.
I'm not misstating anything. I'm asking him, he didn't dig up the entire soiled ground in the area. Is that true?
We did not excavate the entire property. That is true.
Okay.
We excavated the areas that I assessed, that I called the pet cemetery, and the burial 1 and burial 2 locations.
So you can't tell me to a certainty that there aren't any raccoons in the general area known as that's marked where that headstone is, correct?
I'm not going to be able to tell you if there are other animals buried on any of the other property besides the locations we excavated.
Right. So in other words, the simple answer is you didn't excavate the entire plat of land that was dug up. You excavated what you thought was designated as potential sites for remains. Is that fair?
That's not correct.
Okay, well, why don't you correct me?
Again, we excavated the pet cemetery that I designated. We excavated burial site number 1 that I designated.
Right.
We excavated burial site number 2 that I designated. Those locations, those specific locations, are going to be documented in the data that our Faro scanner documented. Those locations are going to be documented in the total station data that we collected and documented. That information is going to be provided to you. That information is going to be provided to the prosecutor. From that, we'll be able to make demonstrative exhibits, and you're going to be able to know exactly where those locations are that we excavated on this plot of land.
Would it surprise you to learn that I've been out there a number of times and I observed exactly where you excavated, and it's obviously very clear. Would you disagree that you left an imprint when you did this excavation?
I would not disagree.
Okay. Would you disagree with me that there are grounds and pieces of property that are disturbed, or that are the ground is not solid beyond what you designated as the pet cemetery? Would you agree or disagree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at. So based on that, with these extra grounds around what you did, what only you decided was what you felt was relevant as far as the pet cemetery, there could be raccoons within that, or a raccoon within that property, correct?
There could be raccoons
Right.
on that property.
Okay. Did you identify any other parcels of the property when you were out at the Daybell residence that also had markings and indications of other pet cemeteries on the property?
I did not.
Okay, did you look in any other places other than the 2 sites you chose?
So the rest of that property was searched. We conducted line searches of the entire property. We had 5 cadaver dogs search the entire property. So other searches were conducted of this entire property.
Okay. And did the other searches, other than the cadaver dogs, include looking at places where the ground was also disturbed within the 4 acres that were out there?
We assessed all 3 to 4 acres of this property looking for clandestine graves.
Okay.
And we stopped with our burial site number 1, burial site number 2. And once we discovered the human remains in burial site number 1 and burial site number 2, and we recovered those remains, that was where we stopped.
Okay. So you did not go around and I'm interested in the phraseology that you use, we assessed. So I'm not really sure what we assessed means. Does it mean you looked at the ground? Does it mean you looked at the adjoining buildings? What does that exactly mean?
Yes, sir. So in order to conduct a line search, we were essentially in a line and we looked at the ground very systematically, very methodically, and we went back and forth across this property, looking at the ground, looking for indications of a clandestine grave, because that's what we're there looking for.
Explain to me what you refer to. You've used that expression a couple times. What do you refer to as clandestine? Please tell me.
So an instance where somebody or persons are trying to hide human remains in a grave. In this case, an outdoor scene, an outdoor grave, similar to burial site 1, where somebody has hidden the remains of a young boy in burial site 1, and then they've placed stones on top of that body.
Right. And I
a
appreciate
board
that.
on top of that body.
Judge,
Mr. Pryor,
I'm going to object. It's going beyond the question I asked. He's embellishing and he's adding to his answer. And quite honestly, I'm going to move the court to strike the remainder of his answer as non-responsive.
Your Honor, he asked the question. The agent answered his question. He can't move to strike that.
Judge, I asked him what the definition of a clandestine, and then he took it upon himself to decide to add all of the other facts about what he calls the pet cemetery and the other site. And quite honestly, it was absolutely unresponsive. What the officer's doing is he's trying to add more and more to the answer, and quite honestly, I'm somewhat frustrated with his method of avoiding answering my question and yet getting in all sorts of additional information. So I'd like this witness directed to answer my questions.
Mr. Pryor, you asked, what do you refer to as clandestine? Please tell me. I listened to the witness's answer. It's clear the witness was describing what he referred to as a clandestine grave site. I'm not going to strike that from the record.
Now, you also talked about a fire pit.
Yes, sir.
And in relation to what you described as a pet cemetery, where was the fire pit? Do you have a marker you could mark for me?
Yes. So the fire pit was
Just so
located-
the record's clear, which exhibit do we have on the easel there, Mr. Wood?
That's State's Exhibit 10.
Exhibit 10 is being looked at. It's on the easel. The witness is using a laser pointer pursuant to Mr. Pryor's inquisition here.
So June 9th, 2020's fire pit was located in this area.
Okay, what to the closer to you? It looks like there's some brown ground right to the and I'm not sure of actually the direction that is behind the house where you pointed, where you're saying there's a fire pit. Why don't you point out where you think the pet cemetery is?
So my pet cemetery that I described, that I assessed and found, was right about there.
Okay. Would it surprise you to learn that the fire pit is at least 15 feet from where you're describing the pet cemetery?
That wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. Were there any indications that there had been any burning in that fire pit?
Yes, sir. There was ash
Okay, there was ash
inside and outside the fire pit area.
Okay. How deep was burial site number 1?
Burial site number 1 was approximately 1.5 feet. And I'm saying approximates here because I would want to wait until we had the scanner data to show the true measurements.
And the depth of the pet cemetery site?
If you're just wanting to know the pet cemetery excavation with the how deep we went with the backhoe.
No, with how deep you went before you recovered the remains.
So the remains, I would say that was burial site number 2, and I would estimate that was approximately 2 feet deep. And again, I would want to wait till we had the Faro scanner data to be more precise.
Now, when you talked about burial site number 1, you made reference to the fact that you observed a garbage bag, and then you removed the soil around that, and you touched the garbage bag. Is that correct? To sort of identify what was in there, correct?
Correct.
And I would assume that you would be wearing some sort of gloves. Would that be fair?
Correct.
Who was the anthropologist?
I don't remember her name right off. There is a report that she drafted that is attached to my documentation.
Within the pet cemetery.
Mr. Pryor, will you pull that microphone a little
Sorry,
closer
Judge.
to you again?
I'm going to do that a million times. It's very difficult.
It's all right. I'll keep reminding you.
Thank you. Within the pet cemetery, I had an opportunity to go over pictures and observe some of this, and I saw no sign of any ash within the soil. Would you agree?
Objection, testimonial.
There's a question to that I'm leading up to, Judge. I think I ought to give some leeway to do that.
Mr. Wood?
He just testified about what he saw.
Okay,
It's not a
I'll
part-
rephrase, Judge. There
Please
was
do.
no ash within the soil of the pet cemetery, was there?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
There
of
was
that.
no ash within the pet cemetery within the soil, correct?
I didn't observe that.
Okay, thank you. Judge, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Any redirect, Mr. Wood?
No, Your Honor.
You can be excused from the witness stand. Agent Daniels, thank you for being here today. May this witness be excused from court today. Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
We'll allow for a moment to clean the witness cubicle. Mr. Wood, who is your next witness?
Judge Spencer Rammel for the state.
Mr. Rammel, who's your next witness?
The state would call Lieutenant Joe Powell.
Did you say lieutenant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Lieutenant Powell, if you'll please stand here in front of the witness stand, raise your right arm and face the clerk.
Swear or affirm the testimony about to be cause that opinion, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Lieutenant Powell, you can be seated there at the witness stand. You can remove your mask. If you'll please point that microphone right at your chin. Make sure that you wait for the question to be answered before, or asked before you answer. That'll make sure we're making a clear record. Mr. Ramel, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Can I have you state your name and spell your full name for the record, please?
Joseph Rick Powell,
Where are you employed?
Fremont County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been employed at Fremont County Sheriff's Office?
18 years.
And how long in law enforcement overall?
18 years.
And are you post-certified?
Yes.
What are your current duties and responsibilities?
I'm a lieutenant over patrol and detectives.
I'm going to draw your attention to a specific date, January 3rd of 2020. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
What was your assignment that day?
Help with the execution of a search warrant at the Daybell residence.
The Daybell residence. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
I believe the address is 202 North, 1900 East.
Okay, and that's in Fremont County.
Yes.
Were other agencies involved in the execution of that warrant?
Yes.
Was FBI, ERT team or ERT on scene?
Yes, there was.
And were you involved in the collection of evidence? Or the initial collection of evidence? I'm sorry.
No, I was not involved in the initial collection.
Who involved, or what agency collected initial evidence on the scene?
I wasn't inside the residence when that was going on.
At the end of the search warrant or the end of the execution, were any items found in the home turned over to you?
Yes.
By who?
ERT.
Where were you when you received that property?
Inside the residence.
How were those items packaged?
In evidence bags.
What did you do with them?
I hauled them to my vehicle and Detective Mattingly's vehicle.
What did you do next?
We transported them to the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, and I turned it all over to Detective Mattingly to log into evidence.
Were you involved in the logging of evidence at all?
No.
Judge, that's all I have for this one.
There won't be any questions from the defense, Judge.
Lieutenant Powell, thank you for being here today. You can be excused from the witness stand. Mr. Ramel, are you going to call the next witness, or is Mr. Wood?
I am, Judge.
We'll take just a moment. Who is going to be your next witness, Mr. Ramel?
Judge of the state would next call Detective Bruce Mattingly to the stand.
Detective Mattingly, if you'll come forward, stand here in front of the witness stand, raise your right arm and face the clerk. If you would, there you go.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about you and cause that committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Detective Mattingly, if you can please sit down there, pull that microphone up to your chin. We're making a record. You can remove your mask once you're seated there. Mr. Ramel, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Can I have you state your name and spell your full name for the record, please?
Brewster Mattingly. Spelling of last is Mattingly.
Where are you employed?
Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've been employed with Fremont County for 20 years.
And how long in law enforcement overall?
20 years.
And are you post-certified?
Yes.
Quickly tell the court of your current duties and responsibilities.
Current duties as a detective is to investigate felonies and to also help deputies with their other investigations.
I'm going to draw your attention to a specific date, January 3rd of 2020. Were you working that day?
Yes.
What was your assignment?
I was assisting and helping with an execution of a search warrant at 202 North, 1900 East in Fremont County, Idaho.
Whose home does that belong to?
Chad Daybell.
Were there other agencies involved?
There were Rexburg PD, FBI, and ERT.
Were you involved in the initial search and collection of evidence?
Yes,
Can you explain that further to the court, please?
I helped with at the beginning, I helped with the search of the property until I was called to do some other responsibilities on the property.
After the execution of that warrant, did you take possession of items found at that location?
I did.
And can you explain how that came about?
I can. Lieutenant Joe Powell had received property from the ERT and the property log with items. And we took those items, placed them in my vehicle and his vehicle, and transported those to Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
After arriving at Fremont County Sheriff's Office, did you take possession of all items collected at the home?
I did. Lieutenant Powell gave me all the items to book into evidence and along with the evidence log sheet.
And what did you do after you received all those items?
The next step is to log those items into evidence. And I used the identifiers that were written on the bags or property and logged those into our evidence.
Detective, who has access to your evidence lab at Fremont County Sheriff's Office?
Myself and two other detectives.
On a later date, did you take additional action with the items that you booked into Fremont County evidence on January 3rd?
I did.
What were those, or what action did you take?
I logged those items out of evidence that had the same identifiers on them from before. I transported them down to Salt Lake City, Utah, to the Regional Computer Forensic Lab.
And when did you do that?
That was January 15th of this year, 2020.
Did you take all items that were booked into evidence or just a portion?
I only took a portion.
What portion of items did you take?
That would be the electronics that were listed on the search warrant.
Judge, I'm sorry, he spoke very quickly and I didn't get exactly what he said.
Detective Mattingly, if you'll pull that microphone a little closer to you there, we're making a record. I'm having a difficult time as well. Will you repeat your answer to the last question? Mr. Rammel, if you need to re-ask it, please do.
Judge, I'd asked him if he took all items that he had booked in on January 3rd or just a portion of the items, and then asked what items he took action with on the 15th.
I took a portion of those items. I took the items that were listed on the search warrant that were electronics.
And were there clear indicators on the evidence bags when you booked those on the 3rd?
Yes, there were.
And observed those same markings and same bags when you collected them on the 15th?
That would be correct.
Did you transport them to Salt Lake City by vehicle?
I did.
Did those items ever leave your custody and control during transportation?
They did not.
What did you do after arriving at the Regional Computer Forensic Lab?
I took those items to the lab and transferred them to their evidence technician and left them in their custody.
Did you provide them identification?
I did. I gave them I showed them my office issued law enforcement ID.
Judge, that's all I have for this one.
Thank you. Any cross-examination, Mr. Pryor?
There won't be any questions, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective Mattingly, thank you for being here. If you'll please don your mask again, you can be excused from the witness stand.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Rammel, are you going to be calling the next witness?
Yes, Judge.
Who's that going to be?
Judge, the statement next called Gary Liu.
Can you give me a title? Is there a title?
Judge, Mr. Liu.
Mr. Liu.
Appropriate for today.
All right. Mr. Liu, please come forward. Mr. Liu, please stand in front of this plexiglass, raise your right arm and face the clerk.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about giving the cause and opinion will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Liu, you can have a seat here. Once you've been seated there, you can take off your mask. If you'll pull that microphone up to your chin, we're making a record. Mr. Rammel, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Could I have you state your full name and spell your full name for the record, please?
My name is Gary
Liu. Last name is spelled Lyu.
Mr. Liu, where are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you worked for the FBI?
Just a little over 4 years.
What position do you currently hold with the FBI?
I am a forensic examiner.
Can you explain your educational background and training to the court, please?
Yes, I have 2 undergraduate degrees, one in business, one in information technology. I have multiple IT certifications and one specific to forensic examinations and to smartphone analysis. And I'm also FBI CART certified.
What office are you currently assigned to?
I am at the Intermountain West Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Do you have an acronym for that office or
It's-
that lab?
Yes, it's IWRCFL. IWRCFL.
Mr. Liu, do you have specific training and certification or certifications, I'm sorry, of in dealing with forensic examinations?
I do.
Can you explain those to the court, please?
I have a GCFE, which is a certification for forensic examination, and I have a GASF, which is a certification for advanced smartphone forensics. And again, I'm also FBI CART certified.
And as a part of your job and duties in your job, do you commonly examine forensic items such as cellular devices?
I do.
Mr. Liu, can you generally describe how a forensic examiner conducts a typical investigation of electronic devices?
Sure. The forensic examiner usually follows a prescribed set of protocols laid down by the FBI. And these generally include intaking the item from the submitting agency. And once we intake it, we want to ensure that there's proper legal authority accompanying the evidence items. Once we ensure that there's proper legal authority, we assign specific specimen IDs to each submitted item. And then once we give each submitted item a specimen ID, we generate what we call a chain of custody report. And we give a hard copy to the submitting agent, and we keep a digital copy of it at the RCFL, the IWRCFL. And then once we do that, we take the submitted items to a secure evidence control facility at the lab until it is assigned to an examiner. And once the
I'm going to
examiner,
stop you right there for a second. So until it's assigned to an examiner, is it unusual for to have more than one forensic examiner assigned to work on a specific case?
no.
Testify that it's taken into a secure area after that documentation is done. What do you typically do next?
Once the case is assigned to an examiner, he or she can check out the evidence from the evidence control facility into his or her custody. And usually the first thing we do is to document the condition of the items, anything that's unique about it, such as serial numbers, any damage, things like that.
Does the FBI and the lab you work in have policy and procedure in place to help ensure the integrity of data utilized in forensic examinations?
Yes, we do.
Can you please tell the court about those processes?
We use something called a hash value. It's something akin to like a fingerprint for a specific file, something that's very unique. And even if you make a small change to it, it will contaminate the data and you will change the entire hash value. And that's how we verify the integrity, and it has not been intentionally or unintentionally modified.
So something as small as someone adding a comma to data that would change the hash value?
Yes, very much so.
And do you use a specific hashing tool?
Yes, we do.
And are you trained to use that program?
Yes, I am.
Is that program generally used and accepted within the forensic community?
Yes.
You explained a bit. I'm going to ask you a couple more questions about the lab receiving items or intake from external law enforcement agents. Can you explain the role of an OST in the lab?
An OST stands for Operational Support Technician. This person is in charge of intake, among other things, at the lab.
Within your procedure and policy within the FBI, does the OST typically assign a specimen ID to each item?
Yes,
Is a specimen ID given to one device?
yes,
Is it ever changed or reused once assigned to a specific device?
no,
And this process of accepting devices from external law enforcement sources, it's documented.
yes,
Is it, and what is it documented upon?
it is documented in the chain of custody
And
form.
are chain of custody documents common at the Regional Computer Forensic Lab?
Yes,
Are they just suggested?
no, it is required.
And are they created in the lab?
Yes, they are.
There on location?
Yes,
Are they kept in the course of regularly conducted activity that goes on there?
yes,
Are they generated at the exact time when evidence arrives?
yes,
And that's a regular practice that occurs.
that's correct.
When you specifically are assigned to review a device, does it always have a chain of custody document?
Yes,
And you yourself, as the analyst, has access to that information and enters information on that?
yes,
Judge, I'm going to have defense provided and then the witness, what has been marked as States Exhibit 30.
Exhibit 30 will be handed to the witness.
Mr. Liu, what is this?
this is a chain of custody form for a specific item
And how do you know?
because I see the specimen ID and I see the case number and I see my name on it.
Is a chain of custody document that you are currently assigned to work on?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I would move to admit what has been marked as States Exhibit 30 under Rule 8036, records of a regularly conducted activity.
There won't be an objection.
Exhibit 30 will be admitted.
Mr. Liu, I'm going to have you take a closer look at that exhibit, what has been marked as Exhibit 30. What is the first entry on that chain?
It is dated January 15th, 2020. It shows Bruce Mattingly from the Fremont County Sheriff's Office dropping off an evidence, and it was received by our OST, Taylor Couch, at the IWRCFL.
And what is the specimen identifier? Do you refer to them as specimen ID, specimen identifier numbers?
Either one will work.
Specimen ID attached with that chain of custody.
It is IWR 091201.
And what item does it refer to?
It's an LG cell phone.
And when did you first take possession of that item?
I took possession of it on January 16th, 2020.
And is that reflected on States Exhibit 30?
It is.
I'm going to hand you, or have the witness, if I could have him handed, what has been marked as States Exhibit, marked and admitted previously as States Exhibits 28 and 29.
The witness will be handed exhibits 28 and 29.
Mr. Liu, I'm going to have you look at those. When you're done looking at them, would you look up at me, please? What is that a picture of?
These two are pictures of an LG cell phone.
And have you seen that phone before?
I have.
Where was that?
When I took possession of it at the RCFL.
Anything particular about that phone and those photos that catches your attention?
Yes, the phone cover is a clear rubber outer case with purple glitters in it. It has hearts in there too.
So safe to assume that you review a lot of cell phones.
I do.
A lot of cell phones that are black or that color.
Yes.
So your testimony that easier to recall this device, or it stands out when there is a phone case such as this attached to a device?
Yes, it does stand out.
What did you do with that device?
After I took it into my custody, I powered it on, attempting to extract the data off the device.
Were you able to extract the data off the device?
I was not.
And why so?
The device was locked. I attempted to unlock it, but my attempts were unsuccessful.
So what did you do next?
I submitted a request to FBI headquarters for the unlocking service.
And did you take steps to have that sent to be unlocked?
Yes, I packaged the phone and I gave the package to our OST to be mailed out to FBI headquarters.
Did you recall the specimen ID on that device?
Yes, it's the same one I provided earlier.
And can you provide it for the court again?
Yes, it's IWR 091201.
And when you took steps to have this sent to be unlocked, was it clearly marked with that specimen ID?
It was.
And was it in fact sent?
It was. We have a shipping number for that.
And is that reflected on State's Exhibit 30?
It is.
And where was it shipped?
FBI headquarters.
Did it ever return to your possession?
Yes, on March 12th, it came back.
And is that reflected on State's Exhibit 30?
Yes, it is.
And did you take possession of that device?
I did.
Is it the same device that you identified in State's Exhibit 28 and 29?
It is.
The same device that you had sent off?
That is correct.
And did it contain the same specimen ID?
It did.
Was there anything else added with that when it returned?
Yes, when the phone was returned, I also received a 16 gigabyte SD card containing the extracted data from the phone provided by FBI headquarters.
Was there a hash value generated for that extracted data?
There was.
What did you do with those items?
I took possession of the extraction and I parsed the data into a forensic tool to generate a report of the extracted data.
Mr. Lul, I'm going to stop you right there for a second. Can you explain what parsing is?
Parsing in this instance is taking computer language, basically ones and zeros, that's not human readable, and we convert it into a human readable form so we can, as humans, read it and understand it.
And do you use a specific program for parsing?
I did.
And are you trained in that program?
I am.
Is that program generally accepted in the forensic community?
Yes.
What did you do with the data after parsing?
After I parsed the data, I generated a report of the entire extraction, and I created a working copy of it and gave it to the case agent.
What is a working copy?
A working copy is a work product that has not been finalized yet that we usually give out to agents who want to see kind of the intermediate steps of what we're working on so they can gather more evidence or look through the products themselves.
And what medium is the working copy provided on?
I believe I put it on an optical disc.
And that optical disc, do you mark it with identifiers?
I did.
What identifiers do you provide?
I marked it as IWR 091201 along with the words working copy.
And you provided that disc to the working case agents.
That's correct.
Mr. Liu, we've spoken a little about, or excuse me, was there, before you sent to this item out to case agents, is there another step that you take?
Yes, the last step that I did was that I re-verified the original hash value that was given to me by FBI headquarters. And the two hash values match.
And did you run your own hash value analysis?
Sorry,
I'm sorry, you ran your own hash value analysis?
Yes, I did.
Prior to and, okay, so my question is in terms of the hash value itself, did the pre and post examination of those values match?
Yes, they did.
And what does that tell you?
The hash value, if they match, that means that the data was not tampered with, was not modified in any way, shape, or form. It means that the ending extracted files were the exact same as what the FBI headquarters gave me. There were no changes at all.
So something as small as a comma would have changed that?
Yes.
Them being identical shows that that was not even added.
That's correct. Nothing was changed.
And at that point, you provided the working copies to case agents?
That's correct.
Judge, that's all I have for this one.
Thank you, Mr. Rammel. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Sir, what is the name of the parsing program that you use?
It's called Physical Analyzer.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Rammel?
Not based on that, Judge.
All right. You can be excused, Mr. Liu. Thank you for being here. Were the exhibits handed to the bailiff? Thank you. Mr. Rammel, is it your next witness or Mr. Woods?
It is my next witness, Your Honor.
And who is that going to be?
Judge Benjamin Dean.
Benjamin D?
Yeah, for today's purposes, title of Mr. Dean.
Mr. Dean or D?
D as in dog, Dean.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dean, if you'll please stand here in front of the witness thing, up a little closer, raise your right arm, face the clerk.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you have given in the cause of my opinion will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes. Mr. Dean, you can have a seat here at the witness chair. Once you've been seated there, you may remove your mask. Please pull that microphone and aim it at your chin. And speak directly into that microphone as we're making a recording. Mr. Rammel, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name and spell your full name for the record?
Benjamin Dean. Last name is D-E-A-N.
Where are you employed?
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you worked for the FBI?
For approximately 6 years.
What position do you currently hold with the FBI?
I'm an intelligence analyst.
Can you briefly describe your educational and professional background?
So when I joined the Bureau, I had a bachelor's degree in foreign area studies, and my first position was with the language services section, the FBI headquarters. And my job there was to review electronic communications, lawfully obtained electronic communications of FBI subjects throughout the field, across the country. After that position, I became an intelligence analyst. I attended the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, where I received training in topics related to my job. And I continue to do trainings on the web, web-based trainings at work, and also in-person trainings.
What office are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to the Salt Lake City Division.
Mr. Dean, what are your day-to-day responsibilities?
So I'm an analyst. As an analyst in the field, I'm embedded on an investigative squad. So I support active cases, but my main job is to analyze information and make assessments about specific threats. So some of my duties day to day include reviewing information that's collected by special agents, looking through that information for trends and patterns, making and then writing reports and giving briefings with my findings and recommendations.
Do you have any specific training or experience or specific training related to reviewing electronic devices?
I do.
Can you explain, or excuse me, so training or experience, can you explain that to the court, please?
Yes. So as I mentioned before, my position in language services gave me the opportunity to gain daily experience reviewing, interpreting, and reporting on electronic communications for various subjects who were part of investigations, who were under investigation for a variety of threats and violations. After that position, of course, I went to the FBI Academy, and I was trained. One of the topics and subject matter that they trained us on was digital evidence collection and exploitation, and also the use of software for telephone analysis. So I continue to keep my skills and knowledge current in those areas.
Are you involved in the investigation into Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow Daybell?
Yes.
When did your involvement in that investigation begin?
It began in late March of this year, 2020.
What was your first assignment in your involvement, or your first assignment with that assignment? I'm sorry, your assignment that you were initially given in March of this year.
My first assignment for this investigation was to review tips that were submitted to the FBI's Office of Public Affairs website. Those tips were submitted pursuant to a press release that was issued on the 5th of March of this year, 2020, by the FBI and the Rexburg Police Department regarding the disappearance of Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow, who were missing at the time. And the press release noted that both children had been seen at Yellowstone National Park on the 8th of September, 2019. And it requested that anyone who was present at the park that day, who visited the park that day, who had photos or videos, to send them in case they might be of use to the investigation.
Have you received other assignments in your involvement in this investigation?
Yes.
And what were they?
I was assigned to assist with the review of devices, electronic storage devices seized from the property of Chad Daybell on the 3rd of January this year. My first two devices that I reviewed were a hard drive and a thumb drive.
And when did you complete your review of those initial devices?
I completed those devices in late May of this year.
Were you asked to review data from any other devices after you had completed those initial initial reports that you had generated?
Yes, I was.
What was the additional devices that you were asked to review?
I was asked to review 2 Blu-ray discs containing data that was pulled from devices seized from Chad Daybell's property on the same date, January 3rd, 2020.
And were these discs labeled?
They were labeled with unique FBI specimen numbers. The first disc was labeled IWR 091201, and the second disc was labeled IWR 091202. And both discs also had the words "working copy" written on them.
Which disc did you begin reviewing first?
I first began reviewing IWR 091201.
And when did you begin your review of the disc labeled IWR 1201.
I began the review on the 26th of May, 2020.
What was the process you used to begin that review?
I used a Blu-ray reader to open up the disk, the contents of the disk on my FBI issued laptop computer. I saw that the main file on the disk was labeled IWR 091201. I began looking through the contents of that file and located a subfolder titled, I located a subfolder that had several items in it. One of the items was an application file titled cellbrightreader.exe, and the other one was a UFDR file with the name IWR 091201 report.ufdr. I double-clicked the application file to launch Cellbright Reader, and from there, I opened up the UFDR file to view the contents of that.
Mr. Dean, I'm going to go back for 1 second. You stated that as you opened it, the disk was named, the file disk was named, or had a specimen number. That number specifically matched the number on the outside of the disk?
Yes, it did.
Had it not, what would you have done?
I would have contacted the person at the regional RCFL, Regional Computer Forensics Lab down in Salt Lake City to find out why there was a discrepancy.
But no discrepancy existed with this disk?
No.
How does data appear in Cellbright Reader?
Cellbright Reader organizes the content of a device, meaning all of the data items that are found on the device, into categories based on an item's file type. The category names are in the Cellbright window are on the left in the tree report, and they're arranged in alphabetical order. And when you double click one of the category names, a new data tab opens up, and you can see all of the items that fit within that that belong to that category. So, for example, autofill, calendar items, call log items, contacts, SMS messages, and so forth.
What file types do you typically look at to determine the user of a given device?
I typically look to see if there's a user device, or excuse me, a device user listed. I also look, if it's a phone, I look to see what the phone number is that's associated with the device. I look at the content of the communications stored on the device, so text messages, multimedia messages, emails, and then I also look at the images.
Mr. Dean, did you look at those file types for this device, the device we're speaking of, IWR 091201?
Yes, I did.
When reviewing those items, did it become apparent what type of device it was?
Yes, it did.
What type of device was it apparent to you to be?
It was a cell phone.
Did it become apparent after reviewing those file types who the user of the device was?
Yes, it did.
And who was that?
It was apparent to me that Chad Daybell was the user of the cell phone.
Why so?
There's several reasons that it became apparent to me. First off, the device user was listed as Tammy. Second, the phone number listed for the device matched the phone number that we had in other documents obtained in this investigation, which showed Chad Daybell was associated with that phone number. There were incoming communications, incoming messages on the device addressing Tammy by name. There were outgoing communications from the device user, again, text messages and emails and multimedia messages, with the device user introducing herself as Tammy or signing off, for example, on an email as Tammy. There were also communications, messages with group messages, for example, and also call items and also direct messages with members of the Daybell family. And those the content of those messages suggested a close family relationship between the device user and the members of the family. By the way, all the members, or all the members in those group messages that I'm referring to as the Daybell family members also had contact names stored in the device. In addition, there were device notifications found on the device for new posts by the Daybell family, by names matching the Daybell family members, onto a Facebook group titled Daybells and Murs. And there were photos that showed Tammy Daybell and other members of her family, including Chad Daybell, and so there were photos by herself and also in combination with her family members. And lastly, I noticed that all of the outgoing communications on that device, emails, text messages, phone calls, they all ceased on the evening of October 18th, 2019, which, based on my knowledge of the case, was the day before, or the evening before, first responders found Tammy Daybell deceased in her residence.
So after that review, very clear, you believe that the device belonged to Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to September 9th, 2019. Did Tammy's phone receive any text messages that day?
Yes, it did.
Were there any messages sent to Tammy's phone that day that caught your attention?
Yes, there was.
What was the number, the phone number from which those messages were sent?
It was 208-690-9374.
Was there a contact name stored on the phone for that number?
There was.
What was the contact name associated with that number?
Chad.
Throughout your review of this device, had you reviewed other messages sent by the contact, with the number associated with the contact saved as Chad?
Yes, I had.
Based on your review of those other messages sent by this number, who do you believe that number belonged to?
It was clear to me that number belonged to Tammy Daybell's husband, Chad and Guy Daybell.
Why?
Again, there's several reasons for that. First off, the phone number, the ending in 9374, it also matched with the phone number that I was aware of being on documents, other documents collected or obtained in this investigation, and showing Chad Daybell as showing that number was one of the phone numbers used by Chad Daybell. In addition, the contact name in the phone that we're talking about, named Chad, was also part of group messages with members of the Daybell family. The content of the messages between Tammy, the device user, and the contact Chad with this 9374 number suggested that Tammy and this other user were living in the same house. And
I'm going to stop you right there for a second. The content of these messages over a period of days, weeks, months, approximately?
I would say months. If I recall, the earlier text messages stored on the device, most of them began in August of 2019.
Anything in the messages that would suggest that the individuals between these two devices were married?
Yes.
Specifically regarding to affection?
Yes, there were incoming messages on the device. So from the 9374 number to the phone with statements or phrases of affection such as "I love you," "eager to kiss you," "can't sleep without you."
I'm going to draw your attention back to the messages received on Tammy's phone on September 9th. I'm going to hand you what, I'm going to show the defense and hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 31 for admission.
Exhibit 31 is being handed to the witness.
I'm going to have you take a look at that, Mr. Dean. Mr. Dean, what is that?
This is a copy of the messages sent between Chad and Tammy Daybell on September 9th, 2019.
How do you know this?
I know this because I review these exact same messages in this exact same message conversation, while I was doing the review of the device.
Mr. Dean, is it a true and accurate representation of the messages that you reviewed between those two numbers that were sent on September 9th, 2019, starting at 11:53:27?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I would move to admit.
There's no objection, Judge. Thank you.
Exhibit 31 will be admitted. Is now a good time to take a recess, Mr. Rammel? How long do you expect the continued questioning of this witness to take?
Judge, 2-3 minutes left if you want to push through.
Let's do that, and then we'll take a recess before we engage in cross-examination if that's going to take place. You may proceed, Mr. Rammel.
Mr. Dean, will you please read, look at Exhibit 31 that has been admitted. Will you please read aloud the messages in this exhibit, including timestamps and the contact name?
Yes. 9/9/2019, 11:53:27 a.m. from Chad. Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times. 9/9/2019, 11:56:59 a.m. from Chad. Gonna shower now and then go right for a while at BYU. Love you. 9/9/2019, 2:47:06 p.m. to Chad. Good for you. 9/9/2019, 2:48:20 p.m. from Chad. I'm back home now.
You testified, Mr. Dean, that these messages initially caught your attention.
Yes, they did.
Why?
The first message in particular caught my attention because it was longer and more detailed than any of the other messages between Chad and Tammy that were stored on the device. Most of the messages between Chad and Tammy were relatively short, and they dealt with matters around the house. For example, whether to pick up food for an animal, the depositing or cashing of checks, and the comings and goings of one or the other, when they would get home, when they would be leaving. It appeared to me to be the first and only message sent from Chad to Tammy in which Chad was describing and informing Tammy of his day's events in such a lengthy and detailed manner. The other thing that caught my attention was the date. If you recall earlier in my testimony, I mentioned how my first assignment in this case was reviewing the tips that came in pursuant to the press release that was asking for visitors who had been to Yellowstone National Park on the 8th of September, 2019 to send in photos and videos that may help in the investigation. And that was because Tylee and JJ had been seen at Yellowstone that day. After reviewing hundreds of those photographs and videos, in consulting with the team members on the FBI side who were also involved in this case about the timeline, consulting about that timeline, I was well aware that that date, the 8th of September 2019, was the last day that Tylee Ryan was seen alive. So upon reading this text message in which Chad appears to claim to have started a fire, shot and killed a large animal, and buried it on his property, I recognized that it was sent the day after Tylee Ryan was last seen alive, and I became concerned.
What did you do after you reviewed those messages?
I relayed the information to the case agents.
That's all I have for this.
Thank you. We'll take a brief recess. Why don't we go back on the record at 10 minutes to 3 o'clock, and we'll begin cross-examination at that time.
All right, recess time again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the last couple of witnesses kind of put me to sleep. Oh, it was hard to listen. But once they started mentioning Tammy's name, then I woke up again. Like, wait, what? What's going on? Is this important? Yeah. So there we go. This is Tammy's cell phone. I also thought that they were talking about Tylee's cell phone based on the description of it, but this is Tammy's cell phone. So, yeah. There you go. There you go. Oh, Chad. Chad, you're in so much trouble. Yeah. There's not much else to say to that other than, Chad, you're in a lot of trouble. Absolutely. Now, let's talk about this raccoon nonsense. My goodness. What a bunch of nonsense that was. John Pryor is so worried about this raccoon. Right? Because what he's going to try and do is say, this was a genuine text. He did shoot and kill a raccoon and bury it in the pet cemetery. You just didn't dig up the entire yard, so you don't know where it was, but it's there. But, okay, I can see that as kind of being a defense, but if you prove that Chad shot and killed a raccoon that morning of the 9th, then you also prove that Chad was home in the yard, burning something in the fire pit and digging around and shooting something the same time Alex was there getting rid of Tylee's remains. How on earth is that a smart thing to say? Like, what? That doesn't sound like a good defense strategy. You don't want to prove that Chad was there in the yard burying dead things on the 9th. But that seems to be exactly what Pryor is trying to do here. I'm not an attorney, but I don't think that's a good plan. Call me crazy. Jeez Louise. Oh, man. So, yeah. Now, I do get his point to a degree that there could be a raccoon buried in the yard. We do have a report from earlier that spring from neighbors saying they heard a gunshot in the spring, and it was explained to them by one of Chad's sons that Chad had shot a raccoon. Okay, so that happened in the spring. So yeah, it's quite possible that somewhere there's a raccoon buried in Chad's yard. That's not the same thing as what happened on September 9th. It's not. It was a different day. It was months before that. So, I mean, what is his point? Do they really want them to go and dig up the rest of the yard and find a raccoon? Do they? And even if they do, how are they going to prove that that's from September and not earlier that year? And even if they only find one, the state can come back and say, well, this is the one from earlier in the spring. So it's not even the one from September 9th. So what are you doing? And if they do find 2 raccoons, one that they can date from September, all that proves is that Chad was out there in the yard while Alex was out there in the yard. And that just makes their case worse. So I don't see the legal sense here. I don't see the strategy playing out. I don't think that was a good move. Not to mention, can you imagine if this is a jury trial And Pryor goes on and on for an hour about some raccoon and the pet cemetery and all. Can you imagine the jury sitting there getting more and more agitated by the minute like we were? Yeah, not good. Not good, not good, not good. Not good at all. Jess says, but that means he was so busy he didn't notice Alex bearing time. Yeah, he was busy chasing the raccoon around the yard, so he didn't notice that Alex was over there doing all that stuff. Yeah, he didn't know. He was busy. Uh-huh. He was at the other pet cemetery on the other side of the house, over in the front yard. Yeah, that's it. Sure. All right, Pryor. Good luck with that. Good luck. So, yeah, that raccoon thing. Oh, man, Pryor's gotten on every single one of my last nerves today, and I only thought I had one. I've discovered I have a lot of last nerves. And John Pryor has discovered every single one of them. Man. So, Sam is saying, let's be respectful of the mods. They work extremely hard to create a safe space here. No disrespect tolerated. Yeah, anyone who is disrespecting my mods, you can leave. All right, these mods work. They donate their time. You know, I don't make money enough to pay them, although I wish I would. I would love to pay my mods. But they sit here and they moderate the chat all day. They've done this for 2 straight days now, making sure all of you have a safe, comfortable environment to discuss this case. And so please be respectful of them or see yourself out. If you need our help, we can help you see yourself out. So there you go. Yes, the mods do have the ability to block you from commenting on the channel, either in chat or in comments. So, you know, be nice to the mods. And these are fantastic moderators. They really are. They're wonderful, caring people. They are fair-minded, and they're brilliant and smart. So these mods deserve a lot of respect. So please be nice to my mods, because I like them a lot. So, yeah, raccoons and cell phones. Oh, man. So, Tammy's cell phone. Certainly the only thing that we get to hear about today was the text regarding the September 9th. All right, they're not going to tell us all of the information, though. If this goes to trial, we may get to see all the stuff that's on Tammy's phone. Are there things like her texting friends being concerned about Chad maybe having an affair? Are there things like that? You know, it would be wonderful. It would be really wonderful to get information like that, so they can use that to tie them to Tammy's death or to any of the other deaths or anything. And obviously they have all this information. So there you go. Now, what I'm curious about, right, this is my main curiosity with this entire hearing. And somebody pointed this out in chat and they got jumped on a little, but let's look at this seriously. What actual evidence do we have that Chad Daybell himself physically was involved in the destruction and concealment of the remains? Now, I'm not asking that. I'm not, trying to play devil's advocate or anything. I just want to know exactly what evidence do we have. We've got the text message that's dated on the 9th, right after Alex left the property. That's one. But what else do we actually have? That's a concern. That's a big concern of mine. Now, I certainly do believe that he was involved. I don't have much doubt, but it's not about me. You don't have to work too hard to convince me of Chad's involvement. But what facts are you going to present to an unbiased court to prove to the judge that he was actually involved in this? Not just the conspiracy. Remember, he also has the 2 direct charges of destroying and concealing evidence. We haven't heard much that directly ties him to that. I'm a little concerned. There could be fingerprints. There could be his cell phone pings. They could have a ton of information, but none of it has been presented here today. Right now, Rob Wood does not have to present everything he knows at the preliminary hearing. He really doesn't. He just has to present enough information to convince the judge that it can go to trial. And he's probably done that, because he's certainly gone over everything in the probable cause affidavit. That could very well be enough. But there's no gotcha. We haven't had a gotcha moment in this. And that's my concern. is at this point, if I had to be absolutely objective about this case, right, and not, get rid of all of my personal feelings about it and my emotions about it, I would have to say, Mr. Wood, you have not proven to me that Chad Daybell was physically involved in the destruction and concealment of the remains. Do you see? That's a problem. That's a problem. The jail call, all he's saying in the jail call is they're here searching the property. Oh no, call the lawyer. He doesn't say anything actually incriminating in that call. The tone of voice and everything is, of course, an incriminating kind of thing, The text message is the biggest thing that we have because it proves that he knows something was burned on the property. He knows something was buried in the pet cemetery, and it was exactly the time that Alex was leaving the property. So that's it. But that's it, is that text message. And so that's why Pryor is trying to poke holes in that so darn hard about the raccoon. So, yeah, the kids are on his property. Yes, they are. There's no doubt about that. That doesn't mean he had anything to do with it, evidence-wise. Certainly, our logic brains go, well, of course, but it's a big property. There's no reason to think Alex couldn't have gone onto the property and done this while Chad was in the house. You know what I mean? So, Donna, the things they found in the barn. Yeah, I'm sure they found stuff in the barn. I am sure. And I'm sure that Rob Wood has a whole stack of actual forensic evidence and electronic data ties that prove this, but none of it has been presented for this hearing. If all we knew, imagine only thing you're seeing is this hearing, right? Imagine you know nothing else except the information provided yesterday and today, okay? That's all you know. If that's all you've actually heard, what would you do right now? What would you do? So, yeah, I'm concerned. Certainly the trial is going to be completely different. The trial, we're going to get all the information, okay? That's different. And all Rob Wood has to do is prove to the judge there's enough information to go to trial here. Okay, and I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. I don't think for a second Judge Edens is going to say, nah, go home. I don't think so. But if this were a jury trial, which it is not, but if this was, right now, I could not vote to convict Chad on these 4 charges. So I'm a little like, all right, come on. Thankfully, this is just the prelim. Yeah, so, but it's something to keep in mind, right? I'm kind of just trying to get my thoughts all in order about everything we've heard. There's a lot of things that we've heard that evoke a lot of emotions, a lot of anger, and all that. It really does evoke a lot of that. But taking all of that out of the picture, looking strictly at the evidence, we've seen evidence of Alex's phone. Okay, great. Alex was there. What does that have to do with Chad? It's Chad's property, yeah, but what does that have to do with Chad? You know what I mean? So I have a little concern, but we'll see what happens. You're right, Judy. It is not over yet. The hearing is not over yet, although I kind of have a sneaky feeling this is the last witness. I think so. So we're going to have to see. There may be more. There may be a gotcha moment coming, or Rob Wood could be like, you know what? Edens is going to run with this. This is fine. If I bring out too much now, that just gives Pryor more heads up for his defense, and they don't want him to have it yet. So, yeah, exactly. Lyle says we all need to breathe until it all comes out. You're absolutely right. We only have the very tip of the iceberg of what Rob Wood knows. That's all. So, we know that if they know where Tammy's phone, they've got Tammy's phone in hand. We know they have Alex's phone. We know for a fact that these people know where Chad's phone was. They're just not telling us now for a reason. There's a reason we're not hearing it. So I'm going to trust that. But yeah, that was a very good point that was brought up in chat. Floss Daily, that was an excellent point. I did see it. And I've been thinking about it since you said that. And you're absolutely right. Right now, there's not a lot. So, Leah, I do think they're going to get him on Tammy's death. I do. I really do. Remember in April, they talked about looking at Tammy's death and looking at Lori and Chad for conspiracy to commit murder, and attempted murder. So I really think they're going to get them on Tammy. I do. So, we just got to wait for that. Do they have Tylee's phone? I think they do. Didn't they say that they found it on Lori when they got to her in Hawaii? So I think they have Tylee's phone too. Wills, I am aware that circumstantial evidence is still evidence. I am. I know that. I'm not expecting anything to be packaged up with a bow and handed to me. Not at all. I've been doing true crime for a long time. But in this hearing, as I said, if this was a jury trial, this would not be a good thing, right? I'm aware this is a preliminary hearing. I understand what's happening here. And I know, but we have to understand that this was not a slam dunk. Right, this was definitely not a slam dunk. The probable cause affidavit, everything that was in there, we have seen so far in the hearing. I don't think there's anything they've left out so far. So, there you go. But there is no forensic evidence so far putting Chad, connecting him directly to the remains. All right. Now, they probably have something. Fingerprints on the duct tape and bags. Very true, Chris. They probably got his cell phone pings. They have forensic evidence, most likely from the barn or the house. I'm sure they have all that. We haven't seen it yet. So putting my blinders on and looking strictly at this hearing, I'm like, can we see some more stuff? D, yeah, I bet they have cell phone pings. We just haven't heard about Chad's. We've heard about Alex's, but not Chad's. So, but I've been saying for 2 weeks now that Rob Wood is going to play his cards close to the vest. He has not had to turn over the full body of discovery to the defense yet. So he's got that edge. He needs to keep that edge while the investigation is still rolling. So that's what's going on. Wanda Rose, thank you so much. Welcome to the team. I'm glad you're here with us. Let's give her some s'mores or some donuts or whatever she'd like. Thank you for joining. I'm so happy. I appreciate it very much. So anyway, so that's where I'm at with the hearing right now. I was kind of hoping to get something more than the probable cause affidavit. I was, and I said that in all my videos leading up to this hearing. I hope we get a little bit more. I thought we'd get more out of Melanie and David. I thought we would get a little bit more from the electronic evidence. And it's like, oh, he's really just sticking to the PCA. Huh. All right. Okay. He certainly has enough probable cause to go to trial. I don't doubt that. But I was surprised that we didn't get anything else. So, man. If there's a photo of Chad carrying a green bucket, law enforcement need reminded. That would be an interesting picture to see. What about the storage video that showed Chad, Lori, and Alex removing the extra seat and tires? Yep, there's that. That can point to the conspiracy for sure. This should all be censored on YouTube due to content, but I can't. A slay term. Get your mods right if you want to. What? Stephen, what are you on about? Are you fighting with my mods? We don't do that here. And this does not have to be censored on. This is a legal proceeding. Anyway, I don't feel like fighting, so adios. Anyway, yeah, you were warned. Don't fight with my mods. Notice the DA was careful of opening to certain conversation. He was. He didn't want certain avenues gone over by the witnesses, and he was very, very careful. So yeah, I'm going to stick with my statement from days ago. Rob Wood is playing this close to the vest for a really good reason. So no, it's not over yet, Karen Brown. We're just having a quick 5-10 minute recess. Maybe they have to cool down the courtroom again. You never know. I wish they wouldn't let Larry and Kay and Colby go through this. I wish they told. Yeah, Marie, it's another layer of cruelty in cases like this, where the perpetrators continually re-victimize the family members by putting them through these long, arduous legal proceedings. And it's terrible. I wish the cameras would stay off Kay and Larry, because they're hearing a lot of this information for the first time. They deserve to not have to be wary of their expressions on camera and feel the pressure of being on camera the whole time. It's just, this stuff is never good. There's no nice court case, So there are cases with no circumstantial evidence and no bodies. Oh yeah, Patricia, I'm not doubting that he has enough to go to trial and get a conviction. I'm not. But I'm just saying, I hope there's a little more than just what we've seen, and I'm sure there is, but we also it's hard to sometimes remain objective when we're dealing with cases like this and look solely at the evidence and keep all of our feelings out of it. That's really hard to do. I had a hard time with that with several cases, even Brooke Schuyler Richardson, the cheerleader with she gave birth and the child died through some machination. That was a very hard case for me to look at strictly objectively, as opposed to what I felt. That was rough. It's hard to do that, but sometimes we really, really have to. That's how I like to approach these cases, because I want to see how that plays into the legal aspects, how the jury feels about it. One of the favorite things that we do in this community is we like to watch trials, right? We'll just start with a trial on day one, or we'll start with voir dire, and not knowing much about the case at all. I like to go into a trial cold like that, where I know nothing and only listen to the information presented in the trial and try to come up with an opinion. And it's usually a different opinion than if I do all the background research and I know all the people involved, I know all the stories and relationships and this. Your judgment gets very clouded in a sense. So, I'm trying to see this case from both ways. My emotional self says, we don't need a trial. Lock them up or straight to the death penalty or whatever you want to do. Just, it's done. They are done. It's over. There's no question. Done. Right? But that's certainly not, my most fair-minded legal type self saying that. That's how I feel emotionally. So, yeah. These cases are rough. But will they get Lori's son to testify? You mean Colby? Probably at trial. I would think so. I believe he's actually on the witness list. There was a witness list that was crafted back up in, I think, February. It's posted in Discord. I believe Colby's name is on that list. I'll have to go check. I haven't read it in a long time, but I'm not sure that's going to be a valid witness list when we go to trial, but he was on the list, I think. Let's see, the Jeep storage unit stuff is to do with the attempt on Brandon, nothing to do with these charges. Angela, it could speak to these charges only insofar as the conspiracy goes, that the three of them were conspiring to do things. But yeah, that is about the shooting attempt on Brandon, and possibly even the one at Tammy too, if they're going to tie that to this as well. I think if Pryor brought in Lori's mom, it would be a great move for the prosecution. They'll rip her apart and prove her a liar. Yeah. If Rob Wood wants to call Janice Cox, Pryor would probably try to fight that, but that would be a very interesting bit of testimony. Remember, Janice Cox did lie on TV. She said that she talked to JJ on October 1st, and of course he's fine. No. Well, no, you didn't. No, you did not. So, yeah, I would like to see her on the stand. Some of the evidence doesn't directly relate to the kids. It relates to Tammy's death or Mel P's husband shooting attempt. They did so much craziness. Might not be linked in the courtroom. Yeah. And that's going to be quite a big job for Rob Wood, because there's so many things happening, like the shooting of Brandon, the attempted shooting of Tammy, Tammy's death, Alex's death, all of these weird things to link together. But they're like all separate cases, all on their own. Can Rob Wood weave this all together into one giant monster case? He has the ability as a special prosecutor to do that. Will he? We have no idea. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. Why are they waiting on with the murder charges? Well, Becky, excuse me, like I was just saying, this is a monstrous case. All right, we have 6 deaths that they're looking at. 6, not just 2. And Lori and Chad may be involved in all 6 of them. So they've got to weed through all of that information, see what's going on here. They have to see what kind of evidence they have that they could back up the charges with. If you're going to charge someone with murder, you have got to be able to back it up in court, because you only get one chance at a murder charge. It's not like they can throw murder charges right now, go to court in a couple months and not be able to prove it, because then they can't charge them again. So they have to have all of their ducks in a row before they can do that, because we don't want them to rush it and then get into trial and they can't prove it. We don't want that to happen. So if it takes a long time for murder charges, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. So any news from Zulema? I haven't heard anything from her. We do know that she's around. I'm sure law enforcement knows exactly where she is and has talked to her, but we have nothing official. No statements from her, no statements about law enforcement about her. So we're going to have to wait and see. Stacy's death. Alex was her caregiver. Yep, Stacy's death is also really, really suspicious. You know, are they looking at that? I don't know, because that would probably be more tied to Alex than Lori. And since Alex is dead too, there's not much they can do with that. But it's certainly something that's on their radar. They've got to know that Lori's sister died under very weird circumstances, you know? Oh, there's a lot going on. Was Chad books always fictional? Well, you know, a lot of Chad's books are about his near-death experiences, his dreams. They're sort of autobiographical. That's not really fiction, but it is fiction in the sense that it's just craziness, you know? And he talks about, you know, his dreams and prophecies and things like that. I think some of his books are strictly fictional, like they're just stories, not based on anything, but some of them are kind of biographical. So he has a lot of books out. They are still up on Amazon, last I checked. If you'd want to read them, they are there. I don't know why you'd want to, but they're kind of cuckoo. Yeah, he has a ton of books. Some autobiographical, some fictional. So would you list the 6 people that died again? Yes. First, we have Joseph Ryan, which was Lori's 3rd husband. Charles Vallow, Lori's 4th husband. J.J. Vallow, Lori and Charles' son. Tylee Ryan, Lori's daughter. Tammy Daybell, Chad Daybell's wife. And Alex Cox, Lori's brother. Those are the main 6. But there are other deaths around these people that may not be connected. It's hard to say. We have 2 of Lori's sisters. One died in 1998. One died as an infant. We have at least one lawyer. That was Lori's lawyer doing one of her custody hearings many years ago. He died of a heart attack. Lori has chats with his ghost still, she said. Yeah. So there are deaths. A lot. That's it. To me, it's not a coincidence, you know? But I would think the main 6 that we mentioned before are the ones that Rob Wood is going to be looking at, and if possible, tying them right back to Chad and Lori. So I am absolutely 100% assured that there will be charges coming. There will be. It's going to take time. It's hard to be patient. But it is going to take time. This is a big investigation. They have a lot of background work to do. And then as you've seen from the people involved in these cases, they're not exactly the most truthful bunch of people you've ever met. Melanie Pulowski, Melanie Gibb, David Warwick, Lori, Chad, even the Cox family. I mean, you're not getting the truth out of the people they're talking to. So that makes it a whole lot more challenging to investigate a case. What about the dead lawyer? Lori had a lawyer, I forget his name, I have it somewhere, from one of her custody battles, either with Joseph Ryan or William LaJoya or Charles, one of those nasty custody battles. And that lawyer died of a heart attack. And Lori says at some point that his ghost comes to visit her and talks to her and stuff. Yeah. What is that all about? I don't really know. It's Lori's craziness. But, you know, it's just another person that came into her orbit that died. That happens way too often. Way too often with this woman. Melanie's mother had serious health problems. As much as I want to pile on those charges, I don't think Lori herself was involved. Yeah, Manuela, I don't think so either. But Alex certainly could have been. Hold on. Alex was living with Stacy Cope at the time. Alex was her caregiver, and she ended up dead. Now, she did have a lot of health problems. She absolutely did. She could have died a natural death. Will we ever know? I don't think so. Wanted to ask, do you know what happened with them when July 22nd came in the wilderness? I have no idea. No idea. The only people would know that would be people who are actually in jail with them, and those people generally don't talk too much. So we don't know. I know what I'd like to imagine. I think they're running around with their hair on fire, like, oh no, the world, and then what are we gonna do? But yeah, I have no idea. In one book, Chad talks about how the husband is to support the family and the wife is to stay at home and raise children, yet he couldn't live up to his own standard. Yep, he could not. Or Eve, sorry. His wife ran his business. His wife did all of the tech work and all this stuff for his book sales and their publishing company. And even this in the statement that he sent through a vow after Tammy's death, he says, well, it'll be hard, but my son is smart. He knows computers. We'll figure this stuff out. He's just talking about how much Tammy did for the business instead of my wife of all these years, the mother of my children, just died. Oh, this is horrible. He's talking about I'm going to miss somebody running the business. It's like, ugh, geez, Chad, it's awful. Oh, goodness. Floss says there are two separate trials and can't use information gained in one trial to influence decision in another. That is correct. Let's see. What was Chad's bail set at? Chad is currently on a $1 million bond. So is Lori. Plus, Lori has another $150,000 bond for the misdemeanor charges in Madison County. So all told, they'd need $2,150,000 worth of property sureties and collateral in order to bond out. So doesn't look like that's happening anytime soon. Maureen says Tammy was the only one that had a decent job. It sure looks like it. It sure looks like it. She worked very hard for their publishing company. The other ones just ran around being crazy. Chad's statements about his dead wife irked me to the core. Manuela, me too. That was the weirdest thing I've ever read. I do have it up in Discord somewhere, probably in a video too, from, probably a month or two ago. About what he said when she died. It was like, what? What are you talking about? This is not a person who is deeply grieving the loss of their beloved spouse. This was a person who said, oh, I really got to say something about this, but I have to make it sound right. Here we go. And just spewed some weird crap. Chad is bizarre, really bizarre. So how could it be a natural death if the family got together and decided it was her time to go? She agreed and died. Sorry, I have a hard time believing that with Alex by her side. Yep, I agree. Court should be back in session any minute, Maggie. Oh, here we go. There you go. Ask and ye shall receive. All right, we're just waiting for the judge to come back. And now we have the cross-examination of the last witness. And this may be the last witness. We will find out. Oh, where'd the camera go? Come on. Let's get this. Oh, I have so much work to do. It's like, come on. I've been active on YouTube for a little over a year right now. All right, here we go. We've got audio. I'm going to mute my mic. Let's wait for the judge. And here we go.
All right. Thank you. Please be seated. We'll go back on the record here in State v. Daybell. The state had just finished its direct examination of Mr. Dean, and we took a brief recess in the afternoon. Mr. Pryor, do you wish to cross-examine this witness?
If I may, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Dean, can you give me the range of when the messages started from what you gathered from the phone and when, that obviously you've already provided us with the end date of October 18th, 2019. What was the start date of those messages that you started to review, sir?
Are you referring to text messages, SMS only?
Well, at this point, we're going to get through all of the varieties. If you want to just provide that with the start of all of those, I would appreciate that. We can cut this a little shorter then.
Sure. So that information, I think, is in the report that I generated after the review. This, if I could be definitely accurate, if I were able to consult that. Otherwise, I would just be giving estimations.
Okay. So
there's.
I do have to report it from. Can we have the data provide the report to refresh his recollection?
Mr. Pryor, do you want that handed to the witness?
I do, Judge.
All right.
Hand the witness the report to refresh his recollection. And then
The
the judge
report,
wants to give him instructions on that.
okay, the report will be handed to the witness. Witness, if you want to review your report and then let us know when you're ready, we'll have you turn the report upside or over on its back so that you can't see it, and then we'll have you testify to what you know. Take your time. You may. Mr. Dean, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Have you had your memory refreshed by looking at your notes?
Yes, I have.
Mr. Pryor, you may inquire.
Would you please tell me what the start date of those messages was, sir?
Start date of the SMS messages that were on the device was July 29th, 2019.
And then again, the end messages were October.
The end of the outgoing messages was October 18th, 2019.
Is there a difference between the outgoing and incoming messages dates?
So, in other words, they're up until October 18th, messages, SMS messages were both received and sent from the device, sent being outgoing. And then after the 18th of October, there were no further outgoing or sent messages from the device.
Were there any incoming messages to the device?
There were.
And when did that date end, sir?
There, I believe in the days following late October and also into November, I would say that there were periodic incoming calls to the device up until the seizure of the phone.
Do you have an idea about how many?
I'd say between 10 to 20, just an estimation.
Were those included in your report?
Not all of them.
I'm sorry. Were those included in your report?
Not all of them. I make reference to items that appeared on the phone with dates after the 18th in general, but I do not I did not comment in detail about the numbers and timestamps of them.
So why don't we talk about the emails in the same range? If you could give me the identifying dates on the range of the emails and then all of the other forms of messages that came in, I would appreciate if you could go through those.
During the entire length of the activity of the phone, or just after the?
No, what I want is that you talked about text messages, you talked about emails, and you talked about instant messages. Were there any other forms of messages that came through that phone?
Not that I can think of at this time.
Okay. At this time, or are you still looking into that?
The device can be reviewed in future, but at this point, I'm not aware of any further categories of messages.
Okay, so let's go back to my original question. Well, one of my original questions is now give me the date of range for the emails now, please.
May I consult the?
Absolutely, please do. Take whatever time you need, sir.
For the record, the witness is reviewing his report to refresh his recollection.
Did you refresh your recollection?
I did. So in this report, I don't include the entirety of the items. It would be a very, very long report. What I did was I included selected items. So I have the date range for the selected items, but I do not have the date range for all the emails total on the device.
And the decision to decide which items you were going to include was that your decision, was it not?
It was.
So the determination as to whether you thought it was important or not in terms of which emails you provided to the prosecutor and ultimately to me was based on what you thought was important. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And what I'd like to ask you is that if we go from July 29th to October 18th, we're looking, sir, at approximately 80 days. And your testimony where you said that these were long messages and that you found that unusual that in an 80-day period, this message was a lengthy message. So you're making the determination that based on an 80-day period.
Judge, I'd object to the form of the question. It's getting into a compound.
Well, I'm trying to explain, Judge, and
I think you need to be able to be asked one question at a time.
Mr. Pryor, I'll let you lay a little bit of foundation for your question, but if you can be more concise and limit it to one question.
The range for the emails was 80 days, correct?
For the SMS messages?
SMS messages was 80, emails. The SMS messages was 80 days. Is that correct?
Around 80 days, yes.
Okay. And in 80 days, you made the determination that this was the most lengthy of the messages. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay. From between Chad and Tammy.
Right.
Sent from Chad to Tammy.
Now, were there instant messages in this as well?
There were text messages or SMS messages. There were multimedia messages, and there were emails that also had content. And I don't believe there were indications of Facebook activity on the device and the use of Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
But the content, as far as content of Facebook chats or any other chat messaging items, no, I'm not aware of any of those.
And what was the range again of the multimedia?
Multimedia messages, I would have to consult my report one more time.
Okay, go ahead.
multimedia?
July 17th to the 25th of October, 2019.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention back to, and obviously you didn't pull the Facebook messaging. That would be very difficult, would it not?
It simply wasn't on the device. And if I may correct myself, the beginning of the first MMS message on the phone was 7:31. I misspoke just now.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. On the message from Chad to Tammy at 11:53:27, could you, Judge, does he have the exhibit up there? Could we get him the exhibit?
Which exhibit are you, exhibit 31?
I believe it's 31, Your Honor.
The witness will be handed exhibit 31.
Your Honor, I believe he still has it.
I think he still does too. Does that say 31 on it, Mr. Dean?
Again, could you do me the favor of rereading the message of 11:53:27 again for me, please?
Yes. Would you like just the text of the message, or you get timestamp, or?
Well, we've already established 11:53 on September 9th, I think. I think
All
that's
right.
clear. So if you would just read the content of the message, I would appreciate it, sir.
Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all of the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times.
So your purpose today is to obtain any messages on Tammy Daybell's phone, correct? And provide us with information about messages that were on Tammy Daybell's phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your purpose today is not to decide whether or not wood was burned in a fire pit, correct?
No.
You don't have any information as to
Judge,
whether...
I'd object. This is argumentative.
It's not argumentative, Judge. I'm trying to lay down exactly what the scope of what he's trying to do today. I mean, I think I ought to be able to inquire that he's here
Judge,
just to recite what a text message is and how he obtained it. I want to clarify that he's not suggesting to anyone that Chad Daybell did not burn firewood in a fire pit. And I think I need to be able to go into that.
I think it's pretty clear from the testimony and the foundation that's been laid by this witness that he works at an FBI lab and he analyzed the phone. I think it's also clear that he's not trying to testify as to what those messages are. He's just saying what was found on the phone. So I agree, it's unnecessary, and I think it is argumentative.
Okay, I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
All right, redirect Mr. Remmel.
nothing based on that, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dean, for appearing today. If you'll hand that exhibit to the bailiff here. And then if you'll hand that report back to Mr. Remmel. The court notes that report was not marked and it's not part of the evidence. You can be excused. Mr. Dean, thank you for being here today. Mr. Remmel or Wood, do you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
The state rests then. Mr. Pryor, do you desire to call any witnesses?
There'll be no presentation today, Your Honor. Thank you.
The parties wish to make closing arguments.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wood or Mr. Remmel will allow you to do so.
Thank you.
So please stand, make sure you pull that microphone close to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm aware this court is very well aware of what the burden of proof is for a preliminary hearing due to the wide audience it reaches. I just point out that Idaho criminal rule states that if the court finds that an offense has been committed and that there is probable or sufficient cause to believe the defendant committed the offense, the court must find that defendant over to answer in district court. And so, Your Honor, just a brief recap. On November 25th, the Rexburg Police Department was notified of a missing child, JJ Vallow. The next day, their investigation begins. What they discover in the course of that investigation is that there's another missing child, Tylee Ryan, and they discovered that the last day she's seen is September 8th in Yellowstone National Park. They find evidence that on September 9th, Chad Daybell sent a text to his then wife, Tammy Daybell, at 11:53 in the morning about burning limb debris and burying a raccoon in his pet cemetery. That very same morning, Alex Cox's phone pings in that same area, that pet cemetery area on Chad Daybell's property. On June 9th, Tylee Ryan, who we've identified through DNA, is found buried, burnt, dismembered portions of her in a green melted bucket, buried with animals in the pet cemetery. Through that investigation, they find that the last known sighting of J.J. Vallow was September 22nd. The last known sighting of J.J. Vallow was September 22nd. Similarly, on September 23rd, Alex Cox's phone pings on Chad Daybell's property. Near those pings where those pings are located on the north side of Chad Daybell's property, on June 9th, JJ is found, wrapped in a garbage bag with another white garbage bag wrapped around his head, bound in duct tape. Your Honor, for the court to find probable cause of concealment of a felony, it must find that the evidence concealed would tend to be evidence in a felony proceeding. That's the test given by state law, by case law in State v. Patia and State versus Yuramola. This court, as the finder of fact, is entitled to a reasonable inference based on the state of the bodies of J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan, that they were victims of a homicide. This court can also take note of through the evidence presented that both Chad Daybell and his wife Lori Daybell were aware that Lori Vallow Daybell was charged with desertion, 2 felony counts of desertion of a minor child in Madison County. And clearly, the location and welfare of these bodies was evidence in that felony proceeding. Those bodies were concealed. One of them was destroyed. They were located on Chad Daybell's property. Alex Cox, whose phone pinged near those locations, became his brother-in-law less than 2 months later when Chad married Lori Vallow. For the court to find probable cause of conspiracy on these charges, on counts 2 and 4, it must find probable cause of at least one overt act and an agreement. State law in Idaho is very clear through State versus Gallatin and through the Idaho criminal jury instructions that an agreement need not be formal or expressed, but may be inferred from the circumstances, or it may be implied by the conduct of the parties. Both Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow attempted to convince Melanie Gibb to either not cooperate with police or to provide false information to the police. At this point, they were married. In terms of finding probable cause that an overt act was committed, this court watched itself a video of Lori, at this time now, Lori Daybell, telling police officers that J.J. Vallow was in Arizona with Melanie Gibb. And then through a phone call where Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell were present, you heard Lori admit to that when she said she did what she felt the Lord was instructing her to do. Your Honor, for purposes of probable cause, the state has met its burden on all 4 felony counts, both counts of concealment and both counts of conspiracy to conceal. And we'd ask this court bind Mr. Daybell over to answer in district court.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, in this particular case, we have 4 counts and we have 2 identifiable children. The testimony, according to this prosecuting attorney, is that Mr. Daybell was married to Miss Vallow. That's doesn't provide anything. Not only doesn't it provide an overt act, it doesn't provide an agreement. Marriage is not an overt act towards a conspiracy, and marriage is not an agreement to conceal or to conspire. In addition, what they have is they have Mr. Daybell making a comment to a police officer. That is not an overt act to conspire or an agreement to conspire as well. And then what they have is they have an obscure text message that says, I burned some items in the fire pit and I buried a raccoon. Now, they can suggest whatever they want with that, but there's been no indication of any evidence that this act took place on the 9th or the 22nd or 23rd or whatever day it was. And quite honestly, Judge, they don't even come close on the concealment of Tylee. They don't even come close on the concealment of JJ. And the conspiracy, they lack the agreement. And quite honestly, Judge, if this is what the evidence is in terms of an overt act, I would submit to the court that I understand the burden in a preliminary hearing, but they aren't even close on the conspiracy in either suggestion that in either case in regards to an overt act plus an agreement. I'm respectfully asking the court to dismiss the charges. They haven't met their burden, and I don't believe they provided any near the type of evidence that is necessary to even overcome that small threshold. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Court is going to take a recess. I'm going to review my notes, collect my thoughts. I will make a ruling here today momentarily. It will be a few moments, few minutes, and then we'll come back in and I'll do that on the record orally. We'll be in recess until that time.
All right.
All right, we're back for another recess. Judge Edens will come back with a ruling in a few minutes. So, all right, those closing arguments. If I'm the judge and I'm listening to those closing arguments and I'm listening to John Pryor, I'd be like, you know what? You just ticked me off. Your belligerence, your arrogance, your quite honestly. No, I'd be like, you know what? Go away. Just go. So yeah, I don't think Pryor had a winning argument. Yeah, quite honestly, Mr. Pryor, you have some issues. Now, does he have a point though? Kinda, maybe, as much as I don't want to say that. We talked about this in a live stream like last week, and we talked about the probable cause affidavit, and I said, someone asked me, do you think the probable cause affidavit is enough for the preliminary hearing? I said, well, kinda. I hope Rob Wood brings something a little bit more. And I meant that then, and I still mean that right now. I'm a little surprised that Rob Wood did not bring anything more than what's in the PCA. Do I think that's going to affect this? Not really. If I had to put money on it right now, I would bet my bank account that Edens is going to come back and say, we're going to trial. I do. But Pryor did have to try to fight it. That's what happens. There are several outcomes possible for a preliminary hearing. The charges could be dismissed altogether. The judge could lower the charges, give him a reduced felony or something like that, or it goes to trial. So that's it. One of those three things is about to happen. I'm pretty sure we're going to trial. However, like Brendan Tube just said, I really don't want to have to listen to a trial with John Pryor. I do not like it. But, yeah. Kathy says, did Chad have his dead wife cremated? She was not cremated. Tammy Daybell was interred back in her hometown in Springville, Utah. She was exhumed on December 12th of 2019, and they did some autopsy. I believe she has been reinterred since then. Alex Cox was cremated, as was Joseph Ryan. Yeah, I think that's right. Yes. So yeah, but they did exhume Tammy, and oddly enough, the day after they exhumed Tammy, Alex Cox died of some means that we don't know yet. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah, let's take a vote in chat. Put a thumbs up or a hand or something if you think we are going to trial. I think we're going to trial. I'm pretty sure. I will be shocked. I will be absolutely shocked if Judge Edens comes back and say dismissed. That would be kind of shocking. Remember, Judge Edens has been following this case for a long time. He was involved in a civil case with Lori, I believe involving child custody or something like that, or child protective services with Lori before all of this stuff happened. So he's known about Lori for a while. He's certainly been following this case. You know, he did recuse himself from the civil case at Lori's request, but he hasn't done that here in this case. So, you know, I think Judge Edens has plenty of background information, to make the right call here, and I'm pretty sure he will. So, yeah, we'll be going to trial. Hopefully right now he's just listening to the jail call and, you know, reviewing his notes, and he'll come back in about 5 minutes and be like, yep, we're going to trial. So will they set a trial date today? Possibly. They may go over, you know, the schedule and all of that. There's a lot of things that are going to happen before it goes to trial. It's not like they can just do it next month. So I don't think he'll reduce the charges. I hope not. If there was going to be any reduction, I could see maybe the destruction and concealment charges, because honestly, I didn't hear anything that links Chad to the destruction or concealment of the remains. I did hear the conspiracy stuff for sure. So, Doreen, no, we're not dealing with murder charges at this time. Right now, we are just dealing with 4 counts, 2 counts of destruction and concealment of evidence, and 2 counts of conspiracy to destroy or conceal evidence. So that's the only thing that we heard evidence on for this hearing. There will be more charges coming, I am sure. I certainly hope. It would be kind of crazy to think there weren't any, but it takes a long time to do that kind of investigation. And it certainly is more than just JJ and Tylee that they're looking at. So it's going to take them a while. Let's see. Angela says, if only because they were found concealed on the property and their whereabouts was kept hidden for no good reason shown there. Yep. I guess your new wife's deceased children just happened to end up in your yard that you plan to live on there. Yeah. Just sort of accidentally, randomly showed up there. Weird. Tammy's autopsy results are in, no doubt, but they're holding that case close to the vest. Yes, they are. With good reason, because if they can get charges on all of these deaths, that would be brilliant. Brilliant. I hope Judge Edens uses the common sense God has given him and declares to hold Chad over for trial. I'm pretty sure he will. You know, and remember, even if this goes to trial and Chad is convicted of these 4 charges, he's got at least 5 to 10 years in prison. That gives them a lot of time to come up with the other charges. Same thing for Lori. Lori's preliminary hearing will take place on August 10th. So we'll be going through this again in a few days. You know, we got a week to relax. We'll be right back at it for Lori's. Lori's preliminary hearing might be a little different, especially now that the defense teams know what Rob Wood is going to present, which it could be a very smart tactic on Rob Wood's part to only present testimony and evidence here that was in the probable cause affidavit. He gave nothing away. Think of that. The defense didn't learn anything, nothing more than we already knew. That's kind of brilliant. So they'll be walking into trial, you know, kind of waiting to get all that discovery, but they're certainly not going to get a heads up. So it could be that Rob Wood is quite good at this. We're going to have to see. But Mark Means will certainly have a head up about the preliminary hearing. I don't think he's going to be able to come up with anything that's going to, you know, put that in jeopardy either. First, it's Mark Means, but second, there's nothing new. You know, I think that was quite brilliant on Rob Wood's part. So Lori's is next Monday. Yes, it is Monday morning. We will be right back here doing this again. So let's see. Will they have to have another preliminary hearing if he is charged with murder? Anna, that's going to depend. If it doesn't come down through a grand jury, they'll probably have to have a preliminary hearing on those new charges. Yeah. I think. I'm not entirely sure how it's going to work when there are current charges and a current trial pending, if they add more charges. I'm not sure if they have to do the entire process or how that works, especially in Idaho. So, Eamon, what are your thoughts on Rob Wood? I think Rob Wood is very smart. I think he knows exactly what he's doing. I think his strategy, certainly with the hearings that we've seen so far, has been brilliant. You know, he got a lot of things on the record. He got both defense attorneys to come up with their positions on record, which prevents them from bringing certain things up later to try and get a mistrial or an appeal. I think that was fantastic the way he did that. But today, watching this hearing today and yesterday, he was a lot softer than I expected him to be. And I'm kind of like, You know, he seemed a little bit more fierce and feisty in the other hearings that we've seen. So curious, you know, but yeah, I'm a little like, Yeah, Andrea, I thought his closing was a little weak. I did expect a little bit more fire from him. So, well, maybe on purpose. It might have been. Everything he's done so far has seemed extremely calculated and smart. So, you know, not being a seasoned prosecutor myself, I'm not entirely sure what's in his head, obviously. So, but we will see. I think he's a little bit too mild-mannered for the likes of Pryor. Manuela, that's a good point. But, you know, he's got a long time to get ready for trial, too. So, now, if only they could have gotten the Raccoon into witness protection. Jess, you're right. That would be some great testimony from the Raccoon. Yep. When is Lori's hearing? Lori's hearing is Monday, August 10th at 9 a.m. So we will be right back here. That's next Monday, I believe. Yeah, we could do this all over again. Fun times. I think that might go a little bit faster. Hopefully Mark Means will have picked up on whatever Pryor was trying to do and get around to doing it faster. But then again, Mark Means generally likes to talk a lot. So, goodness. That's going to be fun. Let's see. I think it was brilliant of Wood to act that way today, so that the unhinged personality of Pryor would stand out even more. Michelle, that's a good point. That's a very good point. You know, Rob Wood was the calm, cool, collected one, which made Pryor look even crazier. That would also play really well with a jury. So, Lori can waive her preliminary hearing. She certainly can. Based on what we hear out of Judge Edens today, she may elect to do that if she really wants a jury trial. So, she could also change her plea. I don't think she will, but she could. Yeah, I don't think Lori has a lot of legal sense about her either. Pryor needs 4 Big Macs. I don't think he can handle 4 Big Macs. He doesn't look like a very well person. There's a lot of red flush in his skin. Yeah, I'm a little concerned about his health, to be honest with you. So, Pryor was more worried about the raccoon. Yeah, Karen, he was. He really wanted to talk about that dang raccoon, which obviously distracts everyone in the courtroom from talking about the children's remains, you know. But, man, if he was half as concerned for the children, you know. But no, the raccoon's the big problem. Ugh. Was I the only one who felt like Pryor was totally throwing Lori under the bus today? Huh. I'm not sure. I didn't pick up on that. Then again, I didn't have that in my head. It's quite possible. But I'm certainly going to watch this again on replay. And when I edit it down to get you the condensed version up, and I'll listen to it more carefully and see. Why shoot a raccoon? Are they dangerous? Raccoon in rural areas are like vermin. Like, to me, being more of a city girl, I see a raccoon and I'm like, oh, it's so cute. Oh, can I keep it? You know? But to rural areas, they're just vermin that destroy your property and yada, yada. We hear noise in the courtroom. Is the judge ready to come back? It's possible. Raccoons are trash pandas. There you go. All right, watching the feed. Let's see. Everyone's back at the table, so the judge could be ready. And let's hope. Let's say a big, hopeful, hopey thing that this goes to trial.
All
All right, I'm gonna be quiet now.
Thank you. Please be seated. We're back on the record in CR 2220-755, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. Court took a brief recess after all the evidence and closing arguments had been presented to it. The court notes that the reason we hold a preliminary hearing is to establish probable cause. The obligation of the magistrate is to determine whether or not probable cause has been shown pursuant to Rule 5.1 of the Idaho Criminal Rules. It designates that if a magistrate finds that a public offense has been committed and that there is probable or sufficient cause to believe that the defendant committed the offense, the magistrate must immediately require the defendant to answer in district court. The court finds, after reviewing all of the testimony that has been presented here, as well as exhibits 1 through 31, as well as the argument that has been made by both the state's defense and the state's attorney and the defense attorney, the court finds that the state has met its burden of probable cause, and I find that there is probable or sufficient cause to believe that the defendant, Chad Daybell, committed the offenses counts 1 through 4 as designated in the amended criminal complaint. I will bind the defendant over to the district court, and there will be an arraignment set on August 21st at 9 a.m. That will be in front of Judge Boyce. It's my understanding that will be held remotely via Zoom, but I will leave that up to Judge Boyce to decide that. So that will take care of the findings here today. It's my understanding there's also one final issue that the state as well as defense would like to take up. Is that correct, Mr. Wood?
I can put it that. Yes, Your Honor. Just a stipulation that the defense and the state have entered into that we will waive any deadline for the filing of a transfer of trial for at least 60 days after the date of arraignment.
Okay. Mr. Pryor, it's my understanding that the stipulation isn't that a transfer of trial venue can take place, but that the deadline to file that motion, if one is going to be filed by either you or the state, is 60 days from today's date. Is that correct?
That is correct, Judge. And I want to make it clear that that motion for transfer of trial, there are actually two types. There's transfer within the judicial district and transfer outside of the judicial district. And we are not specifying in the event we choose to file a motion for change venue or the state does, that we are not limiting ourselves to this judicial district. We could pursue it outside the judicial district as well. Thank you, Judge.
The court notes that a stipulation has been reached. It's been put here on the record between the state and the defense. I will honor that stipulation. It will be ordered that 60 days from today's date will be the deadline for either the state or the defense to file a motion to transfer the location of the trial within or without District 7 here in the state of Idaho. With that, is there anything else we need to take up here today, Mr. Wood?
Not from the state.
Mr. Pryor?
Not from the defense, Judge. Thank you for your consideration.
I appreciate the zealous representation that has been taking place here today. I'm very impressed with the attorneys, the argument that has been made, as well as the investigation. The court will be in recess. Thank you all.
All right.
All right, that's it. It is done. We are going to trial. Yeah, I'm very pleased with that. Very, very pleased with that. Not surprised by that. Very pleased. I had a little bit of nerves. I was like, oh no. But yeah, we are going to trial. There you go. Do I think the trial? Yes, I am pretty convinced that they're going to go for a change of venue. Yep. Is that going to help? I don't think it's going to help any. Because, I mean, you know. But yeah, nice quick ruling. They did wrap it up in 2 days. Oh, man. Whew. Yeah. this is the first victory for JJ and Tylee. This is the first step towards justice for them. It's a small step. There's a lot of big steps to go, but excellent. Excellent. Yeah. Yeah, everyone in the UK, please get some sleep. Oh my goodness. Remember, we'll be back here Monday for Lori's preliminary hearings. We get to do this again. Now, there's a lot coming up in the next few days. Let me just go over that real quick before we leave. Tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern is Paul's Patreon live chat, and we will be joining him for that. I'm going to go over everything that happened today. Tomorrow, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Wednesday. All right, tomorrow I'm going to be getting the entire hearing up on YouTube in a condensed version, and I'm going to try and go through every video and put all the timestamps in that we need. So keep an eye out for that. That'll be coming over the next day. Thursday night is my channel members and patrons. We're doing a live chat, so I'll be sending you all the links for that. And then, of course, all the daily news videos, all that stuff. We have so much to talk about on this hearing. I'll be getting all those videos out over the next few days. So I'll be super, super busy. Oh, we got a super chat. Let me scroll up. Leah, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Let me give you some s'mores. Thank you for being here with us for this journey. It was quite a ride. And it's not the last one we have to take. So, whew, give you a Mr. Potato Head, too. Laura Mitchell, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. I'm so glad you've been here. Have some donuts, because doesn't everybody like donuts? Need to get our calories back after this event. All right, so I'll be with you over the next few days. Lots of videos coming. I have a lot to say on some of the things we heard. We're also going to be doing a deep dive into David Warwick now that he is on the public record. So stay tuned for that video. The next 24 to 48 hours. As fast as I can get this stuff done, it will be here on the channel. So reach out to me on Discord. Please join Discord. Michelle, I'm sorry if I didn't see it. I apologize if I missed that. Thank you so very much, Michelle. And here's some s'mores for you too. So stay tuned to the channel. Hit the notification bell. Lots of videos coming as fast as I can get them to you. I do need a break, maybe a nap or a shower or something. It's been a rough 2 days. But thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Join me in Discord to continue the conversation. We're in there around the clock. All the documents are there. You can follow me on Facebook, Twitter, all that good stuff. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. I know this was quite an ordeal to get through, but we did it. Thank you so much. And you know what? Justice for Tylee and JJ. We are on the road. Mommy is a lion. Thank you so much. Says thank you. Look after yourself. Don't burn yourself up. I need to do that. You're absolutely right. Miss KJ Torres, thank you so much for the super chat too. Thank you guys. Man, that means the world to me. I really hope you know how much I appreciate that. Thank you. Here's some wonderful, yummy donuts. All right. I need to get off the computer though, because I have to go live with Paul later and I got to start making videos. But keep an eye on the channel for the condensed version of the hearing. And I will make sure and get the transcript. Thank you, Nikki, for the transcript again. I will make sure that that's up there so everyone can see the transcript of that phone call that we couldn't hear. And you'll have that. It's on the way. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Love you all. Stay safe out there.